If one more person links this fucking stupid ass Twitter post one more time to me about the Grand Theft Auto thing, I'm just going to end the broadcast early today. I can't be doing this. I cannot be doing this, man. Here, I see it. I see it. Okay, GTA 6. I see it. Anyway, I was not a chud ass loser as I normally am. Last night I ended the broadcast and I had dinner with the family. It was my grandfather's birthday. Went to an Italian restaurant. It was wonderful. It was great. It was great. I'm wearing a new tie an old vintage tie that my grandmother gave me. Another one of his old ties. And that's it. Partial lunar eclipse. How about that? Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about any of that. But what else? I mean, that's it. There's not really much else going on. I have some media here today, writing an article for all the article perverts out there, for all the article heads out there. It's international media. I won't tell you where. I won't tell you which outlet it is. But yeah, I played a little bit of basketball this morning. Had some big business deals, some phone conversations, and now we're here. Now we are here. And I apologize for the delay. Yes, it's the North Korean outlet. Yeah, it's Pravda. It's the DPRK's Pravda. That's right. They're in the building. They came in all the way from the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. And they're writing about me and how I am a prominent Jewish defender. A believer in the Marxist-Leninist Jewishist principles, someone who believes in the act of self-reliance. So, yeah. Anyway, do I defended you? That is 100% fake. Don't even. I'm not even going to click on it. New Dr. Jihad is being condemned.
Oh, I just got news. You need to condemn this or you get thrown in the ocean.
That's right. I'm going to do it again. Car plus pussy equals pussy.
It's fucking disgusting.
Okay?
It's true.
Now let's talk about Car Universe 9/11.
It's true. John Ossoff saw that clip. John Ossoff saw that clip and was like, this is unbelievable. This is unacceptable. In between talking about Natalie Harp, I'm going to deliver a scathing retort to this dangerous madman. To this dangerous madman who talked about Cussy in the Car cinematic universe. Car pussy. Luke Thomas talked about the smear job and what a mistake it was by the Dems.
So let's do it.
Oh, I saw this. Yeah, let's talk Hassan Piker. Luke Thomas gets political. Yeah. Anyway, we'll get into all of that and more. Let me blast off real quick. I know that Rockstar Games is allowing us to watch. I don't know how it's gonna work. I don't know what the. I just don't know how we're allowed.
Our president will start a war.
I don't know how we're allowed to watch this in real time. Do I have to like rip Netflix open on this bad boy and do a watch party on Netflix? I don't even think I can watch it in real time from Netflix. Anti-Semitic violence is always a responsibility of anti-Semites. A response to Hassan Piker from Menachem Creditor on Times of Israel. Yeah, I'm not reading this stuff, man. Come on. There's so much. There's so much, man. Netflix works on browser law. I know it does. I watch Netflix on my browser on my laptop. I think there's like an automatic inhibitor on OBS. I think it just goes black screen if you don't turn it off, and I don't know how to turn it off. What is it called? A DRM or something, right? What is it? HDCP? Yeah. It won't stream. Netflix will not Netflix will not stream on OBS unless you turn something off, and I don't know how to turn it off. Have you guys never tried to take a screenshot of a Netflix show? It don't work. It goes black screen. It's easy to turn off. It will work on Firefox. Okay, man, I don't care enough. All right. We'll figure it out. Maybe I'll watch it. Maybe I won't. I haven't decided yet, but I probably will watch it. It's the most consequential thing that's happening. I just don't know. I just don't know how I'm going to get it going. But let me blast off real quick. Top 20. Rolling Stone for my go. I know. Your boy's in it. Your boy's in it now. Rolling Stone. Rolling Stone saying the most prominent anti-Semite, terrorist, Islamic jihadist may or may not be responsible for 9/11. We still haven't decided. Hasanabi Piker is number 3 most influential in the country. We went up. We keep going up on this list, boys. That's how it is. All right. GTA 6 reveal, live reveal. Rolling Stone, number 3 most influential, Lake Ontario. APAC boss call continued. Nepal flash floods. Iran war continued. Manufactured outrage. Get in now. Trump is doing tariffs on video games. Of course he is. He's doing tariffs on comic books too, isn't he? I found out when I was listening to the New York Times that like the overwhelming majority of comic books we actually get from Canada. That's what I've heard. I did not know that. He's molesting everything. Yeah, he's molesting the money. He's molesting the tariffs. He's molesting the country, if not the world. And yet, what is this? This guy flew on government planes together with the senior Trump officials and not a single AIPAC Democrat made a statement condemning him. Oh, Tyler Oliveira, the Hello Goyim. I've released a 73-minute long documentary on New Jersey's Jewish invasion. Nick Fuentes exposed it all. Yeah. Yeah, because these guys are, one, Republican and Republican operatives. So, of course, no one gives a shit. And two, I don't even know if they talk about Israel all that much. I think they just are straight up anti-Semitic. Right? So if you're just anti-Semitic and you don't like lean into the realm of foreign policy, then yeah, Nick Shirley and Tyler Oliveira. I mean, Tyler Oliveira got clapped pretty aggressively from Patreon and stuff like that. But like Nick Shirley is a straight up Republican operative. And yet no one really cares about this because, you know, he flew on government planes and everything. I know. He's never said, from what I understand, he's never said anything about Israel. Anyway, I've seen enough median American voters to know that there is a non-zero number of people out there who have voted for Trump 3 times and will become diehard Democratic Socialist voters if Trump interrupts the flow of their favorite comic books and video games. Yeah, that's the Asmongold constituency, right? That's the people that watch all those neck-bearded weirdos, the basement pissers, the divorce court victims. Like, there's so many of them who are like, I love Funko Pops and I also love white nationalism. I love Funko Pops and I love purging the American national boundaries of all things that I consider to be foreign and brown. And those guys are going to be really, really sad when they realize that their favorite comic books are far more expensive now. Those guys are going to be very frustrated when their Warcraft figurines were actually being exported from Canada. Yeah. or they were getting it from Canada. Sorry, my brain is so fucking fried already. Keep getting power outages in Eastern LA. You're one of those neckbeards? Is that what you just said? Yeah. Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. You are one of those neck-bearded people that you talk about. Really? Okay. Charlie Golden Son defended you and Mark Ruffalo. Oh, yeah. Oh, let's go. This guy's great.
Connection between the pushback that Mark Ruffalo is facing right now for his correct critiques of the Ellison family and their support for the genocide happening in Gaza through their techno-fascism, and the critiques and pushback that Hassan Piker is facing right now for saying that maybe, just maybe, American Jews like myself may eventually start to face some violence in the streets because of the relentless conflation.
Yeah, if you were wondering what Jewish Hasanabi looks like, there it is. This is my Jewish variant.
Between American Jews and the Israeli government by Zionists and by neoliberals and by conservatives, that people will start conflating the actions of the Israeli government with American Jews and taking them out on American Jews. And just to be very clear, as an American Jew, both Mark Ruffalo and Hassan Piker are absolutely correct. To start with Hassan Piker, as a reminder, in March of this year, there was an attempted terrorist attack at a synagogue in Michigan. And why did that person try to kill a bunch of Jews in Michigan? Because the Israeli... Sorry, I get angry about this. The Israeli government, with the support of the American government, slaughtered this guy's family. A few days later, he tries to take it out on a bunch of American Jews. So actually, Hassan Piker is wrong. Where he's wrong is that it's already happening. They're already Jews.
Okay, to be fair, I do recognize that. That was the point I was making. I wasn't wrong. I was saying the same thing.
Being blamed and facing violence for the actions of the government of Israel. He's completely correct in that. The second, Mark Ruffalo is absolutely right to call out any you are not protected from your own genocidal tendencies. More dangerous for Jews everywhere. There is a...
Yeah. It's a pretty basic point, too. It's not like a far-fetched point. It's a pretty basic point. Great point, regardless. I just wish that there was more coverage on it. Like, I wish that there was more... I wish there was more of a focus on anti-Zionist Jews. Ironically enough, that was my criticism, my commentary on the issue, which is that the anti-Zionist Jews, Israel critical Jews in general, are just like made invisible in mainstream outlets. The only people that are allowed to talk about this and say things like this are people who are pro-Israel. That's it. Haley Stevens gets to say this. Oh, not my best friend John Ossoff. Not my boyfriend. Not my boyfriend John Ossoff, dude. No. AJC. Senator John Ossoff, Democrat of Georgia, condemns Hassan Piker. Pressed on Piker's remarks, Ossoff said through his spokesperson that the Democrat unreservedly rejects reckless and dangerous rhetoric, suggests the policy advocacy, invites violence against Jewish community or any community. Not your boyfriend who you kiss and make out with? Yes, dude. Yes. My boyfriend who I have sex with all the time. My bestie. No, that's Mitch McConnell. This is my best friend. John Ossoff is my best friend. And I cannot believe he said this. More like John Ossoff, your presidential contender list. I mean, look, it's not great, but it's not even because like he's complaining about me or whatever. It's not great because I think it's a dumb thing to do. It's just a dumb thing to do. You're continuing the media cycle for no real reason. And also you're showing that you are you're showing basically that you stop downplaying it. What do you mean? How can I upplay it? It's a totally unnecessary move to make. The question always is like, we have a limited amount of time. We have a limited amount of time to win these races. And any moment that you associate, even through condemnation, yourself with me, a person that has nothing to do with your race, any moment that you associate yourself with me is just stupid. I'm old enough to remember that Georgia Denver's reached out to you back in 2020. Yeah, I know. It's fine. It's not a big deal. All right. Too late on the conflation, by the way. David Frum and the Michigan Attorney General validated it. Yeah, I know. Dana Nessel. Oh, God. There's a handful of Discord servers that go batshit every time you mention Ossoff. What do you mean? Anyway, we'll talk about all of that and more. Obviously, there's a lot to cover today. I wouldn't say he condemned you. He condemned the violent rhetoric against Jews, which you also condemn. So y'all are on the same page. Yeah, that's a little bit silly, don't you think? Everyone has done that. Every Democrat has done that, but they've also done that simultaneously as a condemnation of me. Just because I also agree with that point doesn't matter, because these guys are saying I don't agree with that point and that I'm actually celebrating violence against Jewish people, which is ridiculous, a slanderous statement to make, but it is what it is. There was a new Mike Collins as a Nazi staff article today about the self-declared twink fascist who worked for him, who of course is Colombian. So anytime not focused on that and focused on this is just political malpractice, I know. A former Mike Collins staffer posted KKK and Nazi images. Some Republicans see a pattern. Ooh, really? Interesting. I'm shocked, guys. I'm shocked that the white nativist Mike Collins has staffers who are straight up white supremacists. What? No. Fuck it. 10 Hassan Piker condemnations. Democrats, get to it. What are you doing? Why would you talk about this at all when you could be condemning Hassan Piker? Anyway, just a reminder that Ossoff is 38th out of 47 on the left posse tracker. I know. All right, we'll start there. We'll start with John Ossoff. I didn't even blast off yet. Do we have a blast off meme, chatters? I love you, bro, but how are you above Kai and Rolling Stone's most influential creators? I don't know, man. You think I fucking decided this? Also, this is the one time where it kind of does make sense. In every other instant, you could be like, this doesn't make any sense at all. But right now, we are, we are currently the number one topic in mainstream media. Let's be real. Unfortunately, all right, I blasted off. Here it is. Please react to Grand Theft Auto 6. I think I'm gonna react to it for it's 30 minutes. It's not that big of a deal. We can react to something for 30 fucking minutes. It's not that. You're actually the center of the world right now for a lot of folks. I wish I was in the center of my own world right now. I'm I'm told by my local DNC group that if we kick you off Twitch, that it'll lower the cost of my groceries. Can you give a brother a break, man? It's true. World peace will be achieved if I go away. This is true. And also, Trump will probably resign and appoint Kamala Harris as the supreme leader of the United States, and we will do liberalism, but this time perfect. If I just go away, I'm the one guy holding everything back. Okay, there are sincerely people who say shit like that, though. I've seen so many of them on my timeline because I think Elon Musk's algorithm is trying to make me go insane, make me go totally insane with the shit that it shows me. What is this? 82-year-old Rudolph Giuliani, I'll knock the shit out of you? That's what he said?
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying.
I'll knock the shit out of you.
What? Dude, what the fuck? Oh my God. Wait.
I'll knock the shit out of you. You come in here, I'm 82 years old, I will freaking knock you out. Say it again, you little shit.
Oh, that's America's mayor, folks. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at what's going on with his hair. Why is like one side of his bald head up and the other side is down? What is happening there? Rudolph Giuliani, baby. Wow. Wow. Incredible. He wants to beat my ass, dude. That's crazy. Say it again, you little shit. What? You're gonna let a random guy talk to you like that? No, I'm terrified. It's true. Are you kidding me? I've seen this man's prowess, okay? I've seen this man's prowess. I've seen this man in drag. I've seen this man with his hands down his pants trying to engage in sexual intercourse with a person that he perceived to be underage, as a matter of fact. I've seen it all. I've seen his hair leaking, his hair dye. I've seen him at Four Seasons landscaping. And this is a terrifying prospect for my future. He's going to beat my ass. Haley Stevens reveals engagement plans for Israel trip with fiance weeks after Michigan Senate primary loss to Abdul al-Sayed.
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
That's my goat. I love Haley Stevens. She's growing on me. She's growing on me, folks. She's growing on me. She's very happy for her. I'm excited. I'm excited for her. The Toyota-thon is back on. WAPO article about you. Oh, is this the interview that I gave last night after the stream? I gave an interview. Why are these links not working, man? What the heck is going on today? Does anyone have the Washington Post article behind a paywall that I can use? Are we winning? Trump defends Russia and China for helping Iran, saying America does stuff like that too.
For everything they do, we do also. You know, somebody was saying about China, what about China? We hear they're spying. We spy on them too. That's the way it goes.
Why not sanction Chinese?
That's awesome. I mean, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. When I say stuff like that, people yell at me and say I'm a freaking foreign agent. Trump gets to say that and it's fine. El-Sayed's ties to firebrand influencer threaten Democrats' path to control Senate. Senate nominee Abdul El-Sayed has had close political ties to Hassan Piker, who's been accused of anti-Semitism. Is this the article? El-Sayed is also struggling to repair a frayed relationship with the state's Jewish community. The American Israel Public Affairs Committee unsuccessfully spent more than 30. Check the comments. I can't because this is unwall, so I can't see the comments on here, I don't think. But I suspected the comments probably defending me because because most people understand what the fuck's up. Anyway, it mentions an interview with you. Wait, I did give Washington Post an interview. And we'll get into this stuff in a second. But Scott Besson is confused why Iran would waste their money. Okay, all right, whatever. All right, we'll get to all that. Jesus Christ, I'm all over the place. We're gonna start off with the John Ossoff stuff, but before we do that, let's I can't talk. Let's take a look at Donald Trump taking questions after signing an order to rename Lake Ontario to Lake America. We're starting there today, and then we'll get around to the John Ossoff condemnation and the Washington Post article and much more. First, I'm going to go pee while this starts playing. And then we'll do Grand Theft Auto 6, and then we'll do it all. We'll do it all, folks. We'll do it live.
You all set? Thank you very much. I just want to announce the stock market just hit another all-time high. That's the 81st time during a brief 1.5 years. And 401ks, likewise, they're at an all-time high. So millions and millions of people are benefiting from this incredible economy that we're creating. We're building right now a record number of plants, factories. Car companies are moving back, as you know. Honda announced, and Toyota announced they're moving in from Mexico. They're coming here. And numerous plants are coming in from Canada. They'll be announced shortly, but numerous plants are coming in to the United States from Canada. Also Japan, South Korea, and Germany. So we're doing things that nobody's ever done before. But the stock market just hit 81 times in a short 1.5 period. It just hit its all-time high again. I want to congratulate Darlene Graham on her tremendous victory on Tuesday night. And she's sailing now. She's really doing great. She's still got to run against a radical left lunatic. And the South Carolina people are not going to stand for that. I know South Carolina very well. I won it every time by record numbers, have the all-time record by millions of votes. But I just want to congratulate Darlene for having run really a great race. And she's going to be a great senator, and the people love her. There's something about her that's very special. She's got a little Lindsay in there somewhere, got good genetics. So Lindsay's looking down very, very happy and very proud of her sister. So congratulations, Darlene. And finally, I guess the purpose of this more than anything else is we're going to be changing the name of Lake Ontario, effective immediately, to Lake America. That's going to take place right now as I sign the order. Do you have anything to say about it, Ben?
Yes, sir. So this is a straightforward but important executive order. It directs Secretary Burgum and the Department of the Interior to update the Geographic Names Information Service to reflect that the lake once known as Lake Ontario will, from this day forward, be known as Lake America. This is a lake that has...
We are the dumbest country on the planet. I think this might be literally be the dumbest America has ever been in the history of the country, of this nation. I don't know what to say. This is so fucking embarrassing. I'm so sorry, Canadians. I'm so sorry to the rest of the world that this is our leadership. I apologize profusely that we elected this dumbass. It is, I mean, he's got one trick. Yes, he's like a child. He's like, we did it. Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America, Lake Ontario, now known as Lake America. It's so embarrassing. I mean, it's not like he's doing great shit on the sidelines and then this is like fun for him and we let him have this fun. This is the only thing that he does. What a humiliating experience, dude. Unbelievable. Genuinely. I don't know what to say. Okay, look. Netflix, turn the settings on Google Chrome toggle off. Use graphics acceleration. I will have to relaunch Chrome. Something went wrong. We're having trouble with your request. Let me see. God damn it. Is there no way to watch this without going on Netflix, man? I can. It says something went wrong. It won't let me log on to my Netflix. Use graphics acceleration when available. Go Google Chrome settings. Yeah, watch a streamer reacting to it? No, that's whack. It comes out on YouTube in a bit. Yeah, we're not waiting. We're not waiting on that. Okay. Settings. Systems. Where is systems? What the fuck? Why? Oh, system. Continue running background. Use graphics acceleration when available. Toggle it on or off? Oh, it's off already. And then it keeps saying I'm having an issue. Oh, wait. I did it. Wait, what the hell? Wait, does it show? Wait, it does show. Wait, I didn't even turn off DRM or turn it on. I'm confused. I'm confused as to what is going on here. Wait, can I just like literally turn on a show and see if it plays and then we'll test it? Wait, what the hell? What the hell? Okay, that was 1 second. Please don't ban me. That was 1 second. There was one frame. I was just testing it. Twitch is crashing. We are not watching a movie on stream, chatters. That is not what's going on here. Okay, we are not watching a television. We're not watching a TV show. We're not watching a movie. We're watching the extended look at Grand Theft Auto. Where do I find it though? Why can't I see it? Wait, something went wrong. Netflix keeps crashing. Wait, no, for real. What the hell? No! It keeps... Oh, no. No, they didn't fix their goddamn servers for this? Are you fucking kidding me, Netflix? Lock in! DRM is not a thing you turn on or off, but your OBS and Windows are likely set up to capture DRM-enabled video content. Yes, it is. Oh my God. Oh my God. Down detector on Netflix is spiking. Keep refreshing. Okay, no, chatters. Don't refresh. Just me. I only get to refresh, okay? Just stop refreshing. Only I get to refresh. Everybody stop refreshing the page right now. Chatters, log off Netflix right now. Every Twitch streamer needs to tell their oh, it worked. It worked. Okay, play an extended look. This is it, right? Wait, it's 26 minutes long. Is this it? Is this the extended look? Is this it?
No. Y'all know Booby?
Booby, huh? Yeah. He ain't here, though.
Well, we're picking something up for him. You know anything about that?
This looks amazing.
Yeah, go inside and ask for Raymond, bro.
Appreciate it.
Did you guys change the title for me? Or the category I'm in and shit? Yeah, oh, you did. Okay, good.
Mm-hmm. Man, I don't even want to hear that shit.
Hey.
Like, I don't even want to hear that shit. Hold up, bro. Yo. Y'all need something?
Raymond?
Nah. What you want?
Booby sent us for a pickup.
Dude, this is like
Alright.
cutscene
Yo,
level
going up.
cinematic placement for a straight up random mission interaction. Don't glaze him too much, bro. No, I will glaze him nonstop. Insane glaze? What are you talking about? Look at how good this
Pick up or
is.
drop off.
Pick up.
I really hope it doesn't do too much hand holding though. That's like commonplace with a lot of these kinds of games nowadays. Because it doesn't feel like it's on rails right now. Look, you can like study a pet, you can scold the pet. That's sick, that's sick.
This has got to be the door, right?
Looks like it.
What you want?
Yo, is Raymond around?
Nah, never heard of him.
Yo, we're here to pick up for Booby.
Alright, hold up.
Red Dead was on rails? I know. That's my least favorite aspect of Red Dead was the first intro missions that were boring.
Motherfucker, what the fuck going on, man? He seriously sent y'all over here right now?
We're just here to collect, man.
Why he ain't come collect? You ain't asked yourselves that?
No.
Look, we could go back empty-handed.
My partner's off the grid right now, you feel me? Until I figure out where the fuck he at and what the fuck going on, we in a holding pattern right here.
So Booby knows all this, right?
Yeah, he fucking knows. Problem is he only worried about himself. Yo, phone. Let me tell y'all something. At this point, I really don't give a fuck.
Hey, pack that shit up.
Bro, this is cyberpunk level, dude.
It's him, Ernesto.
Put on speakerphone.
Raymond.
Yo, Nesto.
Raymond.
Where the fuck you at?
Óyeme, mi hermano. We got a situation happening. My friends on the task force are on their way. They say they're paying you a visit, so just let them take whatever they want, okay?
What the fuck you talking about? You know I got a nigga outside your mama house, right?
Raymond, listen very closely, cabrón. Raymond.
The fuck is that?
Hey,
yo, Ray, it's 12. They tooled up and everything.
Raymond.
Let's get these workers out of here, man.
Let's go.
Oh, wait, this way. Oh, come on. Hey, move.
I've always been there for you. This what I get?
Please, don't fucking move.
It is what it is, my friend.
Holy shit.
Stay down.
Yeah, I know.
Gameplay. Auto aim. Aim assist is pretty aggro.
Fuck Booby. You gotta get out of this.
It still has the GTA feel. I was a little worried that it was going to be a little bit too much like Ubisoft, you know what I mean? But it still has that patented GTA feel so far. It's not coming on PC until very later, sadly. I don't care. I'm going to play it on PlayStation 5 then. Who gives a shit?
What the fuck is going on here?
Fuck him.
Can't you fucking handle a bunch of street pushers? Hey, man, this ain't even loaded. Oh, too bad. Clean this shit out.
It's fucking
Kill
mental.
cam like Red Dead?
Yep.
Dude, Grand Theft Auto roleplay is going to be so insane. This game is going to change the world. It's going to have its own economy, dude. Grand Theft Auto 6 Online is going to change the universe.
What the fuck y'all doing in here?
You hear all that outside? Now just hold on a minute.
Hold on. You got motherfuckers.
Trump is going to ban this game for being anti-cop.
You're not allowed to just come in here. Every time I try to buy some piece of something else.
And that's my fault.
Woohoo! Cinema! Cinema, cinema, cinema! That's a no pixel tool. Oh my god. Isn't the little game to use the Slim Jim? That's from No Pixel. They added that into the actual original single player game.
Hey.
Oh my god.
I bought these. What do you think?
I can't buy my own clothes, you know.
Sure you can. But would they look that good?
Oh my god, I
Yeah,
cannot
yeah,
believe
okay.
that they are
You know,
incorporating
Brian
No
wants us there
Pixel
for
shit.
cocktails.
Uh-huh.
You know what you're gonna wear yet?
Relax, Jay. Okay. What do you think?
Sequins?
Sequins?
Okay. The other one. You know what you're wearing right now looks pretty good, so you wanna head out? I don't wanna be late.
Yeah, all right. Just give me a few seconds.
Call Buddha, call Buddha, call Buddha. Bro, screw the Slim Jim. They added big girls to the game. It's game of the year for that alone. Okay, dude, chill out. You fucking horn dog. You're not wrong though. I even saw
Does life feel
cellulite.
hopeless? Are you constantly searching for a way out? Luckily for you, those days are over thanks to Angstapan.
Ah, the great outdoors. Nature's playground. A carnival of infinite possibilities. Overflowing with creatures great and small. Magnificent and proud. Hungry? Not anymore. Mouth-watering meats from the open range. Topped off with our world-famous
Arby's.
Ready.
Damn. Worth the wait.
Grand Theft Auto 6 will crush the revolution. It's over. Socialism is over. Yeah, no, it's done. We're packing it up. No more socialism. This socialism shit is over. At least for the duration.
Here we go. Finally.
Okay. Your wound up a little tight. What's up?
No.
Tired.
Like they
Well, Brian was quite the stud back in the day.
Was. Wait.
What's up?
That job, it has to be done tonight.
Tonight?
He wants it on the quiet, huh? He only wants one of you.
Well,
You know,
I don't mind.
I mean,
If you wanted to.
I'm gonna go. Enjoy your dinner, guys. I'll be back for dessert.
Well, I'll walk you out. I need the ladies.
Yeah, let's take in the view. I never get to smoke these in front of Lori. Ever tell you about the fairground rolled into my hometown when I was a kid?
I don't think so.
They had bale mazes and Ferris wheel. Hell, it was the highlight of the goddamn summer for us kids.
Everybody, hands so we can see them!
And they had this beautiful carousel. One night we snuck in, and a buddy of mine, he got it working.
Look what the law chased it.
What was a feisty?
Leonidas, baby.
Then he cranked the speed up so fast that we thought we was flying.
Bro, this is
started
literally
faster
no pixel. This is base
faster,
boosted
getting
no
harder
pixel.
to
I
hold
cannot
on.
believe
I
it.
said, well, shit.
Like the
That ain't
smash and
good.
grab side missions.
And I fucking jumped.
Oh my god, no pixel is going to be
Stayed
insane.
on. Cracked his head open that night.
You got a point?
Yeah. You gotta know when to get off, Jason. You hear me?
They did hire the entire no
Who says
pixel
that?
team, I know, but like it makes sense why they.
Everybody wanna say where they been.
It makes sense,
Hey,
but I'm
got
actually
this road
kind of
guy's
shocked
car.
how much they
Heading to the
took
address again.
from.
Nice. On my way.
Dude,
Yo,
no pixel
so,
didn't invent
I've been
smash and grab and
thinking,
lock picking.
I
Or
don't think
Grand
we
Theft
should
Auto
sell off,
RP.
you
I'm
know,
talking no
our
pixel, but like
stronghold.
GTA
I just
RP
yet.
in general. Like so
I
many
thought
of
it was
those
the
mini
whole
games are.
Look, he could sell us
They're
out.
from GTA
Or
RP,
put
isn't
a
it?
bullet through our heads. I mean, seriously.
I'm
what
gonna
reason do we
relapse.
have
I'm
to
gonna.
trust this guy?
I'm a crackhead. I'm
Alright.
gonna go back to my
So how do you
crackhead
wanna play it?
days.
Slow play. Just say, hi, nice to meet you. Here's your car. Where's our payment? Please let us know about any further criminal opportunities.
Okay. See you there.
Yep,
You miss me?
I've been busy. You gonna text this guy? The dude could be a cop for all we know.
Dad, he's not a cop, all right? He's just cautious. It's probably why he survived so long. We could learn something.
Maybe you could.
Yeah. You're the perfect criminal.
Jason, Lucia,
Yeah.
Yeah,
we gotta go.
go.
Yeah, go, like right fucking now. What do you think I needed to live for?
Shit, yeah, he's cautious, right?
Vamos, vamos, maldito loca el diablo. Enséñame qué clase de chofera tú eres. Hey, bro, get your ass back here, man.
Huh?
Come on, you gotta hold these fuckers off. I got a little something for your plate. Here, you take this.
Hell yeah, baby.
Getting crowded here.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna punch through to the freeway.
Dude, that looks insane.
Hey, hang on.
That looks like I mean, this has got to be a cutscene, right? Like it's not. It's kind of like an interactable cutscene. There's no shot that normal Grand Theft Auto police chases are gonna look like this.
Coming through. Back up into this alley here.
Okay.
Was there 6 stars?
That's it. Good. How about we just chill here for a minute?
It's gameplay, but I'm saying like it's an interactable
You want me to take
cutscene
the wheel?
version of the gameplay.
What?
It's on rails.
Look, you think everything always goes as planned, huh? No, mommy, no. There will always be some kind of bullshit. A professional adapts. Are you a professional, Lucia? Huh?
Of course.
Good. I need a professional. Oh,
Bro, you lost all your gameplay
you so much, too.
vocabulary. I know. Shut
Let's
up.
go.
Yeah, bro, look, there's 6 stars total. I'm not the biggest fan of the switcheroo, by the way. That's just my own personal thing. I don't like when there's like 2 characters that you switch between. I don't know why. It kind of like takes me out of it, but I'm sure Grand Theft Auto will know how to handle it. 6 total stars, but currently on 4. I know, on 6 they nuked
out.
the city.
Don't leave anything in here. All right, Jason. We're cargo.
Copy.
Grand Theft Auto 5 had
some
3 characters you
warning
switch
next
between? Yeah, but usually not in mission.
What should I tell you to put in your calendar? Friday
You would do
morning,
one
bank
mission,
run.
and then the
Come
character would be
on.
on the other side of the other side of the city. You know what I mean?
You did fine. You're still alive.
I feel like in mission switcheroos are like kind of gimmicky.
This could be the start of something good. Keep your phones on. Oh,
Cops know you're
mamita.
facing clothing now?
Just
Oh
also-
my god.
Take me to the loop, baby. I need to see it.
Does this mean we're in his crew?
Yeah.
That was also No Pixel RP.
You think he can help us?
Sorry. 5M, No Pixel, Grand Theft Auto RP.
Where are we?
That makes so
Back
much
in
sense
Bayside.
though.
Want to take a look around?
Is this Miami? This is the most Miami. Yes, it's Miami, chatter. It's Florida. Oh my god. Cuba. VR porn?
Yo, Jay, what's happening, baby? Looney. What's up, girl?
Is this medium voter simulator? Yes. Florida activities, throwing old AC units off the highway.
Let's try to keep it quick.
The hell with you?
Hey, I'm walking.
Cops are on their way.
Oh, shit! Who the fuck are you?
What the fuck is this?
Oh, the truck challenge! Wait, did you steal my friend's car?
Yeah.
Holy shit, chat! What do I do?
Jesus.
Look, 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 look!
It's fucking news and streamers! There's news and streamers in the game! Of course there's streamers in the game. Fuck! Was that neon? That was Mexican neon. What are the odds you're in it? No, I'm not. There's no shot. There's a mission where they have to condemn me. There's a Hasanabi condemnation mission.
I bet you'd be real good at battle rapping, dog.
Oh, yeah?
Lucia, Jason, come take a seat. I'm waiting on the ETA for the flight.
Can I get you anything? Tea, coffee, champagne?
3 more champagnes, thank you.
Be right back.
Trust me, a slight buzz will only help you.
So Val, I know it's a party, but we are working, right?
The job is Andres.
I did live
de
in Miami.
Leon. Protect him, but keep him in line. Gas him up, boost his ego, make him feel good about himself.
Babysit.
Hey, there's a sight for sore eyes. Tina, what's up, chula?
Andres! It's been forever. How is everything?
Oh, man, it's been nonstop.
Lucia, Jason, please meet Andres de Leon.
Sorry, guys, I'm a hugger. Come in here, get in here.
Oh.
Yes, all right. Beautiful, beautiful. Yes, gorgeous. All right, strong. Good job.
Should we go, gentlemen?
You guys see the driver?
Sure.
All right, let's go.
Come on.
All right, we're
All
good.
right, fuck it. You ready for this party, bro?
I don't know, maybe.
All right. What do you mean, baby?
I'm ready.
Donnie
for our party.
Pecorino.
About this part.
Oh, shit. Okay. Hey, driver, what was your name again?
That'd be crazy if Donnie was in it. Dude, this is so sick. This is so sick. This is gonna be fucking awesome. Holy shit, I'm torqued.
Here we go.
This is the most treat the right I've ever been in a very long time.
Welcome. How's your flight, sir?
Yeah, real good time. Hey, those waitresses were all NDA'd, yeah?
The flight attendants? Yes, of course.
After the fact, that's a rookie move.
And you guys got our room sorted.
Yes, it's all ready for you. 24th floor executive conference room.
Perfect!
I must
Freshen up,
consume.
Let's do
I
it.
must consume.
Hey, honey, so a couple of Alonso's producers friends are in town, and we're gonna do a deep dive into my creative roadmap. So we up in the conference room doing a little business and, think tank stuff, okay?
Seriously? Right now?
Yeah, baby, you snooze, you lose.
Increíble.
Petra, can I introduce you to Andres' new security detail? Jason and
was a
Lucia.
Dominican
This is
control
Petra Navarro,
Rockstar
COO
Games.
of Megamundo.
Yes, good.
Can I take you up?
Yes, please. Let's go. I don't want to spend the whole night in the lobby.
Don't abandon your values. It's not remember. Oh, it's over, dude. I'm a fucking small business owner
then
now.
I want him down here, okay?
I'm a small business owner. I am a small business. My mother was a small business. My father was a small business.
The new security detail that we hired from.
Socialism is leaving my body with every minute that I watch this fucking incredible extended cinematic extended look trailer.
It's a good thing you're good with your hands.
I'm thinking wealth is going to trickle down. I'm thinking a rising tide lifts all boats. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking Ronald Reagan, not such a bad guy. My favorite book.
Private meeting, don't come in.
Hey, Andre.
My favorite author, Ayn Rand.
He's my guy.
My favorite book, Atlas Shrugged.
Just christening the new building.
Just saying. Neoliberalism is coming into my body.
Hey, man, can you run and get us a bottle of tequila, some sparkling water, a few beers? Just a selection of shit to drink, yeah? Thanks, buddy. Yeah.
Yeah, so they just called and asked me to bring you down to the party now? Petra wants you. There's some big speech happening.
Abundance? No, abundance is too liberal for me. I'm thinking anarcho-capitalism, baby.
All here, frontal cortex is in overdrive. I mean, how many ideas did I just have in the last 5 minutes, bro?
So many, bro. So fucking many.
It's like the band's back together and I just...
What about Israel? Most valuable ally? What are you talking about?
Hello, everyone.
Easy.
I just want to thank
Asked
you all
and
for
answered.
coming here tonight to join us in celebrating the opening of Megamundo's first corporate headquarters on American soil. But we all did this together.
What about Cuba? Greatest threat to America. Easy. Lenin? You mean Russian Hitler? Mao? You mean Chinese Hitler? Easy. What about cops? Love them. They're the best guys around. It is a little bit like Max Payne 3, but do you condemn Hasanabi every day of the week?
Move! Hey! Give me the phone.
Who am I gonna call? I'm not stupid.
Hi, guys. How's it going down there?
Who the fuck is this?
We'll talk more later, okay?
¿Qué carajo? Tenemos un problema. Mierda, granada!
That's crazy. That's a crazy
Nice
angle.
distraction, Jay. A bit dramatic.
You're welcome. I'm going upstairs. He's got Andres.
Shit. Okay, I'm on my way.
Military, what about them? I stand in salute. I actually re-enlisted so that I could play Grand Theft Auto early for 4 days. I was one of the chosen 100. Oh my god. RDR Deadeye. but oh my Lord. Oh my fucking Lord. Oh, nut after nut after nut. Of course, that's the first thing you think of. I can't wait to hear about how you play this off stream. I don't even care if there's like 10 people watching me. I will be playing this fucking entire game on stream. Are you crazy? No, I'm taking a sabbatical from doing political coverage when the game comes out. 100,000%. You guys, I think, forget that I've played all of the Grand Theft Auto games, and I've played them on and replayed them on stream. And not only that, but also have had deep and crippling addiction to Grand Theft Auto No Pixel roleplay specifically, and it ruined my fucking life. And I gained like 80 pounds in the process during COVID. If you remember, Umberto Antonio Donato Pecorino. Are you fucking kidding me? This is... When Grand Theft Auto 3 first came out, I played Grand Theft Auto 2, which was top-down. Very different, right? When Grand Theft Auto 3 first came out, it changed my life. I did not realize that a video game could be like that. It was it's not the correct terminology for it. You can't say it's a sandbox game, but for the time being, with the exception of Shenmue, I think it was like one of the few first ever games that had like this open world, right? This huge open world, and it was visually stimulating. There was so much that you could do, and I could not believe it. I was like, oh my God, why can't every game be like this? And of course, be careful what you wish for, because you might get it. Every game did eventually become that, and it sucks now. But there is always a special place for Grand Theft Auto in my heart. The special place in my heart comes from the experiences that I've had with this game, with the entire franchise. And not only that, but also, I don't know. I feel like they've perfected it down to a science. And the fact that they also hired the No Pixel team and like a lot of the 5M guys in general, to play a more formative role in not only Grand Theft Auto Online, but seemingly some of the elements of the single player game as well, is phenomenal. I think Grand Theft Auto Online is going to be insane. It is going to change the world. I'm not even kidding when I say this. Grand Theft Auto 5 obviously changed a lot in the industry. They delayed PC specifically to keep you and the left stuck in GTA 6 RP when it releases in 2028 instead of focusing on the elections. Oh, yeah. I guess the RP component for the PC is going to come out later because the PC is coming out later. Like, change the world is a stretch. It's not. It's not even remotely a stretch. And I don't think you understand how pivotal this game will be. Grand Theft Auto 5 also changed the world a little bit. GTA 6 Unlimited says... Lucia and Jason can gain weight, lose weight, build muscle depending on the lifestyle choices you make. I mean, this has been around since Grand Theft Auto 4. Number one capitalism shill. Yep, that's me, baby. They're still in beta test for the next year, so PC can run perfectly. Honestly, that gameplay video was pretty compelling. I might even play it. I don't even like these types of games usually. That's crazy that you don't like those. For the record, you said this about Cyberpunk. I loved Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk is one of my favorite games of all time, and I'm unashamed to admit that. I was one of the very few fortunate people who just got like the best copy of the game for some reason, and I had an Omega PC, and I played it at launch, and I said it at the time. I was like, there are a lot of issues, but I think it would have been one of the greatest games of all time if it was released after they properly beta tested it. And I still think it's one of the best games of all time. I think once they tweaked that shit, Cyberpunk did become one of the best games. It's an incredible game. It's playable. I played the DLC as well. But Grand Theft Auto is I mean, God, Rockstar, you done did it again, you sons of bitches. Have you heard about the leaks for the game? Yeah, I know. CyberLeak, I think, is the name of the guy who has a working copy of the game. And he's been making demands of Rockstar. Some of those demands are not even bad. Like one of his demands is like a hard disk copy. What's so different with GTA is the social value it's going to bring. I think there's going to be some negative consequences as well, for sure. Like one of the things that I foresee with this game's release is, one, it's going to have a separate economy. This is going to be Valve style separate economy, 100%. There will be real cash being exchanged for shit that you do in this game. It's going to be this, like, it's going to be this generation's version of an MMORPG. When MMORPGs were coming out, many of you are probably not old enough to remember this, but like people sincerely talked about World of Warcraft when, I mean, this was not the first MMORPG, but it was the first one that was like super, super popular. When WoW first came out, people talked about it like it was changing the world, and in some respects it did. I think this is going to be a Roblox-style separate economy, and Grand Theft Auto 6 will absolutely have its own economy internally, and it will have a real noticeable impact on the economies of other countries even. Like there will be jobs that people have in Grand Theft Auto 6 online. I'm not even exaggerating when I say this. There will be people that have like real world jobs off of Grand Theft Auto 6 online. Not just like gold sellers. I'm talking like sincerely people that live in the game and work in the game. They should hire Yanis Varoufakis like Gabe did back in the day to make sure that its economy works. A whole new era of scams. Yes, 100%. There was a leak a half a year ago that GTA Online makes $1 million a year. $1 million a year? What are you talking about? More like $1 million a day. Yes, for those of you who don't know, Gaben hired Yanis Varoufakis back in the day to make the Valve economy. Yeah, Valve also was a co-op. I mean, it's still kind of run like a co-op. But yeah, this is the most anticipated game of all time. One of the most anticipated works of media of all time. It's been a decade in the making. I mean, more than a decade. It's going to be amazing, dude. I am so stoked. Speaking of Gaben, did you see his jack now? I know I did.
15 years ago, I had the pleasure of welcoming players and fans to the very first International.
He looks kind of freaky this way. I don't know. I mean, I'm happy for him. I'm happy that he's happy. I'm happy that he looks healthy. But it just like freaks me out a little bit. Yeah. I think he's on Ozempic possibly. He's starting to look like Hugh Jackman, bro.
It's always evolving. The best players and teams evolve with it. The Aegis of Champions itself has changed. 58 players.
Anyway, the G in Gaben stands for GLP-1. Okay, calm down. All right. Doesn't he look like Hugh Jackman? Am I crazy about this? He literally looks like Hugh Jackman, bro. If Hugh Jackman went to the... he's not on GLP-1. He's on a different type of GLP. He's on GLP-3. Anyway. It's the hair. I never paid a cent for CSGO, and I got a random crate drop one day, and it turned out to be a skin worth 1,200 USD. I sold it for crypto and converted the crypto to USD. Nice. Congratulations, Megaphonics. Yeah, it's 1 million a day. I was right. Not 1 million a year, dude. That's really fun. That's really, really funny. Of course it makes over $1 million a day. Yeah, GLP HL3. It's never coming out. It's for Gaben only. Anyway, where was I? All right, we're going to get back to the news now. Now that we actually saw a little bit of the world-changing events and incidents as it pertains to what the fuck? Twitch is breaking right now. My Twitch is busted. Oh my God. Why is it that none of our goddamn websites, whether it be Netflix, whether it be Twitch, they just never work appropriately when there's additional attention? It's just so strange to me. Everyone's watching the Grand Theft Auto 6 trailer. I know. I just watched it. We just got done watching it. Anyway, let's get back to Donald Trump now. Let's get back to the humiliating reality of being a country that is run by a petty despot, a tyrant, a narcissistic madman who is childish in both his ambitions, but also very violent at the same time. This is Trump taking questions after signing an order to rename Lake Ontario to Lake America. A real one-trick pony.
Most of its volume in the United States, the deepest parts of the lake sit in United States territory, so this will reflect that this is an American lake.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. And we filed all the necessary papers, documents, everything else. We notified all of the various people that we have to notify. So we've done everything that you have to do. And this is official, effective immediately. Do you have any questions, anybody?
Mr. President.
Yes.
That video you put up yesterday, crossing out Lake Ontario and writing Lake America, it's been seen by about 30 million people, maybe more, across all the social media platforms. What message are you sending to Canada with this move today, and why was this such an important thing for you to do?
It's an interesting question. No message. As you know, Canada's been ripping us off for a long time on trade, very sadly. Even the military, you know, we defend Canada for nothing. We don't get anything. They don't pay us to defend Canada, but we defend Canada. And they understand that. As an example, we bought icebreakers. They'd like to use them. We have 11 brand new icebreakers coming in. They'd like to use the icebreakers. They don't pay for anything. And they want to be treated like a state, but they're not a state. But they want to be treated like they're a state. And so we just can't do that anymore. We lose on average over the last 15 years, $60 billion a year carrying Canada. So we just can't do it anymore. We love the people of Canada. I don't think their representatives do an appropriate job. Maybe they'll change. I really don't know. I mean, it doesn't make much difference. But we can't let the whole Canadian thing that's been going on for decades, and it has to come to a stop. So
the whole Canadian thing has been going on for decades. You mean just like the nation state and its existence? He's like, we're done. They burned the White House. Did you know? Did you know they burned the White House? These Canadians, they came and they fought us. I don't like it. We gotta make sure we end Canada. I have to ask the question, does Canada have a right to exist, or is it just, you know? Nope, Canada no longer has a right to exist. It can only exist as an American colony. How much do you think this is a ploy to begin territorial claims over the lakes for freshwater usage and climate crisis? Freshwater usage in a climate crisis, freshwater usage for data center cooling? Climate crisis? You mean the Chinese conspiracy? It's not real. Canada has formally endorsed Hassan Piker after recent tariff escalation. Wait, what? Do not refer to 9/11 as terror attacks. Leaked Canadian broadcaster memo instructs reporters. Ahead of the 25th anniversary of 9/11, CBC journals were reportedly told to avoid describing the attacks as terror attacks, drawing criticism in Canada. Wait, what? He then said that the hijackings led to passenger jet crashes in Washington, D.C., Pennsylvania, and Manhattan. The World Trade Center was destroyed. Wait, what is going on in Canada? Is Canada going beast mode? What the fuck? Bro, they're going to ban XQC from Canada before they ban Hasanabi? Yes. New player unlocked. Canada offers full endorsement of dangerous anti-American radical Hasanabi piker. Canada is refusing to condemn Hassan Piker. Ladies and gentlemen, honorary citizenship for Hassan Piker. Notice how Carney has not condemned you? Yeah, it's strange. Strange that his silence on the issue of Hassan Piker is deafening. Instead of renaming Lake Ontario, you should rename the Epstein files to the Files of America. Okay, that's a good one. I don't really understand what Trump is doing. I've given up on trying to comprehend what Trump does. Nowadays, we just react. Okay, we just react. We just react to what Trump does. And I've given up on trying to understand what Trump does. This Canada thing is actually one of the more insane things that he's like consistently putting pressure on for some reason. I assume it has something to do with the Monroe Doctrine, the Donald Trump version of the Monroe Doctrine. You know, the Western Hemisphere is ours, and obviously a part of that is also Canada, which happens to be in the Western Hemisphere, unfortunately. Maybe this is in line with like his denials of Canadian sovereignty. No reason for Trump not to go all out and rename the Atlantic the American Ocean and Pacific the American Ocean too.
As you know, we took something called the Gulf of Mexico, we changed it, and now it's very routinely the Gulf of America. So if you think about it, we have a Gulf and we have a lake. Now all we need is an ocean. So maybe we'll have to change the name of the Atlantic and or the Pacific. Maybe we'll change them both.
Who is this for? I know who this is for. He's just like routinely channeling the dumbest guy that you've ever experienced, the dumbest guy you've ever encountered. Guys that just did not leave their hometowns, who are just like, hell yeah, brother. Fuck yeah, call it the American Ocean. Oh, we're dominating. Meanwhile, we're getting our fucking shit pushed in the Strait of Hormuz. Depleted all of the fucking missiles. No more missiles for peer and near peer adversaries that remain in the stockpile. American force projection capabilities are over. We're just sitting around like a child with a diaper full of dookie. Who is this for? Look, I'm an anti-imperialist, I'm a socialist, and for many, many decades, many of my ideological variety have predicted, perhaps too early, of the demise of American empire, the inevitability. All empires die at the end of the day. Now, we are in it. It's clear. It's clear that we are in the death throes of American empire. And of course, empires never die quietly. It's oftentimes very violent. It's a violent rattle, a violent death rattle. However, I never in a million years thought that it would be this embarrassing. I could see it being violent for nations in the periphery, violent for allies. It's consequences being felt all around the globe because America is a hegemonic superpower, the wealthiest nation on earth, the wealthiest nation throughout time. No other country, no other empire, including the British Empire with its 13 colonies, was ever so ever present universally due to technological limitations. This is not a thing that has ever existed throughout, world history, right? Part of it is because of the internet. Part of it is because absolutely it's the internet and we can be everywhere all at once. It's our supply chains, it's our logistical capabilities, our prowess in that field has made it so that America could technically be anywhere all at once, anywhere around the world in 24 hours, right? 800 plus known military bases, thousands more. We have all of this stuff. It's very costly. It's very expensive. It's all we focused on building for decades at this point. And instead of retreating from this militant global posture and trying to manage the decline of American empire, we've decided to go fully in. We've decided to, we're not even doing like the British Empire retreat. We're just going, we're bouldering down this hellish pathway, this nightmare. But ultimately, I find it incredibly lame. It's lame. It's way more lame than I expected it to be, you know? Like on the one hand, we have the routine protocols of you know, an empire dying. We have the routine experiences of an empire dying. You try to do additional military conquests, and those fail. Strait of Hormuz is a great example. It's like some could even say the Afghan invasion, the Afghanistan invasion, the Iraq invasion kickstarted this process, right? And yes, I can see all of you guys. I know Twitch is dying. I know. I am familiar. I am aware. Twitch is dying. The planet is dying. The American empire is dying. Okay, but we're still here. We're still going through the process. But in any case, as long as you can still hear me and watch me, it's fine. Anyway, it doesn't. I had to type in your URL because I couldn't find your stream. Yeah, I know. Twitch is busted. It's coming back now, it seems. It's coming back alive now, so that's good. I think it's coming back alive. It's just humiliating. It is humiliating. I wish we didn't do this. I wish we were smarter. I wish we had more thoughtful, more considerate people working in think tanks, people that have positions of prominence in the administration that are thinking about the decline of American empire in more holistic terms, and we're actively repositioning the United States of America around the global stage as a player. As a player that no longer has the same capacity it once did to behave in such belligerent ways. But we are not. Everyone is so invested. Everyone is so hyper invested in short-term profits that, of course, this is the type of shit that we can do. This is the only thing we can manage. Mark Ames says, we doubled your health insurance premiums and you can't afford gas and groceries, but we sure did wind up some Canucks, so it's all worth it. It makes no sense. The less military prowess we have, due to the enshittification, born out of our desire to generate super profits in the defense industry, which has created this massive bloat, making the military an unbelievably costly endeavor that does not produce the necessary results that it once used to be able to produce. Instead of learning the right lesson from that, which is maybe we should retreat a little bit, maybe we should reconsider the way we operate, maybe we should no longer be such a belligerent force around the world. Instead of doing all that, we're becoming increasingly aggressive to some of our closest allies, like Canada. It makes no fucking sense. Let's ruin the economy further. Fuck it. Who cares? As long as the Epstein class, as long as Donald Trump's closest friends, confidants, his immediate family members can make a quick buck, who cares if we burn the world to the ground? It genuinely doesn't make any sense. Mortaza Hussein reports the U.S. military is experiencing a beyond critical shortage of advanced missile interceptors in Europe, largely driven by President Donald Trump's war with Iran. A U.S. defense official in Europe and a NATO official told the Associated Press, raising concerns about the vulnerabilities in NATO countries to a potential Russian attack. Now, this is the other side of the story that I find very interesting, very strange. Not only have we given tremendous leverage to Iran, a middle power that now has established primacy over the Strait of Hormuz, which means that they control 20% of the globe's energy supply, no matter what, going forward. And they were able to secure that militarily through American defeat. But in the process of waging war with Iran, we are also giving Russia additional advantages over dominating Eastern European powers, and even threatening with regular frequency Western European countries as well. So not only does Europe, the entirety of the continent, not only has the entire European continent experienced tremendous negative consequences since the end of the Cold War, as it has become further vassalized to American interest, as China has risen as a global manufacturing hub, and the European economy and the European markets have suffered as a consequence of this. Now, on top of that, there is a real military threat coming from both ends. It's such a shitty predicament to be in. If you are a European nation and you have, for your whole lives, for your entire career, if you're a European leader, your entire career is revolved around making sure that you were servile to the interests of, European capital owners who have similar interests to American capital owners, identical ones. And you have constantly vassalized your country to American interests. No sovereignty whatsoever. You have operated as a launching pad for American military ambitions all around the world. You've been stuck between the United States of America and other global powers that are growing. And your economy has suffered as a consequence of that. And now America can't even protect you if your fears of some kind of Russian military invasion, any Russian incursion is realized. And that's partially because America went and waged war in Iran and depleted its munitions stockpiles. So it's no longer just the Oreshnik missiles that you have to worry about, which, as we've seen over and over again, Russia demonstrating its capabilities of striking deep into Western Ukrainian territory near the border of Poland with these hypersonic missiles that are capable of evading NATO defenses, capable of evading NATO's early advanced warning systems. But now you don't even have the regular PAC-3s that you had to defend yourself from medium-range ballistic missiles that Russia could use against your countries. The U.S. defense official said the most concerning shortfall involves Patriot missile interceptors, which can shoot down Russia's high-speed ballistic missiles. The NATO official confirmed the low inventories of Patriots among American and NATO forces in Europe. Both spoke on condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive military matters. In the event of a Russian ballistic missile assault on, for example, a military headquarters or power plant, NATO could be in a similar position to Patriot-starved Ukraine and be forced to take punch after punch in the mouth, the U.S. defense official said. I don't even like the quote-unquote best-case scenario where we institute the Defense Production Act and retool our economy in a way that is centrally planned or as close to central planning as possible to specifically boost defense expenditures, to specifically boost our munitions production capabilities so that we can give the rest of the world and ourselves as many PAC-3 missiles as possible, because that means living in a world that is in constant battle, living under constant threat of ballistic munitions. Who the fuck wants to live in that world? Why would anybody want to live in that world? That's a world that is straight up worse to live in than the peak of the Cold War, where there's like all of this fear about nuclear annihilation, mutually assured destruction. Yeah, the only people that want to live in that world is Enver Hoxha and the Swiss. And Enver Hoxha is dead. The only people who could live in that world potentially are the Albanians and the Swiss. Shout out to the bunkers. And I guess the Iranians and the North Koreans, you know, people who have nations in the periphery that have had to exist under American and Israeli rockets. Just dropping in because I saw the Lake Ontario stuff and I live in Rochester right next to Ontario and I want to express annoyance. Yeah, we're there. But yeah, on the one hand, this stuff is really silly. It's really, really silly. But also on the other hand, it's not just a nuisance because there are economic impacts of this random trade war that we are waging against Canada. Between Canada, Mexico, and China, that is damn near the entirety of American trade. Okay, we're talking about the majority of American trade. China alone is responsible for 30% of it. Donald Trump is talking about secondary sanctions on countries that are conducting regular trade with Iran. There's only a couple countries that are doing that. It's China. Without punishing China, there is no punishing countries that are doing regular trade with Iran. It's not like there is a blossoming international trade design between Iran and like European nations, right? It's China. So you're trying to threaten secondary sanctions on China. It's not going to work. We've done this before a couple months prior, if you recall. We tried to do this and the Chinese foreign ministry said, fuck off. And then on top of that, we're doing this to Canada. The only country that we're, not threatening as much, at least for the time being, is Mexico. And I can't tell if that's because Donald Trump really likes Claudia Sheinbaum or not. I don't even know. None of this makes sense to me. And I don't like that. At least in previous formations, in previous administrations, I could point to something that I didn't like. I could be like, I don't like that Joe Biden is refusing to take advantage of the leverage that Ukraine has to force Russia into a ceasefire negotiation. Like that's something that made sense to me, even if I disagreed with it. Or I could say things like, I like that Joe Biden pulled out of Afghanistan. I do not care how consequential this was. It was the right decision to do. It was a brave decision to do. In this current administration, there's nothing that I can point to and identify a logical through line behind. Nothing at all. What do you say to America's tariffs regime against Canada? What can you say? He already had one tool in his tool belt taken away from him by the Supreme Court, right? Where he can no longer implement tariffs with the same ease that he could, like the Liberation Day tariffs. And now that's become a major payday for American corporations who carried over that cost to the American consumer. Ironically, you experienced inflation. They paid the entry tax. They carried the costs over to you, the consumer. And then on the back end now, they're seizing the additional tariff revenue that the government collected. So it's become a major payday. They get to make money on both ends. So now he has one additional tariff tool in his tool belt, and he's using that, and that's why he's maxing out at 50% tariffs. We're in a precarious spot with debt and bonds. Something has to give, and Trump might be making that decision. I just don't understand. Look, the New York Times did a report on DSA's rise. And they talked about the brief, but albeit tumultuous history of American socialism. And they talked about Eugene Debs, the GOAT, right? The GOAT of American socialism. And a part of that was talking about the Gilded Age and the gross income and wealth disparity that existed. And they pointed to how we currently have a similar setting. I have routinely mentioned that Americans have not suffered to the same degree as they did during the Great Depression. Okay? And that is part of the reason why many Americans in the heartland have not radicalized against capitalism in the way that they did during the Great Depression. Donald Trump is basically accelerating towards that demise. It makes no sense. I cannot comprehend it. I guess the robber barons at the time, in the roaring 20s, genuinely did not foresee consequential changes coming for them. Because and to be fair, they did obviously withstand a lot of the worst impacts. It's the little guy that got shafted in the process, died, or experienced tremendous hardship, food insecurity, and the like. They were able to, they were able to withstand it all fine. They still had tremendous wealth and power consolidation in their hands in the aftermath of the New Deal as well. But it is kind of remarkable. I guess I have to go back to this period and read a little bit more about like what their thinking was, what the Rothschilds were thinking. What were the robber barons thinking at the time? When they saw so much discontent, so much instability. Eugene Debs from Terre Haute? You mean Eugene Debs from Terre Haute, Indiana? Yes, Terre Haute, Indiana, which now is basically one big prison. I guess what I'm trying to say is what's shocking to me is the super wealthy's inability to understand the seismic shifts that they're entertaining here due to their endless greed. Okay? Because that's what's going on right now. I mean, they are picking apart the corpse of America for all that remains. They're basically stealing anything that isn't screwed to the ground at this point. Donald Trump and his closest allies, his associates, are doing this. And I guess there won't be any penalties for it, so they can get away with doing it. They can get away with open graft, open theft, stealing whatever the hell they want to steal. I find it rather odd. Makes a lot more sense when you see all of the greedy, parasitic capital owners sitting at that inauguration celebrating Donald Trump's second term. There's a Andrew Ross Sorkin book, 1929, Inside the Greatest Crash in Wall Street History and How It Shattered a Nation, that you might want to check out on the subject. Okay, that's actually a really good suggestion. Thank you.
We're going to be doing tariffs on their cars that are coming in at a substantial level because we want to make the cars here. We don't want if they can make their own cars if they want, and they can continue to make their cars for Canada, but we don't want them to make cars for the United States of America. It's very simple. Likewise, many other products. So the lake change, Lake of America, was something I've been thinking about for a long time, actually. As you know, we...
By the way, I know this is later in the day and we're going to be talking about it extensively, obviously, but I just realized something. Donald Trump's Lake Ontario renaming the Lake America is the Republican version of what liberals are doing with the condemn Hassan Piker media cycle. Everyone's got their thing. Everyone's got their thing that they're laser focused on that is utterly irrelevant, utterly immaterial, incredibly stupid. And that's what they're invested in, instead of, the imminent demise of American empire, the collapse of the American economy. Everyone loves keys being jingled in front of their eyes like little babies that lack object permanence. It's great. Everyone needs their own personal distraction to keep them occupied. I saw this on Mediaite earlier. CNN anchor presses Democrat rep on refusing questions about Hassan Piker. Why can't I ask you? It's all topsy-turvy. A decade ago, if you were to tell me that random internet content creators would be talking about actual issues that matter, whereas the media will be hyper-focused on random internet content creators and quote-unquote drama, I would laugh at you. I'd be like, what do you mean? CNN is going to be running endless amounts of coverage on some fucking random content creator at a time when, like, America is collapsing in front of our eyes, when there is record high inflation. It's burning the modicum of wage growth that people are experiencing, if at all. If they're fortunate enough to get any wage increases whatsoever. Most of the economy has gigafied. Everyone has to work a second job on Uber or become like a part-time Amazon delivery driver just to make ends meet, just to have a fraction of disposable income. Imagine asking Rush Limbaugh about Rush Limbaugh in 2008. Of course. Except Rush Limbaugh, unlike me, was a party apparatchik. That's it. That's the real reason why Rush Limbaugh or Charlie Kirk has never gotten this level of enmity. I'm not a part of the DNC machine, a part of the party apparatus. So that's why they're treating me like a cancerous growth that must be excised. I mean, I'm not oblivious to this. I've talked about it extensively for years. This was a big part of the contention that I had and expressed over and over again in the early stages of the Joe Rogan of the left discourse, if you remember. And I told you over and over again, an independent media figure on the left is going to at times be antagonistic to the Democratic Party broadly, and therefore it won't work. What they're demanding is not a Joe Rogan of the left. What they want is a Charlie Kirk of the liberal side. And a Charlie Kirk of liberalism is probably not going to be able to make inroads with the regular normies that consume that kind of content.
Took something called the Gulf of Mexico, we changed it, and now it's very routinely the Gulf of America. So if you think about it, we have a Gulf and we have a lake. Now all we need is an ocean. So maybe we'll have to change the name of the Atlantic and or the Pacific. Maybe we'll change them both.
Why are you so focused on doing things like this towards America's allies instead of doing things that target adversaries?
Well. The Canadian officials have treated us very badly. They're nasty people. They charge our farmers 400% tariffs. They've been doing it for a long time. And I had them figured out in my first term, and I did some pretty strong things and had it getting pretty good. And then the election was rigged, and now I'm coming back and doing it the way it, and finishing the job. But they treat us very badly. Canada treats us very badly. I would say that of all countries, as you know, we have President Xi coming in a couple of weeks. We deal with a lot of people. People oftentimes they'll ask me, who's the worst to deal with on trade? And I said, that's easy, Canada. They are the worst to trade, and they feel entitled, and just we can't have that.
Mr. President, Ted Cruz keeps teasing a 2028 presidential run. You've run against him for president. Do you think he could be president? What's your reaction to that?
You say he's going to run? Or?
He's teasing a he's talking about it.
You don't mean 2020, but you mean
2028.
Yeah. I would say that he's very talented. He's a very good friend of mine. I think he might do that, yeah.
Mr. President,
he's a talented guy.
Mr. President, what's your reaction?
What would you say to those who are concerned a trade dispute with Canada could affect American affordability ahead of midterms?
Well, ultimately, it's going to be very good for us because we're losing. When you talk about affordability, we're losing $62 billion a year on average with Canada. And if you really look at it, we're losing more than that. It's too much. It's too much. We can't lose that. We don't want to lose that. We don't want to lose it anymore.
Mr. President, has Putin agreed or committed to not attacking a NATO territory?
I've had good talks with him. He's not going to be attacking a NATO territory.
Mr. President, what's your reaction to the latest on the... Supreme Court earlier this week ruled on...
Dude, we don't even have missiles. We don't have PAC-3s to defend NATO territory. So yeah, no, we've given additional leverage to Vladimir Putin at this point. And if he chooses to threaten, because like this is a thing that he's already been doing. He's already been doing cyber attacks on European NATO partners, European NATO allies. And obviously they do it because they keep saying that, well, you guys are aiding and abetting Ukraine. You're defending Ukraine. You're allowing Ukraine to take advantage of NATO targeting. And you're giving Ukraine the go-ahead to target deep into Russian territory, strike critical energy infrastructure inside of Russia. So we're going to go blow for blow. We're not going to let that, like their attitude is that they're not going to let that happen without penalties. And the less munitions that America has, the less munitions that NATO countries have, the easier it will be for Russia. Oh, shit. Did the whole platform die? Jesus Christ, dude. What the fuck is going on today, man? Twitch. Yes, Twitch is not working at all. If you're in here still, guys, yes, it's not really working. It hasn't been working since this morning because there were too many people on Twitch. I guess, yeah. Goes to show we need more fucking data centers, man. That's right. We need more data centers, man. I need a data center in my backyard right now. I need more data centers. I am hungry for more data. I love data. I love data centers. Why don't we have enough data centers in this goddamn country? I am going to name my firstborn Data Center. I love data centers. Someone says, save a data center, unplug Mitch McConnell. Yes, he is taking up too much power from the energy grid to keep him alive. Reroute that power to a data center. I don't even care if it doesn't have anything to do with Twitch and AWS, okay?
Mail-in ballots, and there are states like North Carolina that have ballots that go out next week. How are states supposed to implement this?
Well, they're able to. North Carolina is great. It's a great place. I won to go 3 times. They do some mail-in ballots, but basically they ruled on the legitimacy and the way we want to make them legitimate. And it was a great ruling for the Republicans.
Why do you keep voting by mail, sir? You say it's a concern.
Deliver a warning to Russia not to attack NATO territory during his...
Well, I don't want to comment on that, but they're not going to attack.
Mr.
President, what's your reaction to the Americans missing in Nepal?
It's terrible. No, and we've called Nepal. And,
terrible.
We've offered any help that they need. You know, we have a very good relationship with Nepal, and that was that was mud and water as a mixture. Nobody's ever seen anything quite like that. We're very powerful, strong, strong, well-built buildings were wiped out like they were toothpicks.
Classic Trump talking about a horrifying natural disaster and failing to deliver the proper, the sufficient amount of grieving. He is just the worst possible guy to talk about anything that is not related to himself.
That's a terrible thing. No, we are sending aid, and we've spoken to the leadership, and we let them know anything.
Nobody's ever seen mud and water working together like this, folks. Going from Biden to this, I mean, Biden was the griever in chief, but like his brain was fucking leaking out of his ears. So it's like we went from one really old guy who was insufficient because his brain capacity had diminished to another really old guy who is also experiencing diminishing brain capacity that also is so narcissistic that he is incapable of demonstrating the sincerity necessary to talk about issues like this. Psychopathic narcissist.
And there were 50, maybe 60 Americans over there. We haven't gotten the full list yet, but hopefully they're okay. But that looks like something that people will not be. Somebody will be lost, unfortunately.
There is reports that Vladimir Putin is meeting with the president of Iran to talk about a nuclear agreement next week. Is there concern in the administration, in the White House, that these countries aren't taking economic D-Day seriously, that they're going to continue doing business with Iran despite the warnings?
Iran is right now, they're not paying their troops. They're in deep trouble. They have very little capacity. Last night we took 24 boats through the strait. We're taking them through all the time. I say it very openly.
By the way, no one knows where these boats are. Okay? Every single institution that tracks marine traffic keeps repeatedly saying that there are not that many ships transiting through the Strait of Hormuz, except for the American administration. They got the boats. They know where they are. We don't know if they're actually transiting. We don't know if they're just like turning off their transponders and transiting. It's just in Trump's mind. Nobody knows how many boats are actually passing through. I don't know. And it's virtually impossible to figure out what the actual number is at this point, unless you just like go there and look, I guess, with your own two eyes. I don't know. Great stuff. This is one of the areas where I do agree with the liberals, where institutions have to remain credible. And unfortunately, with Donald Trump, he is the least credible orator on any event, including shit that pertains to him. He doesn't know what he's saying half the time. He doesn't know what he's going to say next. Doors open.
It doesn't mean we're finished with the military, but the strait is open, as you know. The Strait of Hormuz is open. We have control, and we have the blockade. Iran's not getting anything. Nothing is going through. Not one ship has gotten through.
But will you punish Putin or Russia if they continue
Well,
to do
depends.
business
It depends.
with
So
Iran?
far, I think Russia's behaved quite well having to do with the Strait of Hormuz. And you have to understand, for everything they do, we do also. You know, somebody was saying about China. What about China?
This is Trump defending.
We spy on them too. That's the way it goes.
Why not sanction China?
Come on, we do it too. Why don't they spy a little bit? Let them spy a little bit. Come on. Give them a little taste. Come on. They've given satellite imagery. We give it to Ukraine. They give it to Iran. It's okay. It's only a couple $2 billion worth of radar and early advanced warning systems that have been blown to smithereens. Come on. What do you need that for? What, you're telling me we could have used that for healthcare? What are you, stupid? Nobody wants healthcare. Have you seen Americans? They want Lake America, Hasanabi condemnation. Eat hot chip and lie. That's what Americans want, and we're giving it to them plenty.
Banks, though, who are doing business.
Well, who said I'm not? You said, why not? I mean, who said I'm not? You don't know if I'm doing it. Well, I don't have to announce everything, do I?
Are you speaking to, sir, about what other leaders have you spoken to about this pressure campaign to get them to cut off ties with Iran?
About Iran? There's not a lot to speak to. We don't want to speak to them. We're not looking to meet or anything. The strait is open. We're taking a lot of boats. Millions and millions of barrels of oil are coming out of the strait every day. Other countries recognize that. Every once in a while they shoot some, they put some shots at. We totally cleared the strait we have the best minesweepers in the world, the underwater minesweepers. And we've totally cleared the strait of mines. And we're watching very closely through Space Force, which is one of my many things. But we're watching, we see every inch of the strait. And any boat goes in with a mine, we see it. And we take it out. We've taken out 2 of them.
Mr. President.
Thank you. So I'll be going to Texas, and we're working very hard. We want to win that race. He's running against a man who should never be. We have a very good candidate, Ken Paxton, and he's running against Telefrico, they call him, because he is a little freaky, and that's not a man that represents the value of Texas. So I'm going to help Ken Paxton. And I'm going to spend a lot of time in Texas. I have the all-time highest vote in the history of Texas also. And I'm going to spend some time there. We'll be going tonight. Some of you are going with me. Thank you very much, everybody.
This is a controversial move, but despite all of that outrage from Republicans and ranchers across the country, the president is moving forward with this, suspending tariffs on ground beef imports for about 90 days until after the midterm elections. This is all in an effort to lower prices for the American family. But of course, this set off a firestorm of criticism, especially in the Republican Party. So Senator John Barrasso, the number 2 Republican in the Senate, said Americans want U.S. beef.
I know that they talked about Ken Paxton earlier, but one thing that is on everybody's mind, I hope, is when will James Telefrico condemn Hassan Piker? I feel like his silence on this issue is deafening. I can't tell where he lands on the most important, most consequential thing that's happening in American news right now. That condemnation better be coming soon, James, because otherwise I'm going to spend every waking moment making sure that Ken Paxton wins the election. Honestly, why hasn't Donald Trump condemned Hassan Piker? Is he actually insufficiently pro-Israel? I can't tell. Where does he land on this issue? Dog, there are people in his party that are Hasanabi heads. Wait, no, stop it.
On the table, not foreign imports. Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas called this action ill-advised. Others in very competitive Senate races, like Congresswoman Ashley Henson, say that this is just a flat-out bad idea. Now, notably, the administration is not saying where this beef is coming from.
We got mystery meat. Don't worry about it. It's good. It's really good. Yeah. It's coming from RFK Jr. driving around the country and murdering raccoons and feeding everybody roadkill. That's where it's coming from. Love mystery meat, by the way. Wealthiest nation on earth, by the way. Third world country with a Gucci belt, by the way. What are we doing? Nobody knows where the meat is coming from in 2026 in the United States of America. Good thing we fucking crippled the FDA and the CDC. It's awesome. Hell yeah. It's if only people were saying this is going to be devastating. The regulatory agencies have to remain intact. If only there was a competent party early on that didn't just, roll around and show their belly to the Republicans at the directive of James Carville, and instead talked about the importance of good governance, the importance of these regulatory agencies, talk about how Donald Trump was going to inevitably destroy every aspect of American existence. Oof. Wild horses have been killed. It's wild horse meat. I know. I've heard that is like I've heard that is the new meta, or that's the speculation or whatever. What the hell is this shit? I don't want to fucking subscribe to the Philadelphia Inquirer. Okay, god damn it. All right. Yeah, it's awesome. All our food is poison, dude. It's fucking dope. Fantastic. It's also hilarious that we imported a bunch of beef from Argentina that had to be recalled instantly. So that was also cool. But, you know, somehow Biden has something to do with this. Somehow Obama has something to do with this. It's definitely not the Republicans. It's definitely not Donald Trump, obviously.
The president did not identify any countries in his proclamation, and notably the agriculture secretary, whose job it is to oversee farming and food safety, said that she wasn't privy to that information with.
And Rachel, with the midterms just over 2 months away, a judge has lifted a block on President Trump's executive order on mail-in voting.
Yes, and what this is far from over, but at least for now, a federal judge has cleared the way for the Trump administration to move forward with this restrictive mail-in voting executive order that would require a national registry to have that with eligible voters, and then it would bar the U.S. Postal Service from then delivering mail-in ballots to anyone who is not on that list, but more legal challenges are certainly expected with.
All right, we'll see how it plays out. Rachel, thank you for that.
The desperate search this morning for the thousands.
Yeah, this was devastating, by the way. I've seen some of the videos. I've never seen anything like it. Rescue operations are ongoing in Nepal after massive flood, massive flash floods, massive mudslides. The videos are really rough. There was one video that was kind of interesting. However, there was a guy who was literally shooting himself in a selfie mode instead of running away. He survived, but it was still strange that he took the time out to take a selfie flick.
Still missing after this catastrophic flood struck the Nepal.
Yes, Twitch chat is working here, but Twitch chat is only working here, I think, if you're on Chatterino, maybe.
Tibet border, haunting images of people running for their lives as a deadly torrent of water and earth tears through this valley in a matter of seconds, the roar of debris drowning out the terrified screams. Bridges and entire villages swept away. People in this vehicle trying to outrun the deadly torrent as it closes in. This man, covered in mud, clings to a rescue worker as he's carried to safety. Other survivors forming a human chain. This trapped man waving down a helicopter. He climbs aboard just feet above those stormy waters, carried to safety. Areas where homes and businesses once stood are now buried under mountains of mud and debris. Overnight, more than 160 people were confirmed dead, with at least 1,300 still unaccounted for, including 65 Americans, and that number is expected to rise. 22 of the missing were in a group from Tennessee who were taking part in a spiritual pilgrimage. The group were inside this building when that wall of water and mud slammed into it.
The phones have been, ringing off the hook. I was with one of the families earlier today to support them in any way that we can right now. It's been very shocking to us.
There's an urgent search and rescue operation now underway to find people trapped or swept away. The deadly waves sped down the mountain at more than 40 miles per hour. The energy equivalent to a 5.2 magnitude earthquake. Experts say it was triggered by a massive landslide which hit a glacier and melted tons of ice along the way.
When all this rock comes down, has a lot of energy, it warms up that ice, creates more waters.
Millions travel to the region for its spiritual significance and the chance to hike the breathtaking terrain. Today, that landscape transformed by tragedy. Darren Jacklin is touring Nepal. He was at that now destroyed border crossing just hours before and is thankful to be alive.
I thought to myself, where would I have ran when I was there? What's my exit points? Where would I have ran? And I'm thinking to myself, there's nowhere I could go. There's just mountains all around us, and there's no exit points.
Now, the issue search and rescue crews are having is that wall of water brought in so much mud and debris. It's very difficult for aircraft, for helicopters to get in. But this is clearly an agonizing wait for families who are just desperate for news, guys.
Yeah, and truly stunning images there. James Longman for us. Thank you.
We are in the Dunga village, which is like the epicenter of what has happened out here. We can see the homes and establishments totally destroyed. Some of the homes absolutely smashed up by the waters, the debris, the soil that came with such force out here. We can see the iron within the homes, these structures absolutely mangled. There's a vehicle stuck in one of the homes out there. The silt or the soil and the debris have covered.
This is yet another example of the worst contributors to anthropogenic climate change, or the people that contribute the least to anthropogenic climate change receiving the worst impacts of anthropogenic climate change. Oftentimes, poorer countries obviously don't have the same carbon footprint. They don't have the same output. And yet they're also, because they're poor, suffer the most due to the infrastructure collapse, and they have a much harder time recovering. Did not a dam fail? No, it's not a dam failure. I think it was one of the fixed pieces of like the Arctic cap or something. It was a glacier, right? Not Arctic cap, sorry. Yeah, there was landslide, there was glacier melt, and it was a sequence of compounding disasters.
Almost the first floor of these buildings. Now, this place, almost 75 to 80% of the homes have been destroyed, according to one of the villagers who has a home out here and a shop. He said both of them are absolutely gone. Two of his family members, he said, are buried out there. He can't do anything about it. And all the time we are hearing helicopters fly over us every few minutes, ferrying or rescuing people from further up, taking them to a base camp where they are being treated. If there are serious injuries, they have been moved to Kathmandu and to bigger hospitals. But this place is now absolutely deserted. There's no one staying here. We just did see some earth movers, but at the moment there is also a lot of panic in this place, because we are hearing someone calls out that the waters are rising. People just panic and run. People are very anxious.
What caused the devastating flash flood that hit?
Yeah. A glacier caused a huge water displacement, which released a ton of water, which also happened to destroy a dam further down the valley.
The border of Nepal and the Chinese territory of Tibet on Wednesday. The Nepalese authorities had initially believed it was sparked by an earthquake. But the US Geological Survey has since said that a chunk of ice broke off from a mountain glacier, causing a phenomenon known as an ice avalanche. After falling thousands of feet, the ice is believed to have melted upon impact, picking up mud and debris as it followed the path of the Trishuli River, creating a wave around 8 to 10 meters high in places. The USGS measured a 5.2 magnitude glacier collapse in the area, and its analysis has since shown that no earthquake occurred. Experts say the impact of the water moving at such speed is similar to liquid concrete. It happened so quickly that people in their area had little time to flee.
I was on the terrace and the flood hit the top floor as well. It only subsided after an hour or so. My wife was already buried in the mudslide while we stayed on the terrace for safety. After 4 or 5 hours, I was rescued by a helicopter.
The area is an important economic corridor. Trucks carrying goods pass along roads in the valley, supplying local villages. Climate change is speeding up glacier melt in the region of the Himalayas and causing heavier rainfall, which can trigger flash floods. But scientists say it's too early to definitively say that global warming was the cause of this event.
we're just a couple hours northwest of the capital Kathmandu, and right now I am pretty high up. I'm in a safe location, but just below me is one of the rivers that saw some extreme flooding over 24 hours ago, the Trishuli River. And I don't know if you can see, but just a little far in the distance, there is a suspension bridge that has been partially destroyed. Now, this suspension bridge helped villagers in this remote area go from one part of the country to the other side in this little isolated island area here. But again, because this suspension bridge has been partially damaged, no one's been able to go across and actually ascertain who here on the other side needs rescuing. And this is just, I mean, example after example, just illustrating how bad the damage has been after this severe flooding. We know that more than 200 people were killed. Hundreds more are missing, and right now rescuers are racing to find any survivors who might need any medical assistance. And just again in the distance here, John, a little far from me here, but there is a house right on the riverbank, and I don't know if you can see, again, part of it flooded with mud. And something I also want to point out to you here is, if you can see this riverbank, it is pretty muddy, but this all used to be green agricultural rice fields, but again, completely covered in mud, calcified and hardened mud after we saw the deluge of floodwater come racing down the Himalayan mountains. Now, John, we don't actually know the exact cause of this flooding yet, but we are hearing from scientists that they do believe part of a glacier broke off, and at the same time, a massive landslide.
No shade, but you don't seem to care about those man-made sanctions destroying Iranian lives and killing them. But this natural flood is important to you for some reason. This is just nature. I don't understand. Is worthy of news. Are you fucking insane? Actually, first of all, this is a devastating natural disaster where there's probably going to be thousands, if not tens of thousands of people dead in the process. And secondly, I talk about the Iranian sanctions all the fucking time. I talk about the devastation born about Iranian sanctions and have talked about it for virtually every day for the last year, okay? Are you fucking stupid? Both are important issues, and both are issues that I cover extensively and have covered. Sanctions kill thousands of Iranians too. Hey, dumb fuck. I know. I talk about it all the fucking time. All right, I'm banning this dumbass.
Also occurred, and all that.
I'm probably the worst person to come in and fucking chirp about this to. What the hell? Now I'm getting attacked because I'm not offering enough favorable coverage to like regular Iranian folks. What the fuck?
Mixture of rock and also ice came crashing down the mountain and then caused some of the flooding that we've been seeing. And again, this has been extremely distressing for locals here who have to grapple with this reality, grapple with the fact that so many of their loved ones and their family members could potentially be dead. But also, we do have to note that hundreds of foreigners, tourists who came to Nepal for some hiking trails, for some pilgrimages, are also missing, including some Americans. So as you can imagine, John, this situation is extremely dire. And just before we started speaking, John, I do want to point out we went down this road trying to get to one of the worst affected areas, but we couldn't because there was just so much of the road blocked off with the mud. We couldn't get past the mud, which just goes to show how awful the extent of damage is. And as you can imagine, when you get closer to the heart of this natural disaster, entire villages have been completely swept away. And again, people searching beneath the rubble for their loved ones now. John.
Again, and let me just give you a sense of where Hanako is and what she was talking about. The glacier snapped off right here. It sent that water cascading through these valleys and down the rivers. And she's in an area.
Ashley St. Clair. Oh my God. One of my patients realized I'm a Hasanabi head. Ashley St. Clair. Patience.
Area right about here. And again, along this riverbed, this is what it looked like before. And I can show you what happened after the water swept through. See how much of that area is now just covered in mud. Look at all this area and just remember where all these houses and structures were before. They're just gone now. So Hanako, again, I just gave people a sense from a kind of a bird's eye view of that.
Bro, glacier collapse is quite unprecedented, even in the Himalayas, which is prone to disasters. Last year saw Swiss glaciers collapse in largely unpopulated areas of first in decades. Glacier collapse are happening decades earlier than anticipated. We are going to see massive glacier collapses becoming a pattern now. This type of catastrophe is unprecedented. Yeah, and I'm not exactly certain as to how, even in developed nations, you're going to overcome this kind of natural disaster because it is such a powerful force. Like, the reason why people were suspecting it of being an earthquake, I think, is because of the impact, right? And what do you do in that situation? Like, there's literally nothing you can do. It's just this immense, all-encompassing force. Water at those speeds are like liquid concrete, or it feel like concrete, and it sucks up everything, and it destroys everything in its path. And mud too, yeah. It literally registered as over a 5 on the Richter scale. Even in developed nations, look at Katrina or even what's going on in Gary. I said developed nations. America is not a developed nation. America, especially in areas where black and brown people live, do not have developed nation infrastructure any longer. 100%. Like, we have completely... The wealth disparity of the forgotten people in this country is so immense. Okay? The conditions in Gary, Indiana, or the conditions in Louisiana in some of these neighborhoods during the time of Katrina were outright third world nation style. Fuck it, fourth world nation. These are areas that are left neglected. Holy shit, base statement on you yet? Chris Rabb. This is what the institutionalists are focusing their efforts on now, disavowing Hassan Piker, not white Christian nationalists, not the broligarchs, not the AI overlords. Nope, the guy encouraging young people to get out to use their collective political power for good. Fuck that noise. Hell yeah, Chris Rabb. Coming in. My goat. What is the Chris Rabb gif that's on? Is there a Chris Rabb gif? Where's the Capoeira gif for Chris Rabb? What do you type to get that? The dance fighting one? You know what? Never mind. I'm just going to use the lion. Just type Austinox. I already did DSA lion. He's also well protected too. He doesn't have to worry about it. Like, he's in a deep blue district. He's set. He doesn't have to like worry about the endless barrage of negative coverage. Yeah. Guys, you don't have to show me the GIF over and over again. Chris Rabb, top rope. Best way to deal with this media frenzy, the feeding frenzy in the media. Nonsensical. Anyway, we had a brief moment where Twitch was no longer pooping, but we're back to Twitch pooping once again, it seems.
You are there on the ground talking to us about how difficult it was even to move around. Is there a sense being there of the scope of destruction? Do people even appreciate what happened there?
Yeah, John, I mean, we were speaking to a couple of villagers just a few minutes ago, and they were telling us that they have absolutely no power. They have no way of checking in with their friends, with their family to see if they're alive. And that just goes to show just how difficult it is to know the full extent of damage at the moment. We also spoke to a local mayor of a small town, and he also said that because there's just no connectivity right now, also there's a lack of resources right now. They don't have enough helicopters, they don't have enough people. They have no idea how many people are missing from that town. And this is, again, several dozen kilometers down from the main part of the damage that we've been seeing. So if you can imagine, if you keep going further and further away, where you saw just a massive wall of floodwater crashing through buildings, tearing them apart, literally sending people in midair and submerging them, you can imagine just how much more dangerous, and of course how much more awful the extent of damage is, and how potentially the loss of life that we could be seeing over the next couple of extensively and also massively. And again, John, we do know that some international aid organizations are sending personnel. They're also sending help efforts. But again, it is very difficult to know just how many people have been affected, given how difficult it is to get to these places, to get to these areas, and also to get in contact with people. Absolutely no.
I mean, to be fair to CNN, this is a fucking crisis area. You know what I mean? So they might be having a hard time getting steady connection.
Way of getting in touch with any support.
Right, Hanako Montgomery for us, who is now in Nepal along one of the riverbeds. Again, not far from this riverbed right here, where you can see that was what it looked like before. This is what
it's pretty. Also, it's pretty funny for us to be complaining about CNN not having the best possible internet connection when we're in the United States of America and an Amazon-owned website is incapable of fucking operating normally when there's additional attention on the Grand Theft Auto 6 game release. So, you know, a bit silly for us here being like, wow, CNN, they have no connection in fucking Nepal.
what it looked like after. Hanako, it is so great to have you there.
Yeah, the entire border crossing is gone.
Very,
I saw
very
this.
difficult. We'll let you get.
So this is massive mudslide struck the Gyeorong port on the China-Nepal border, with CCTV footage showing a wall of debris slamming through the crossing in seconds, tossing vehicles and buses. This was devastating. I watched this video. I could not believe it. Nepal reports at least 8 to 16 dead, with hundreds of travelers listed as missing, including 291 foreigners. Roads, power, and communication on the Chinese side were cut. President Xi ordered all-out search efforts. About 430 MW, megawatts of hydropower capacity, roughly 12% of Nepal's total power, was affected. I mean, I feel weird just watching this again and again. It's just because all of those people are dead. It's crazy how large this structure is, though. Like, yeah, this is what it looks like normally. Give you a better understanding of the horrifying scale of the mudslide to completely swallow a building like this. Like, look at the size of this fucking thing, dude. Like, look at how ginormous this is.
欢迎大家来到219国道我们吉隆口岸。今天呢，就由我们一队校尉带大家逛一下吉隆口岸，以及告诉大家 考题说我们车验检查。
Like, to give you a better understanding of the scale of destruction, to help you comprehend how intense Mother Nature can be at times. This entire thing was sucked into the mud. How do you even attempt to stop a natural disaster of the scale? I have no idea. I think we're going to need new tech. I think we're going to need new technology that we previously hadn't thought about. The boulder, oh yeah, this was insane too. Look. Okay, what the fuck is this music? I could never imagine in my life that a flash flood would be this powerful. Look at this fucking boulder, dude. A boulder is easily 8 to 10 meters across that puts its weight around 1,500 to 3,000 metric tons. To move such a massive object, the estimated drag force on that boulder could easily be the order of 5 million to 20 million newtons. For comparison, Falcon Heavy first stage rocket produces a total of 23 million newtons. I mean, I don't know if it's actually a rock or an ice, like a ice formation, but regardless, it's just... We are, in some respects, what we're doing is you know how like the fucking asteroid that hit during the dinosaurs? We're kind of doing that to ourselves slowly but surely all around the planet with anthropogenic climate change. And the more stuff like this happens, our capacity of adaptability is actually working against us. Because we have this endless capacity to adapt to our conditions and to normalize things that are totally abnormal, you know? Horrific cataclysmic events that previously were unfathomable, previously were thought to be like once in a lifetime events, now happen with regular frequency, and then we just kind of look at it and go, it is what it is, you know? It is what it is. It happens. Yeah, a bunch of frogs in a boiling pan. Or is it crabs in a boiling pan? It's frogs, right? A boiling pot. Literally and figuratively.
Get back to reporting and try to move closer to some of the areas where the worst damage is. Sarah?
All right, thank you, John. Rescuers, as you just heard, facing washed out roads, downed communications, making it extremely difficult, as Hanako just reported, to get clear information on what's happening on the ground. Joining me now, Joe English, an emergency communication specialist for UNICEF. UNICEF is in many of these countries, certainly in Nepal. You have people on the ground in Nepal. Have you gotten any word from them? Do you have people in that area, in that region, on the ground there after this catastrophe?
Hi, Sarah. We do indeed. We've got a team on the ground, but not able, as your reporter said, to reach yet the worst affected areas. And even in the areas that we have been able to reach, the communication is limited, power is incredibly limited. And just to sort of put the severity of this into people's minds, in some places, the floodwater rose by 9 meters, almost 30 feet in 30 minutes. A foot a minute. So you can imagine for a child who may be 3 feet or 4 feet tall, in a matter of minutes, the water is already above their heads. And so the severity of this, we know that tens of thousands of children will have been affected. We think that number will probably rise as the situation becomes clearer. And so search and rescue is the immediate priority, but we also need to make sure that we're able to reach communities to prevent the kind of secondary waves of threats to children, whether that's disease, malnutrition, protection risks, which rise in this kind of crisis too.
Just in terms of scale, as we watch
God, the audio levels,
look
man.
at this enormous catastrophe, what is it going to take to try to get help? You concentrate on the well-being of children, to try to get help to the children and the families who need it the most.
It's going to be a monumental challenge. You know, UNICEF has worked in Nepal for more than 60 years now, but Nepal is a country where it can be very difficult to reach communities. It is a country of mountains and valleys. We saw this after the earthquake as well. But we know what to do when we can reach those children, and we have been doing this work for many, many years. It is not a matter of hours and days. It's going to take a long time. And you know, the scale of this crisis as well, it hit at 9 o'clock on a school day morning. And the flat areas close to the river are where, because it's flat, schools are built.
I mean, fuck it. I've seen enough. More data centers, please. That's what I'm thinking.
Health centers are built. So you can just imagine, you know, 9 a.m. children, classrooms. We know that at least 70 schools are close to the riverbanks in these affected areas. Children are just starting their day. And we've heard the reports of children, you know, fleeing to trying to get to higher ground in absolute terror. Children fainting, children collapsing, their teachers sort of trying to direct them to safety. You know, it's going to be a long-term response, but we're there and we're going to provide all the support with government and our partners to children and families who are affected.
Look, it's really stark because you concentrate on children. It's really stark to hear that many of the schools are right in the disaster area, and there are so many children and so many people at this hour, more than 1,300 people that are still missing. And we know authorities are saying somewhere around 270 plus people have already been killed. Can you give us some sense of the region itself, what the major difficulties for children before all this happened? And when we say for children, it really is for families. Before all this happened, what was it like for children there, and how much worse will it be going forward as you try to figure out how to aid them?
Yeah, it's going to be a real challenge in the days ahead. What I would say is that we know that children, not only in Nepal but all around the world, are facing increased risks of severe weather, of crises, of disasters. Now, with this, you know, it's the cause of it in terms of the massive landslide. You know, these are risks which, okay, yes, they can happen anywhere, but we know that they're getting more severe, and the threats to children are only multiplying. And so one of the things that UNICEF does is we work to equip communities and work with children directly on these kind of threats. But with this, you know, from our understanding, many of the monitoring stations upriver were swept away so quickly that they could not get advance warning to the communities who were downstream. So that just shows you the severity and the speed with which this disaster unfolded.
Yeah, it is almost unbelievable to watch this. It takes your breath away. Joe English, thank you for the work that you do. We do appreciate you coming on this morning.
It's just like a perfect disaster. Devastating, dude. Absolutely fucking devastating. All right. Sorry, Kaya is hitting her head on the door to try and open it. Hello. What's going on? What's happening? Hello. Hello, ma'am. Is it perhaps treat time? Would you like a treat? She doesn't trust me anymore. She just looks. Doors open. Doors open. Stop. You're fucking with my dog. What? When I say treat. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at this. She knows. She freaking knows, dude. She knows. This. Oh, no. Treat Lorite just like her dad. Yeah, that was me with Grand Theft Auto earlier today, dude. That was my treat. That was me at Grand Theft Auto 6 release. Is that the hot one chip? Yes, I gave her the spiciest chip on the planet, dude. I'm poisoning my dog. Ugh. Fuck it, new controversy. She ate it so fast. Oh my God. Yes, she's fat. Don't fat shame her. The vet fat shamed her. The vet fat shamed her. Deflection. Okay, well. Sometimes it's just the truth. She's looking at me like, you got more? Like, Dad, you got more? Anyway. Fat with 3 walks a day is impressive. It's because it's a mentality. It's a mindset. One quick GTA tweet. Players may need to learn how to maintain a relationship for GTA 6. Optional romance story between Jason and Lucia, managed by having the two spend time together outside of missions. Ways to strengthen the relationship include going shopping, visiting hair salons, doing robberies together, ignoring text messages from the other may negatively impact your relationship. I mean, it's fine. These guys are going to... Rockstar is going to, by force, teach these fucking chud incels how to behave. I hope they penalize you if you behave like a chud. I can see them immediately trying to mod this out. Have you seen the El Nino estimates? I don't care about gaming. I don't care about you. Okay? Let me talk a little bit about Grand Theft Auto 6 for 5 seconds, dude. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. We have a bunch of antisocial fucking freaks in this goddamn community because of my endless news coverage. It's crazy. Literally sidestepped away for 3.5 seconds. And instantly he's like, dude, what the fuck? Get back to El Nino projections right the fuck now, dude. And then that chatter is sincerely going to be like, oh, I hate you because you fucking don't care about anthropogenic climate change. Know anything about this? I did not know anything about this. Anyway, there is let's do the Democratic divide. There's a lot of Fox News clips.
The top Democrat in the
Let's
House.
let's get to the fuck Hasanabi part.
Criticized by members of his own party tonight over his meeting with the president's son-in-law. Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is being ripped for his weekend session with Special Envoy Jared Kushner. This comes as Democratic infighting over Israel becomes a major campaign flashpoint. Here's senior national correspondent Rich Edson.
A trio of committee promotions hits at a major issue dividing Democrats. House Democrats have elevated 3 pro-Israel lawmakers to senior positions on the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Former Obama Deputy National Security Advisor and notable Israel critic Ben Rhodes says, quote, translation, a giant FU from Democratic leadership to Democratic voters. But voters just backed one of those promoted Democrats, Florida Congressman Jared Moskowitz, who trounced his DSA-endorsed primary opponent by 27 points, leading to more criticism of why some progressives are so focused on Israel.
Why was that worthy of your attack unless you bear a deep animus to strong advocates on behalf of the state of Israel? So, Ben Rhodes is a smart guy, but this is a really dumb move.
Primaries this year are highlighting Democrats' differences on Israel, defunding ICE, and influencers like Hassan Piker. During his primary campaign, now Michigan Senate nominee Abdul El-Sayed spent time with Piker. Others are critical.
I strongly disagree with many of the things that Hassan Piker has said. I don't understand some of the followers.
Establishment Democrats are also on the defensive after House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries met with Jared Kushner. Jeffries says they discussed affordability.
Hakeem, as you know, is getting pummeled.
Dog. Saying that you talked to Jared Kushner about affordability is the funniest lie, by the way. The fuck does Jared Kushner know about the affordability? Is he talking about the affordability of real estate in Riyadh? Like, what do you mean affordability? Fuck you mean affordability, man? Yeah, I had a meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu the other day. And we talked about queer rights in Alabama. You don't understand. He's really invested in that. Also, this guy's mustache is awesome.
For simply sitting down to have a conversation with somebody on the other side of the aisle. If he's going to try to maintain the leadership position of Democrats.
It's like Jared Kushner is a technically private citizen, okay? And the only reason why he has any job in American foreign policy is because he's Donald Trump's son-in-law. What appointment does Jared Kushner have? Other than having sex with Donald Trump's daughter instead of Donald Trump, who also wants to have sex with her.
In the House, he's got a tough road to hoe.
His allies contend Democrats have to be a governing party, especially with a Republican in the White House next Congress. Now, one veteran Democrat suggests the leadership challenge may extend to the Senate.
Everything's on the table. Leadership, agenda, everything must be there so that we, in fact, answer the challenge which the American people right now want us to answer.
If Democrats win a narrow House majority, even a handful of progressive holdouts could have real leverage over what a Jeffries speakership look like if he wins the speakership. Brett?
All right, Rich, thank you.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox.
Welcome back. President Trump and Republicans are zeroing in on Democrats' ties to far-left activist Hassan Piker, who's accused of fomenting anti-Israel hate.
Thank God. Thank God we're still on it. You know what I mean? Yeah, imagine if a bunch of Republicans spent the summer leading up to the 1994 election not talking about healthcare or taxes, but rather putting everyone else in their party on the spot to denounce Rush Limbaugh. By the way, that's awesome. When they say like, oh, he's fomenting anti-Israel hate, like that's valid. You can say that. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with being called someone who's fomenting anti-Israel hate. It's fine. Just don't fucking lie about me being anti-Semitic. Yeah, I hate Israel.
Now, Michigan Senate candidate Abdul Al-Sayed, who's campaigned with Piker, is trying to downplay his influence.
Hasan Piker is a streamer in California. You would think, if you turned on any media, that this whole campaign is about a streamer in California. That's not what this campaign has ever been about.
Let's bring in Fox News contributor Hugh Hewitt, who writes for FoxNews.com today. Hasan Piker's radical rhetoric is becoming Democrats' 2026 brand. Hugh, great to see you. Is Hasan Piker just a streamer?
No, he's not. And it's very difficult for Abdul Al-Sayed to say he's just a streamer when it was, in fact, Hasan Piker who carried Abdul Al-Sayed over the finish line. Remind the audience there were 1.5 million votes cast in the Democratic primary up north in Michigan. Haley Stevens against Abdul Al-Sayed. Abdul Al-Sayed won by 15,000 votes, 1%. He was campaigning in the days and weeks, indeed the night of, at a pool party streaming with Hasan Piker in Michigan. So Abdul Al-Sayed owes his nomination to Hasan Piker. Now he doesn't want him because he's radioactive. In fact, earlier today, John Ossoff denounced Hasan Piker. Yesterday, Cory Booker denounced Hasan Piker. Democrats are lining up to say, Hasan Piker's got nothing to do with me because he's radioactive, but it's too late. This was the summer of the DSA, the Democrat Socialists of America.
By the way, remember when everyone was yelling about me, saying, hey, Democrats, there's going to come a point where you're going to have to defend me and take the L a little bit, even if you despise me? This is what I was talking about. Okay? This is why I was talking about him. There's an easy way to do it, which is to say, I don't care about Hasan Piker. If you want to talk to him, you can talk to him directly. He doesn't speak for me. I don't speak for him. And then there's the hard mode. If you want to actually play like on a little bit more difficult of a level of difficulty, you can be like, we're condemning Hasan Piker. That's fucking ridiculous. You guys never condemned Charlie Kirk. Suck my dick. Imagine demanding everyone condemn Fox News and every Fox News anchor that has said way more heinous things than Hasan Piker has. And then obviously the last level, the most expert New Game Plus difficulty is to identify some choice quotes that they're using, recognize the context of it, and then flip it back and be like, yeah, you guys, broadly speaking, are yelling about this person because you oppose his worldview, and you're using choice quotes and engaging in cancel culture. Adam Carlson is correct. He says, Congresswoman Dingell gets it. Election is 68 days away. Mail-in early voting starts sooner than that. If you're talking more about Hasan Piker, whether pro or anti, than helping Democrats defeat as many Republicans as possible in November, you have completely lost the plot. I like that he had to also say pro Hasan Piker. But unfortunately, Democrats have dug their fucking heels in. 2024 was the first election where the party chose Israel over winning, but 2026 will be the first one where Democratic voters writ large know that that is the choice that the party is making. The results will show this. These guys are absolutely throwing the fucking midterm elections. We have an opportunity to overperform in the midterms if we lean in to the base's desires. And we have a capacity to underperform if we choose to oppose it. Okay? And Democrats, by and large, backed by AIPAC, some backed by J Street, have decided, fuck it. Fuck it. Let's make the conversation about how toxic this dude is. It doesn't matter what you think personally. What matters is what the media narrative is. And the media narrative is already set. The amount of condemnations that you deliver in my direction is not going to salvage anything. Okay? You should just tackle the fucking cynical framing here at its root and be like, why are we talking about this? I know why we're talking about this, because you don't want to talk about Donald Trump, because you can't talk about Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the president. Why are we holding a Twitch streamer to a higher standard than the motherfucking president? Remember, my point is not that I'm this like profoundly popular figure and I have a legion of adoring fans that are just going to get really mad and refuse to participate in electoral democracy or whatever. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is every moment that you talk about me and attack me is a moment where you're basically attacking yourself, because the Republicans are going to turn around and say, this guy's a lifelong Democrat, which is fucking true. They can also point to the numerous instances where you have courted my attention in my community, okay, which is also true. This is no different to the Democrats doing a messaging bill disavowing socialism and communism. And Democrats love those messaging bills. It's very stupid. How many times have I talked about those messaging bills and how stupid those messaging bills are? Because you're basically signing off on your own demise. They are going to call you a socialist regardless. They are going to call you a communist regardless. Just fucking push for decent policy. Have some decency. Have some backbone. When you sign off on a messaging bill that says, oh, we as Democrats disavow communism, disavow socialism, that doesn't cause the Republican Party to go, oh, wow, I guess we were wrong about these folks. No, it causes you to it causes you to look fucking stupid. You know what Republicans do? When you sign off on those messaging bills, they go, look at how dumb these guys are. They're commies and they think they can dupe us into believing that they're not commies. But even they recognize that communism is a danger, which is what they are, communists. That's what you're doing when you go, I disavow Hasan Piker, I disavow Hasan Piker. You're fucking stupid. Republicans, no matter how toxic, repulsive, odious their ideology is, no matter how violent their policy prescriptions are, no matter how disastrous their policy agenda is, will never do this. They will never fucking hit their own media people, because they understand deep down inside that this is an organic development that they've personally funded themselves in most circumstances. I'm doing this for fucking free 99, dipshit. I don't get paid by anybody. I am the one who does the fundraising. I am the one who is spending my own money to fly around the fucking country to activate under 45-year-olds to participate in primaries. And you got a bunch of dipshit Israel First Democrats running around being like, we don't want this. It doesn't matter what you want, dumbass. What matters is what the voters want. What matters is what the masses want. It doesn't fucking matter if you go, oh, I disavow Hasan. Politics and winning is about addition, not subtraction. Shut the fuck up. Okay? Stop hitting your left flank so that you can be a nice little puppy to your fucking big donors. Do your goddamn jobs. Lock the fuck in. Lock in. The base despises Israel. The base despises data centers. The base wants to tax the super wealthy. The base wants healthcare for all. And it's not just the base in the Democratic Party that want these things. There is cross-party endorsements on these policies. Republicans like some of these policies. Independents overwhelmingly like some of these policies. The problem is, Democrats want to run against their left. They don't want to run against the right. They want to be Republicans. It's that simple. And they did this in 2024, and they're doing this once again. And it's unbelievably frustrating. But I'm glad, because I do see a lot of regular folks seeing this reality and going, why are they focusing on this? Are you insane? And many of which are recognizing that the reason why there is this hyper focus is because of Israel. is because of the factional battle taking place within the Democratic Party with those who oppose Israel, those who want to hold Israel accountable for genocide, those who actually want to cut funds to Israel, versus those who want to maintain a pro-Israel stance, even if 90% of the voters do not want that. So they're not mad at me, they're mad at all of us, and perhaps more importantly, they're mad at democracy. That is what they're mad at. That's why I thought the conversation around Democratic Socialists of America winning primaries was so ridiculous, where they would just be like, why are you running in the Democratic Party? Why are the voters voting for DSA candidates then? Why are there more self-identifying Democratic Socialists in the ranks of the Democratic Party? Perhaps it's because for years and years, liberals have skirted by claiming that they were far more quote unquote radical than they actually are. Perhaps that's the reason why so many people have felt duped. Okay? Everybody thinks a Chrysler is a beautiful car until a real Rolls Royce comes in town. Okay? I fucked that quote up. I butchered it, but that's pretty much it. Liberal Democrats have consistently lied. Liberal Democrats have consistently lied about their advocacy on certain issues with no intention of actually following through. Okay? Now the Rolls-Royce Phantom is here. To the Democratic Party's version of the Chrysler 300. Constantly talking about, oh, we'll do a public option maybe one day, probably not, fuck off and die. There is now a real, robust defense for Medicare for all and higher degrees of socialization. The Rolls-Royce Phantom is here, and that is Democratic socialism. So now, a lot of these establishment Democrats, instead of, going back to the drawing board and trying to identify why so many lifelong liberals, so many lifelong blue Democrats, true blue Democrats, those who vote Democrat down ballot for the last multiple decades, why are they excited to vote for these candidates? Why are these candidates winning? They're winning because we and our policies are closer to the desires of the base than your policies are. Because your policies do not revolve around representing the interests of the masses. Your desires revolve around protecting the interest of corporations, their profits. It's that simple. I said this as well. I said in 3 years, we went from do you condemn Hamas to do you condemn Hassan, and Israel is still a belligerent entity that is causing destruction, goading Trump into war with Iran, and prominent Dems are focusing on a critic of Trump and Israel instead of Trump and Israel itself. Fools. And that is precisely what is going on. Okay? There are 35 House members and 6 senators who called on Marco Rubio and the Trump administration to free 20-year-old Sama Safi from Israeli detention. Rashida Tlaib led 40 members of Congress, including 6 senators, demanding Marco Rubio free 20-year-old American Sama Safi from Israeli detention. Doctors warn that Israel's detention is putting Sama at risk of progressive tissue injury and irreversible organ damage. Okay? Shout out to Chris Van Hollen, by the way, leading the charge on the Senate side. It was, much respect. And while that's happening, there are more Democrats, more establishment Democrats that have condemned me than have demanded that the Trump administration release an American citizen in Israeli prison. While many rush to condemn Hassan Piker for something he never said, Chris Van Hollen is the only 2028 contender in the Senate calling for Trump to free a 20-year-old American from Israeli detention. No Gallego, no Booker, no Kelly, no Murphy, no Ossoff, no Slotkin, no Warnock. And what they're mad about is this. Progressive Democrats are way more popular than establishment Democrats. Net favorability among Democrats for Mamdani is plus 54. For AOC is plus 47. Net favorability among Democrats for the two leaders of the party is plus 27 for Hakeem Jeffries and plus 10 for Schumer. This is not across the board. This is for the Democrats only. That means Democratic voters love Mamdani and AOC far more than they do Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer. Perhaps there's a reason for it. How the fuck are Jeffries and Schumer that high? Because this is Democrats, man. What are you talking about? Someone's got to vote for them. The fuck? These are Democratic voters, chatter, that are being polled. This isn't across the board. Their approvals are underwater for all voters, but for Democrats, of course, they have to be above water. What are you, crazy? The only one that's underwater for Democrats is probably Fetterman.
It's ending with a focus on Hassan Piker, and Hassan Piker is bringing down everyone in the Democratic Party, most especially Abdul El-Sayed. I don't know what his internals are. I haven't seen them, but the efforts he's gone to put distance between himself and Piker, enormous efforts, and it's not going to work.
Is it really all that enormous, though? I mean, the statement after the most recent episode with Hassan Piker didn't even mention Hassan Piker's name. You would think that if Abdul El-Sayed wanted to really put distance between himself and this Twitch streamer, he would call him out by name. He would, name and shame the actions that he finds reprehensible. And we have not seen that. Meantime, it's having an impact on Jewish people. You have in Michigan the Attorney General talking about potentially leaving the Democratic Party because of the incoming that she is feeling. Listen to this.
I have people saying, you are not going to tell us what you deem to be anti-Semitic. We'll decide what's anti-Semitic. That's not up for you, the Jewish population, to decide. And I find that to be very off-putting and offensive. I was Jewish before I was ever a member of the Democratic Party. And if I have to, I'll be Jewish afterwards, too.
It seems like we're hearing more and more of that lately, Hugh.
We are. We heard it from John Ossoff. We heard it from Cory Booker. We heard it from the Attorney General. We hear it from Congress people. Here's the basic problem. When you invite someone to move in with you, if you're going to lease a 2-bedroom apartment in a small building, your roommate is your roommate is your roommate. And that roommate affects not only you, if they happen to be a psycho or they happen to be outside the bounds of what people consider to be ordinary habits of living, they are stuck with you for as long as the lease runs. Moreover, they pollute the entire building. Hassan Piker is that guy, that terrible roommate, that radioactive presence in your life. And Abdul El-Sayed wants to cut him off. There's only really one way to do, which is to evict him. And that's very difficult to do when he got you there, when he found the apartment, when he put the deposit down, when he paid the security deposit.
They're literally like, Abdul El-Sayed has to assassinate Hassan on stage. Abdul El-Sayed has to bring Hassan Piker to Michigan so we can kill him on stage. And only then will we find his loyalty to us, people who will never vote for him, people who despise him and his worldview, sufficient. It's so funny because they get ahead of themselves. They're not even like offering a lifeline here to Abdul. They're not even saying, oh, if you do this, we'll like let you go. Yes, they keep presenting me as playing a formative role in his victory so they can do two things. One, say it doesn't matter, his imprint is all over this campaign, even if you disavow him. And also to present him as disloyal and weak if he disavows. But what's really funny about it is that they're not even dangling some kind of we'll let it go if you actually disavow this person lie. Even they're not even doing the appropriate thing, which would be to lie, right? To be like, oh, we'll stop condemning you if you disavow Hassan. They're not even doing that. They're like, come on, go ahead, disavow him so I can fucking call you a pussy. Over and over again. They're like, yeah, go ahead, disavow him so we can make fun of you even further. There's no way, even if you disavow him, it's over for you. They keep saying it's too late. That's unironically what this Twitter lib said. This is so weak, honestly. Until he starts executing streamers on stage at his rallies and promising to put Jeff Bezos in prison, this means nothing. I love when, like, liberals who say stuff like the trans panic in the United States of America is born out of Chinese intervention will then turn around and be like, look, I'm so edgy. I'm so edgy and based, guys. I hate streamers. I want them assassinated. It's like, okay, yeah, everybody fucking hates streamers. I hate streamers. You're right. You're so based, Stacey K. Comic, by the way. No, it's not a real death threat.
Hasan Piker is Abdul Sayed. Mike Rogers calls him their running mates, and Mike Rogers is right in Michigan. But Piker is also a running mate for every Democrat who's gotten close to the DSA, who's DSA adjacent. I look at Troy Jackson in Maine running against Susan Collins. That's a Hasan Piker rake. I look at Chris Pappas running in New Hampshire. He's got a Hasan Piker problem. I look at Tallarico in Texas, Peggy Flanagan in Minnesota. They all have Hasan Piker problems. And the only way you get out of that, and I don't even know if it works, is to go in front of the cameras, look it straight in the camera and say, I denounce Hasan Piker. He is a radical anti-Semite, addicted to violent rhetoric of the sort that is destroying the United States. I made a mistake having anything to do with him. I was fooled. I am bad. I'm done. That's how you get it done.
Hugh Hewitt, there's a lot more to talk about. We're out of time. We'll have to do it again soon. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
If Jews in America keep putting this idea out there that they are singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action, not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews.
His response was pathetic. Bottom line is he did not condemn Piker. He didn't even mention Piker. He didn't condemn what Piker said. He didn't say, I'll never campaign with this guy again. He campaigned the last night of his primary. This isn't such some random guy for him. And frankly, he should not only condemn him, but no.
Yeah, Josh Gottheimer, is there any clearer indication of someone's loyalty lying with Israel over his own party? Over the American population in general? I'm sorry, dude. What fucking disagreements do you have with Abdul El-Sayed beyond the fact that he's anti-Israel? I guess, like, I don't know, maybe healthcare, stuff like that. But this is your moment to shut the fuck up. Okay? This is your moment to shut the fuck up. If you don't like it, you just shut the fuck up. This is the Democratic Senate majority. And you're going on Fox News to dunk on, you're going on Fox News to yell about the Democratic candidate? Imagine the shitstorm. Imagine if I went on fucking Fox News. I went on Fox News and I was like, I hate Kamala Harris. She deserves to lose. Donald Trump is better than Kamala Harris. Can you fucking imagine? All of those vote blue no matter whoers who constantly chirp at us are awfully quiet about this disloyalty. Running to the enemy, running into the hands of the enemy, and trying to nuke the party's chances of a Senate majority in a historic midterms election is multiple bridges too far.
No Democratic members should allow Piker anywhere near them on the campaign trail. They should know nothing to do with this guy. Every member of Congress should come out and say, Hasan Piker, you're not welcome here. He didn't just call Jews pig dogs. This is a guy who said 9/11 was America's fault. He has...
Yeah, by the way, the pig dog one is so funny. That's how you know someone has got the ADL talking points. Pig dogs is not an anti-Semitic slur. Okay? That was made up. That was absolutely made up. You want to know how I know that that was made up? Because the ADL glossary did not feature it for years and years until after those clips started circulating. Shouts out to the Sex Pestiny cult. And they falsely claimed that it was actually an anti-Semitic slur. It is a totally made up thing. You want to know why I know that? Because Puss in Boots in fucking Shrek talks about pig dogs. Says, down with the capitalist pig dogs. In Shrek. That was in Shrek 2. You think they were, you think there's a heinous anti-Semitic slur in fucking Shrek 2? It's in Monty Python as well. It's just bullshit. It goes to show you the lengths that some of these motherfuckers go to do this thing, though. To like, to circulate certain narratives like, oh, this guy is... I'm so invested in claiming that Hassan Piker is an anti-Semite that I'm willing to go to the lengths of Shrek 2 is Hamas.
Praise Mao Zedong and Lenin.
Look, I'm going to say this to you. I'm tired of people trying to drag me into it. I strongly disagree
I'd be condemning my barber before anything else if I were him, to be honest. That's funny.
with many of the things that Hassan Piker has said, from Israel to, quite frankly, if you're a woman who has fought against sexual violence and domestic violence her whole life,
this shit was crazy
what
from
he has
Debbie
said
Dingle.
about rape, etc., is simply inexcusable.
We begin with this major controversy, splitting and fracturing the Democrat Party ahead of the midterms.
Like, this isn't even real, by the way. This isn't even real. There is no real split in the base. It's like when the media fucking claims that there's a real divisive issue with Israel. It's not divisive. Most of the base doesn't give a fuck about me. And they certainly don't care that I'm like activating and priming under 45-year-olds to go and fucking vote. They don't give a shit. They care about healthcare. They care about the cost of living. They care about gas prices going up because of Trump's war in Iran. They don't give a fuck about a random Twitch streamer, no matter how much you chirp. This is straight up a concocted controversy that no one gives a fuck about. It's a establishment circle jerk. That's all this is. You understand that, right? It's an establishment circle jerk. This is just for the donors. A bunch of establishment Democrats are trying to tell the donors, signal to the donors, we hear you. Please don't stop giving us money. We are doing it. We're doing the sufficient condemnations, 10 condemnations for Hassan. Is that what you care about? I will do it, sir. I will do it. No normal human being gives a fuck about it. And not only do normal human beings not give a fuck about it, you're probably generating a lot of fucking apathy and a lot of enmity towards you. Towards yourself. You're making regular, I'm willing to bet, you are making regular Democrats, with the exception of people on Twitter, the only place where centrism thrives for some weird reason. Regular Democrats in the real world, they see this fucking constant media madness and they go, what the fuck are you doing? I don't care about this. And now I'm angry that you're constantly trying to get me to care about this. It's catnip for a hyper online type of person. And unfortunately for all of us, everyone in the fucking Beltway are the last remaining defenders of liberalism. They're the last remaining people on Twitter. Do you understand? It's for the establishment. It's for the donors, by the establishment, for other figures in the establishment. It's for nobody else. No one else gives a shit. Average voters don't give a shit about this. Average voters don't give a shit about this stuff. And not only do they not care, but the more you push over and over again, the more angry they probably get towards corporate media for wasting their goddamn times with this nonsensical story over and over again. And also they get mad at the establishment Democrats for actively condemning their left flank. Adam Johnson says, wonder what it does to the Dem base and younger voters to watch prominent Democrats shamelessly and obviously lie all the time in the grimiest manner possible in service of what 77% of Dem voters see as a genocide. Probably really motivates them in the lead up to the midterms. Here is Jake Auchincloss saying, I rejected his rhetoric before his recent call to violence and against an American Jew, which is a lie, by the way. Again, just an outright lie. Everyone is just fucking lying. It's crazy. I did a call to violence against an American Jew. What the fuck are you talking about? APAC tweet, someone post your gift. It's so stupid. We are now in this unique predicament where like actual anti-Semitism doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is criticisms of Israel. Okay. Straight up. We're there now. There are a million real fucking anti-Semites out there. Ain't nobody's talking about them. There are anti-Semites that are groypers that are working within the ranks of the Republican Party right now. They're staffers. They're all up and down Washington, D.C. No one seems to give a fuck. Elon Musk is a straight up neo-Nazi. Double Sig Heil, by the way, during the inauguration, by the way. No one seems to give a shit about real anti-Semitism. The highest stage of anti-Semitism is being against Israel. It is insane. It is complete fucking insanity, dude. That is where we're at.
What's your message to those within your party who are campaigning, fundraising, and appearing with Hasan Piker?
I reject Hasan Piker's ideology, whether it was seeming to celebrate or at least excuse 9/11, whether it is seeming to excuse the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which I condemned immediately. The Democrat
Who fucking asked? Fox News did. To
Party
be fair,
does not stand for what Hasan Piker stands for.
Yeah, another APAC Democrat. Boom. Story topic mentions are one way of analyzing media priorities, but a more useful metric is the issues our politicians are grilled on and the issues they are never grilled on. There's basically only 3 topics they're consistently asked, 3-4 follow-ups on, and Israel is one of them. Yeah. CNN anchor presses rep on refusing to answer questions about Hasan Piker. Why can't I ask you? Go ahead. Keep fucking yelling about this. The more you yell, the more people get mad. The more you yell, the more average people are going to be like, I don't care about this. Why are you constantly covering this? Gary, Indiana has been devoid of power for now 15 days or 16 days. Donald Trump is doing another tariff war against one of our most important economic trade partners, Canada. He's waging war in Iran. Our munition stockpile is depleted. Our troops are trying to fucking kill themselves on top of USS Lincoln. Everyone's had enough. He's canceling visas. He's trying to molest the electoral process once again with this new Supreme Court decision with mail-in ballots. And you guys can't shut the fuck up about this random Twitch streamer who doesn't fuck with Israel. Well, guess what? We don't fuck with Israel either is probably what people are thinking. Oh, how could I forget? How could I forget? Our food is poison. It's getting to a point where you got about a 50-50 chance that a chicken nugget you have is going to cause your ass to blast off like a fucking Elon Musk rocket ship. We got diarrhea lettuce. We got mystery meat. We're reducing tariffs on meat that we're getting from Argentina that we have to recall instantly. And you're over here fucking constantly talking about Hasan Piker. I'm sorry, dude. People don't fuck with Israel. I'm not the reason for it, okay? I'm not. people do not fuck with Israel any longer, and they are not going to start fucking with Israel if you keep yelling about a fucking Twitch streamer. That's not going to turn this around. No one is going to be like, oh, wow, this prominent critic of Israel is a bad guy. Well, I guess I like genocide now. Well, $10 more billion to Israel, please. Like, is that what people think is going to happen? They're just going to be like, well, if we ask the sufficient number of questions about Hasan Piker being a fucking bad guy, then people will eventually turn it around and say, you know what? Write off another $10 billion to Israel. Please, please give another $10 billion to Israel.
You're certainly in the epicenter of a whole bunch of hot button issues right now, both internationally, domestically, politically, right, with the Senate campaign happening in your state. And you at a rally, again.
I love that he sincerely said, you got a million different controversies swirling around, but can we talk about the thing that matters? Hasan Piker.
You don't like to hide, I think, your emotions here. You at a rally were talking about what you don't want to talk about. Let's listen.
I'm done. This election is about what's going to happen when we elect Abdul to the United States Senate. I am done. So don't any reporter ask me again about Hasan Piker. It's not what November is about.
So I'm a reporter. Why can't I ask you about Hasan Piker when he has campaigned with...
Fuck! Brother, what are you saying? Do you hear yourself? This is a perfect clip. He started off talking about, Debbie Dingle. There's a lot of things going on in the world right now. You found yourself at the heart of many different issues internationally. But what about Hasan Piker? Why can't I ask you about Hasan Piker? I'm a journalist. How dare you? Why can't I? Don't you know? It's the GOP's midterm strategy, and I am a loyal servant of the Ellison family because CNN is being sold to the Ellisons, and I want to make sure that my job is not threatened. Come on, Debbie. The boss call was made. You know how these things go. Do your fucking job. Yeah, don't talk about the slaughter. Don't talk about the occupation. Don't talk about the pogroms. Don't talk about AIPAC. Don't talk about the anti-BDS laws. Don't talk about Palantir or Oracle. Don't talk about Blacklist or ICE. Just keep making a boogeyman of Hasan Piker.
Senate candidate Abdul Sayed.
Look, I'll tell you what I'm tired of. I'm really worried about health care. I'm worried about reversing the SNAP cuts. I'm worried about hunger. I'm worried about affordability of groceries and gasoline and housing and a broken healthcare system. And quite frankly, everywhere I've gone for the last 10 days, someone...
And you know who doesn't care about that? Hasan Piker. Because the only way to figure out if Hasan Piker cares about those things is if he condemns himself. And so far, I haven't heard him condemn himself. So obviously, it means he hates those things. Just making sure everyone's aware of where we're at here.
Throws a camera in my face or a phone in my face and ask me questions. I don't agree with them. I've made it very clear. And not only do I agree Israel's got a right to exist, but as I got more into him, looking at things he said, there are a lot of things that deeply disturb me, but he's not on the ballot. And I think people are trying to distract about what's at stake and what happens and what the consequences are after November. And we have a lot of other candidates in Michigan who are running in very competitive seats. People need to be able to talk about the issues that are at stake in November. And a streamer who I don't understand why he's got so many followers is not on the ballot, is not what is at stake. The person that we elect and what they're going to do in the Congress and whether they're going to rubber stamp what comes out of the White House or reverse the health care cuts that have cost millions of Americans their health insurance is what matters to me.
Congresswoman Debbie Dingell, like I said, in the middle of a lot of different things right now. We always appreciate you coming on. And no swear words this morning. Yep.
Congressman Debbie Dingell, you're in the midst of a lot of different issues, but we really appreciate you coming on and still taking the time out to talk about Hasan Piker, which is our favorite subject matter to discuss. Thank you so much. Was that the only question? It kind of feels like it. I don't know. By the way, the most honest thing that Debbie Dingell said so far in this process is, I don't understand why he has so many followers. And it's crazy because Debbie Dingell is actually much better at this stuff. I've talked about her for years. If you recall, she was the one who issued the early warning signs of Hillary Clinton's demise in Michigan. She did it again in 2024. Okay? So she's got her ear to the ground. She has really good instincts. So it's a little bit confusing to me that she still can't comprehend where my popularity comes from. And that's what's really interesting about this process. You glaze her too much just for being smart? No, I mean, it's actually a little bit shocking. It's actually a little bit confusing. It's a little bit shocking. It's a little bit confusing. I don't know if she's just saying that to be like, oh, I don't get it either or whatever. Or if she truly doesn't understand, and that's because she's, I guess, maybe a little bit out of touch. It's the issues, Debbie. It's because most people can see through the fucking noise. That's it. Dingell has respect for the regular Michigan Dem voters who spend their weekends and evenings this time of year making phone calls, manning booths, knocking doors, the ones who play the APAC game. And sure, let's name them: Skolton, Slotkin, Nessel, just spit in their faces. Yeah. Good example of the contrast and message between established Democrats who see their interest in winning a race, having a Senate majority, and the ones who see their interest as losing the race in order to advance their own factional agenda. She thinks you're attractive. Take the compliment, Unc. I think it's a backhanded compliment, but it doesn't matter. But yeah, this is a good take. This moment is not about one person or party. This moment is about deciding what country we will pass down to future generations. I'm fighting for an affordable America where working families don't have to choose between paying for healthcare, housing, gas, or groceries. Yeah, it's really fucked up. No, someone immediately goes, Debbie throwing a tantrum because don't hold me accountable for my actions. And the actions are literally a person sincerely responding to this congresswoman going, yeah, actually, fuck healthcare, fuck affordability. Why aren't you talking about Hasan Piker? Anyway, if nobody got me, Jessica Tarkov, Escape from Tarkov, got me.
We are now on day 1,000,000, it feels like, of the Hasan Piker coverage. It is exhausting. It is difficult. I understand what Debbie Dingell is saying, that Republicans want to use this to divide us, but there are really two schools of thought that I think are important here. We are talking about him too much. He is a Twitch streamer. He sits in front of a computer for 10 to 12 hours a day and live streams all of his thoughts. We are also selectively picking what parts of the streams we talk about. Majority of what Hasan Piker talks about are things like universal health care and housing. And yeah, there's some stuff, the Marxism, that China's so great. I don't agree with an ounce of that, but people are hearing in these conversations things that resonate with them about their quality of life, and that maybe there might be some solution that the government can provide to make our lives better. Just turn away from Hasan Piker. We don't talk about it anymore. It's not going to work. He was just named the #3 most influential streamer by Rolling Stone, up 5 positions from last year. A lot of young people like Hasan Piker. They believe in some of what he's saying, maybe some of it, all of it. You can't You can't just turn your back on it and say, I'm not going to talk about this anymore. You have to find a way to have a nuanced discussion. And Hasan Piker also needs to be nuanced about it, like he has been about Angie Nixon, who said, I don't know who he is, not out here about campaigning with him. And he said, you do whatever you've got to do to win your race. Everybody has to be working towards the same goal.
Jesse, in what Jessica...
Holy shit. That was brilliant. And also, not only that, but also she seems genuinely fed up. That is fucking crazy. She seems legitimately fed up. She's like, no, enough. I think every Democrat that wants to win elections should it gets better than this, should just use this as the talking point.
I just got to say, though, the comparisons of Hasan Piker or El Sayed by extension to a grand wizard of the KKK is... I feel out of body hearing something like that. And I don't know. The guy has been streaming for 20,000. Really?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I think David Duke would have the same philosophy on October 7th that Piker does.
Okay. I'm not going to sit here and explain every single comment. Some of them I just think are as offensive as you heard them. Other things like what he was saying about America deserving 9/11 and talking about our foreign policy that led to it, or what he was saying about what happened on October 7th and the fact that he doesn't think that it justifies the reaction that Israel had against the Palestinians is what he was talking about. He did say that there was violence on October 7th and rapes, and that you can't justify something like that, but that the response was disproportionate. I have never said that I think that Israel is committing a genocide in Palestine. I don't think that. I will not change my...
I cannot believe how fucking low the bar is for... I just realized this is like refreshing. This is a person who doesn't agree with me. Okay? This is a person who doesn't agree with me, but at least is like just being honest. That's where the fucking bar is. That's all I expect. That's all we expect. In the past 4 hours, I've seen 3 segments dedicated to Hasan Piker on Fox. Wow. It's crazy that someone has the decency to describe my actual positions, even if they disagree with them, rather than do the fucking clip show.
Mind on it. But a comparison to David Duke is beyond the pale.
Third clip. Hasan Piker is the Democrat base.
Candidate, but he's obviously out here and matters.
Found out that this guy talks about health care for 12 straight hours. He must...
I do, actually. I do talk about it quite a bit, as a matter of fact. Obviously, you're not going to see the clips on that because that stuff is fucking boring for you guys. Yeah, we do. We talk about healthcare. We talk about affordability. We talk about Donald Trump's spectacular failures. We do. All the fucking time.
Be a genius because, wow. I don't really know anything about the guy, but I know this. Hasan Piker is the Democrat base. That's why they can't distance themselves from him. Hasan Piker's a socialist. A majority of Democrats love socialism. Yep. Hasan Piker is anti-Israel. 80% of Democrats have an unfavorable opinion.
Okay, he's not wrong about this, though. Like, I mean, this part he's cooking. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Jesse Waters is actually kind of right. He's not wrong. Yes. My positions broadly are infinitely closer to the base of the Democratic Party and also have cross-party appeal than the establishment Democrats who are against Medicare for all and want to continue offering unlimited fealty to the state of Israel. So yes, and it's not just the base of the Democratic Party. Okay, it's not just the base of the Democratic Party. These are independents as well. Same with data centers. Same with fucking data centers. What happened? Did Abdul convert this man? What is going on? He's preaching the fucking gospel. He's honoring the name. He's carrying the flame, dude.
Opinion of Israel. Hasan Piker's anti-American. A smidge of Democrats.
Yeah, you are being used as a stand-in for the base. Exactly. 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 I am being used as a fucking stand-in for the base. It's true. And Democrats are doing that as well.
Democrats are proud of this country. Most Democrats don't think America is a moral force of good in the world. Hasan Piker thinks the country's racist.
Dog. Donald Trump is the current president of the United States of America. Why do you think more Americans now than ever before feel as though we are an abomination? Like, we can talk about past mistakes, but I think in this current iteration of America, the entity, there's a good reason for why a lot of people are frustrated with what we're fucking doing. Donald Trump just signed an executive order changing the fucking lake to Lake America. We're waging trade war with Canada out of nowhere for no reason. Hello? Yeah, even Canada hates us. Fucking Canada. They are incapable of hating anything. And they hate us now. They're basically America with a funny accent. And then French version of America. And now they fucking hate us.
%90 of Democrats agree. Hasan Piker wants to abolish ICE, the border, billionaires. So do Democrats. Where is the difference, Jessica? This guy is a Muslim who grew up in Turkey. Okay.
Yeah, I don't get it. Are you anti-Semitic or woke? Yeah, I go in between. Like, this is the same panel where they sincerely said, I'm David Duke. And now they're saying, I'm actually reverse David Duke, bizarro David Duke, as in hyper woke. I'm the Grand Wizard of wokeness now. First, I was the Grand Wizard of the KKK. Now I'm the Grand Wizard of woke. The caliphate, the woke caliphate. I am going to implement woke Sharia by force.
Okay, and he came here, and now he's a bit. That's the American dream if you're a Democrat. That is a great story. It's just like, this guy might as well be Paul Revere. I don't know. He's basically, from what I understand, a third worldist, an anti-colonialist who wants to take the American capitalist empire down from within. I mean, again, how is that different than most Democrats?
Yeah, that's why I want healthcare for Americans. You know what I mean? Yeah. I want it by force. By force. I want to force every American to have a primary care physician that they can go to free of charge, you know? Whenever they need to. That's how I'm going to destroy the America empire, dumbass. Meanwhile, have your numbers gone up since they don't stop talking about you 24/7 for advertising? No, it hasn't. Okay. You want to know why? Because 75-year-olds don't fucking watch Twitch. They watch television. Why the fuck would my numbers go up? It's not because people are like, oh, let me see, let me check in, let me find out what this guy's about. They just have no way of finding out about this because I'm on fucking Twitch. Normies do not care about this shit. And most of the people who watch are already over the age of 75.
They're anti-capitalist. They want to cut America down to size. Yes, you do. You destabilize the country on purpose by bringing in a third world invasion.
We're back to the great replacement theory.
Your two most popular people in the Democratic Party, AOC and Mondani, are boys with Piker. They collaborate with the guy. They're friends. They're not disavowed. Bernie Sanders, your new kingmaker, loves Piker. He said if he had to choose between Piker and Carville, he said, I'm with Piker. So, Jessica, this is not a problem for you. This is you. You can't distance yourself from him. He is a Democrat.
It's more insane that they arrived at this scripted outrage by highlighting you, echoing something countless historians and academics have said. Yeah. Thousands, probably tens of thousands of Jewish intellectuals have made the same observation as Piker, so trying to hang this one on his neck is not going to work. Yeah. I think if they were smart, they would have gotten more mad about me saying Israel is turning into Jewish ISIS. Okay? Like, they didn't even get mad at that. They got mad at the other side of the argument, which is Israel is making Jews less safe. Like, at least that one is enough for boomers to lose their shit over. Like, how dare you say that? Which, again, I stand by that, and I will literally openly double down, triple down on that statement over and over again. That's fine. It's another one of those moments where, like, when you think about it a little bit, you go, wait a minute, that's kind of true. Nick Fuentes says the quiet part out loud. Yeah, I've been saying this for years about Nick Fuentes. They want a free America from Israel because they think that Trump wants to make us more like Israel. In some ways, that's not a bad thing. Yes, Nick Fuentes is a neo-Nazi. Of course he wants America to be like Israel for white nationalists. What the fuck do we think white nationalism is? Israel operates with Jewish supremacist nationalism. Nick Fuentes wants America to be white nationalist, a white supremacist white nationalist country. Yes. Why do they think you're a third worldist? Because they don't know what words mean. Yeah, this is word for word the J.D. Vance 2028 campaign message. People who blame the Epstein class for all the division between Americans conveniently ignore that ordinary leftists gleefully supported BLM, political correctness, trans kids, mass migration, COVID lockdowns, and mass mandates. We haven't forgotten they're still the enemy. Yeah, he's really mad that I've taken the spotlight from him as the top anti-Semite in the country, by the way. Unironically, I saw Asmongold and Nick Fuentes reacting glee that all these fucking idiotic establishment Democrats were like condemning me as though that's going to fucking do anything. Here's the difference between me and Nick Fuentes. Okay? I'm not a fucking anti-Semite. And therefore, when people actually scratch the surface of this crazy hysteria, they very quickly realize that I'm not an actual anti-Semite. And therefore, instead of going, oh, this guy's an anti-Semite, oh, fuck him, let's deplatform him, they say, wait a minute, why are they fucking calling him an anti-Semite? He's not an anti-Semite at all. You can disagree with my assessment on Israel all day, every day. I welcome it. We can have a nuanced conversation, a nuanced discussion on Zionism, okay? We can have a discussion on American foreign policy. But no one wants to do that because it's a losing argument. It is a losing argument for those who are on the side of defending Israel. Okay? It's that simple. And that's the reason why the only way that this discourse carries water is if you just say every critic of Israel, every prominent critic of Israel is actually a vicious, rapacious anti-Semite. But because those who have tried to defend Israel throughout the last 3 years of genocide have hit that button so much that it no longer works. It doesn't work anymore. And there are dangerous consequences of this button not working anymore because a lot of people then think, oh, well, they call Hassan Piker an anti-Semite and he clearly isn't. Well, guess what? They call Candace Owens an anti-Semite and maybe she isn't either. Well, she is. But guess what? She's on a dual condemnation bill with me. And if people see me actually combating anti-Semitism and hear the same individuals calling me out for being an anti-Semite, for criticizing Israel, then they're going to say, oh, you're just saying that about Candace Owens because she's critical of Israel as well. That's it. Same with Nick Fuentes. The enmity that people feel towards Israel and the pervasive and sophisticated influence peddling operation of Israel have caused people to lean into the side of Nick Fuentes, to look to Nick Fuentes for answers. People go to him and go, wait a minute. He's been talking about the organized Jewry for the longest time. Maybe he's on to something. So when you actually tie people like myself, who are anti-Zionist because we are anti-fascist, because we are anti-imperialist, to the likes of people who present themselves as anti-Zionist exclusively to peddle anti-Semitic propaganda, you don't end up making us look bad. You end up making them look normal. This is why it's important to have a real discussion about these issues. This is why it's important to be truthful and honest. This is how anti-Semitism gets associated with anti-Zionism. Look at this. House Republicans, your paycheck belongs to your family first. Y'all kept sending it to Israel. That's it. Big smile. Now say Israel's our greatest ally. What part of no foreign entanglements did you F words not understand? None of these people are Democrats. That's your own base. Yeah. Next week on the House floor, nothing about affordability, grocery prices, or gas prices, but there will be a vote on a GOP resolution condemning democratic socialists and socialism in general. The House already passed the resolution condemning socialism on November 21st, 2025. How many Democrats will vote for this? Anyway, let's get to John Ossoff, the golden boy, right? I think it was a big mistake for John Ossoff to entertain a fraction of this media frenzy. And I will admit I'm a little bit confused because he's actually pretty good at this stuff. I've given him credit for being perhaps one of the only liberal populists out there. I don't agree with his worldview. I don't like his voting track record. One of the most conservative voting track records. Some will say, oh, it's because he's in Georgia, right? But John Ossoff did something that is truly stupid. He came out and he did this like bullshit. Well, you know, Hassan Piker, I condemn him. It's really anti-Semitic for him to do so. And he basically associated himself with the crop of establishment Democrats, the old guard, that is falling out of fashion, that's falling out of favor with the base. Now, of course, he did it because for two reasons. He did it for two reasons. One, because he is pro-Israel, obviously. And the other reason why he did it is because not like actual Jewish people that live in Atlanta or live in Georgia, but the Jewish organizations in Georgia have been up his ass nonstop. So I'm going to talk about this real quick. I said, I think John Ossoff's best strengths came from his lack of interest in attacking his left flank and focusing on Trump's corruption and scandals instead. Right? He does this very well. He's a great liberal populist. He talks about corruption. He talks about tackling the Trump administration's corruption over and over again. He talks about the issues, right? He stays issue specific. He doesn't actually have like a decipherable policy agenda or anything like that. And he is very conservative. But he is a liberal populist in his commentary. A liberal populist, not a left populist, a liberal populist. I'm using my words very carefully. Okay? Liberal populism exists in this country in the form of John Ossoff and in the form of James Tallarico. Right-wing populism exists in this country, or as I like to call it, sloppyism, in the form of Donald Trump. The only true populism is left populism. But in any case, getting back to John Ossoff being able to package a Pete Buttigieg style in a much more media-friendly way, in a way that, like a lot of liberals, respond positively to. You are not beating the liberal sheepdog allegations, big man. Can I do any fucking commentary without the neuro atypicals crawling up my asshole and just misunderstanding my position? Can I just say anything about John Ossoff beyond he fucking sucks? Can I just look at a fucking politician and recognize why they're popular amongst the liberal base? Or do you guys always have to fucking chirp at me for every fucking thing? I'm a fucking political analyst. Shut up. I am offering analysis. It is not an endorsement of John Ossoff. This is analysis. Okay? Jesus Christ, dude. I can't get a word in edgewise without people being like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Why are you saying you want to go on a date with John Ossoff in Atlanta, Georgia, and maybe get some fries after? Maybe dip those fries in a shake and really take it all in, the ambiance. And then afterwards, maybe you guys will go see Odyssey, but obviously not in a 70 millimeter IMAX theater because there none exists in Atlanta. Why are you saying you want to marry John Ossoff and have his children? Why are you saying you want scientists to figure out a way for MPreg to happen so that John Ossoff can impregnate you and you can carry his babies? Bro, go cry to your billionaire dad who also runs the CIA and the Democratic Party. Racist ass woke motherfucker. That's actually a very good bait because that is literally how people yell at me nowadays. This person is being funny, by the way. They're not being serious. You racist ass woke motherfucker. You racist woke motherfucker is awesome. In any case, it's important to identify why certain players in the Democratic crop of talent are doing better than others. John Ossoff has a national profile. John Ossoff is doing better than others because he knows how to operate within this contentious media environment. Okay? But this was a mistake. So there is at least one issue where John Ossoff is willing to throw that away. At a time when the base of the party is unbelievably negative towards Israel, something that he himself has recognized as well because he's positioning himself for higher office, which I will explain in a second. I said John Ossoff was a dark horse because he's been smart enough to back restrictions on weapons transfers to Israel at times, regardless of his incredibly conservative voting track record otherwise. And this doesn't mean that he's anti-Israel in any way, shape, or form. But the very fact that he has even entertained it, especially at times when he was far lonelier in the Senate to do so, it implies that he's at least stop saying it's not a real arms embargo. Dude, shut the fuck up. Okay? I know that. You're not teaching me anything new. Okay? I'm talking about the perspective of a fucking senator from Georgia in the Democratic Party and why they're making certain calculations as far as their political strategy and what this says about their ambitions for higher office. Okay? John Ossoff is not a fucking anti-Zionist. No one in the American Senate is. At least for now. So please, shut up. Calm down. Let's continue. This isn't to say John Ossoff is good on the issue of Israel. He's not. Okay? This is part of the reason why many Zionist organizations in Georgia that masquerade as Jewish advocacy orgs have aggressively condemned the Jewish senator, John Ossoff is Jewish, at times, and there are those who still dangle their endorsement over Mike Collins, who has literal white nationalist and white supremacist ties. Mike Collins himself is a white nativist. He wants to be a part of a white supremacist MAGA administration. Okay? Do you understand? Please understand something. Right now, in Georgia, there are people who are losing their fucking minds about John Ossoff. There are groups, organizations that say they're Jewish advocacy organizations, but singularly are invested in defending Israel and Israel's interests that are fucking yelling at John Ossoff. Okay? And that is because of the marginal disagreements that John Ossoff has had with the way Israel has conducted itself, right? It's not enough, but even that has been roundly condemned by some of these groups. Okay, this is not analysis. This is vibes. Look at his voting and sponsorship record. He's below Schumer on the DSA Congressional Left Tracker. You're talking about like he's a top 10 senator. He's one of the most conservative Democrats in the fucking country. Okay, I think going forward, I'm just going to fucking nuke 61-month subscribers into orbit ahead of time. Okay? Like ahead of time, because I can't get a word in edgewise. And some of you, unfortunately, are genuinely experiencing a momentary bout of intellectual disability because you hear me say something about John Ossoff, but then you don't hear the other things that I'm saying about John Ossoff like that. That's something that I mentioned, okay? I said he's one of the most conservative Democrats in the country, okay? He has an incredibly conservative voting track record. I even bring this up in the tweet, okay? I don't know what happens to a lot of people in my community. You guys are wonderful people, but the moment that I offer any analysis whatsoever, not endorsement, but analysis, you fucking lose your minds. Please. I'm not here just to serve you and you only. I am trying to explain a broader issue. Okay? We have to be smarter than Republicans. We cannot be like MAGA. Okay? I don't like John Ossoff. The only reason why I said he would be my dark horse candidate, depending on how he conducts himself going forward, was because I wanted to see what he would do against his potential conservative voting track record. And it's very clear to me that he's not going to lean away from his conservative voting track record. He's going to lean into it. Okay? I wanted to see if he had the right instincts. this is a moment where it's very clear that he does not have the right instincts. Anyway, I just wish I ended with this with, I just wish people were more truthful about this entire ordeal. The last 48-hour media frenzy is exactly why people don't trust institutions from corporate media to our bought and sold political class. Most of these orgs and plenty in the media will operate like lapdogs for AIPAC with no care or consideration for nuance, the truth, or how the majority feels about anything. This crisis of credibility for mainstream media has been beneficial for me personally as an independent media personality, but I still naively believe that these institutions are worth preserving and defending at a time when we have no consensus reality. Okay? Corruption is at the heart of this problem. Democratic billionaire donor John Morgan has already begun conducting his 2028 interviews. Today is John Ossoff. Last month it was Mark Kelly. Flew out to visit him in Maui. He's already a big fan of Andy Bashar too. Who will get the John Morgan rose? I mean, it's ridiculous. I still think he's a relatively smart politician. Relatively, he shouldn't have said anything at all, but the fact that he had a spokesperson give a statement without even mentioning you by name shows better instincts than the others who are going on Fox News swinging. Guys, please, you don't have to show every fucking dumbass congressperson that's slandering me, okay? Yes. I know. What is this? Not only that, but after his disastrous run for Tom Price's old seat in 2017, he threw a lot of caution to the wind and made himself competitive in a rising swing state by being brave on policy, even though there's little in his spokesperson's statement. It's a huge unforced error. Yeah. Ryan Grimm has some thoughts on this. He says, Hassan Piker has now been condemned by dozens of Democratic senators and members of Congress, which must mean that his comments were so horrifying they would shock anyone with a conscience. According to these fairly scripted denunciations, Piker said that American Jews deserve or bear responsibility for rising anti-Semitism. Here's how Senator Cory Booker put it, suggesting that Jewish Americans bear responsibility for hatred or violence directed against them is wrong, dangerous, and anti-Semitic. Representative Jimmy Panetta edited it slightly, saying, this suggestion that Jewish Americans who publicly support Israel bear responsibility for violence against broader Jewish communities is wrong, reckless, and anti-Semitic. So if Hassan Piker's remarks were severe enough to warrant this extensive round of condemnation, it should be easy to pick them out. See if you can find his below. The answer is in the reply. You can't have the kind of policies the government of Israel is engaged in and not expect that there's going to be pushback and backlash. The people that say that people that disagree with the policies of the government of Israel are anti-Semites are frankly full of shit, and they need to be told that. That's number one. Anti-Zionism is rising as a response to what Israel is doing. It will simply not be possible to treat it as a marginal viewpoint that can be shamed or shunned into invisibility. Yes, anti-Semitism often cloaks itself in anti-Zionism, so don't do the anti-Semites work for them. If you keep telling people that if they oppose the Jewish state, then they must hate the Jewish people, eventually they will believe you. That's number two. Look, the anti-Zionist Jews in my community, you have a very tough job ahead of you, where you have to go back to your communities and try to get your elderly relatives to understand that this connection between Israel and Zionism that is expressed over and over again, I should have said Israel. I meant Israel and Judaism. That is expressed over and over again through a lot of the Jewish institutions is teaching people the idea that Jews are monolithic. And this is a dangerous mode of propaganda. If Jews in America keep putting this idea out there that they are singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action, not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews. I don't know how many different ways I can explain this. I don't know how people don't recognize how dangerous this predicament is, how dangerous this is for Jews. A lot of the actions by Netanyahu and his government are making Jews in the United States unsafe. Benjamin Netanyahu has made us less safe. He has frankly put Jews in an uncomfortable position across the country. It is an obvious fact that Netanyahu is making Jews in America and the world less safe. Yeah, That was James Carville, Ezra Klein, Hassan Piker, Dana Bash speaking to Benjamin Netanyahu, Haley Stevens quoted by Dana Bash, and also, who could forget, Neera Tanden. Is that the point, to make Jews feel unsafe without Israel? What? The point is to just attack prominent critics of Israel no matter what it takes. Lies, slander, smear, defamation, doxing, harassment, hoping that someone engages in an act of stochastic terror and take out prominent critics of Israel. That's the point. The point is to defend Israel and defend the indefensible actions of Israel. And because it's impossible to defend Israel, it's to just tar and feather all of its critics. Oh, Israel's point is, yes, to there are plenty of Zionists who don't care about anti-Semitism increasing, or rather like anti-Semitism increasing in the Western world, because that means there will be more support for Israel, because they can always turn around and say, see, you're not safe at home. You're not safe in America. You're not safe in France. You're not safe in Europe. You're not safe in the UK. You have to, the only place where you're safe is Israel. And therefore, even if you don't want to move here, the least you can do is defend Israel. That's it. You're going to get clipped. Yes, of course, anti-Semitism increasing fuels Israel. Anyway. Israeli official speaks to Australia ABC about the strike he ordered on World Central Kitchen that killed Jacob Flickinger and 6 other aid workers. Says he's not sorry that World Central Kitchen has Hamas links and is not really an organization you can say is innocent. Wait, what? No way. What? Is this a real website? Am I getting fucking fake news? Oh, he said, we did not intend to harm WCK aid workers, but he claimed he was compelled to act by developments on the ground, which he primarily blames on a complex operational environment in Gaza and errors made by World Central Kitchen. Of course, we didn't intend to kill anyone from World Central Kitchen. Their connection with Hamas was a deviation from the plan. Oh my God. Oh my God. That interview's from a year ago? What the fuck? That's nuts. That's actually insane. Anyway, I've already covered all this shit. What is this? Democrat strategist Madeline Somerville loses it defending Hassan Piker after he said America deserved 9/11, make vulgar threats to Republican lawmakers.
Piker this week, when he tried to tell the audience, wherever he was, that no, the U.S. did not.
Dana Bash exposed. Yeah, this was also insane.
You may not have heard of left-wing streamer Hassan Piker until this year when Democratic Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El-Sayed began campaigning with him. Just a reminder, Piker has...
Dude, I literally was just as popular before I linked up with Abdul El-Sayed. If anything, I'm just less liked now. I'm just as popular, and I was probably more well-liked by the people that knew me. And now there's an entire audience of people who know about me in the worst ways possible and want to fucking kill me.
Excused sexual violence from Hamas terrorists. Now, the controversial relationship between the two entered new territory this week after Piker said this.
If Jews in America keep putting this idea out there that they are singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action, not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews.
Well, Piker made that comment that American Jews who support Israel.
Do you regret helping Abdul with his run? Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. Okay? Not even remotely. Are you fucking kidding me? Fuck no. I'm proud of everything this community did. I'm proud of all the work that we put in to make sure that he won the primary. And I will continue being proud when he inevitably wins the general. Okay? Get the fuck out of here. I don't give a shit. Dog, this saga didn't start with Abdul al-Sayed. It started with Zohran Mamdani. What did I do after Zohran Mamdani? I went right back to work. You think I give a fuck? Oh no, people are calling me dangerous. People are calling me a radical. People are saying I'm a bad guy. I don't care. You think this was going to be easy? You think this was going to be easy? You think wealthy people were just going to be like, oh, a bunch of fucking socialists decided to run for office and are making an impact on a grand scale? We're just going to let that We're just going to let that go? You think that's what they were going to do? You think they got to that position of prominence without destroying their enemies? Are you crazy? Job's not done. Okay? If you thought this was going to be peachy, that everyone was going to welcome us with open arms, that corporate media, backed by every single corporation and corporate overlord that we oppose, was going to turn around and be like, oh, well, I guess it's DSA time now. If you think that that's what it was going to, if you think that that's what was going to happen, you're delusional. You're insane. Yeah, Maurice Mo Mitchell, head of the Working Families Party, national director for WFP, said, Democrats need to get their shit together. I'm tired of hearing about Hasan. Whatever 3D chess you think you're playing is only pushing away real people. Stop obsessing over a streamer. We're fighting authoritarianism here. He's right. The more power that we secure, the more aggressive the reaction will be. But in some ways, it'll be easier because we will have allies on our side. Okay? That's it. The more we win, the more aggressive the reaction is going to get. And then one day, change will come. Okay? It's that simple.
Israel are responsible for actions taken against them. A picture
look at
of
this.
a Jewish.
By the way, here, let's look at this impartial journalist afterwards on Bill Maher.
Michigan state legislator was prominently displayed.
American Jews in Congress who support Israel and support what you just said say that a lot of the actions by you and your government are making Jews in the United States unsafe. Congresswoman Haley Stevens, she's running for Senate in Michigan, said Benjamin Netanyahu has made us less safe. He has frankly put Jews in an uncomfortable position across the country. Have you?
Well, it's made her uncomfortable because she can't stand up for the truth. She's trying to probably excuse anti-Semitism.
She's not. I just want to explain. She's somebody who supports Israel. She supports funding Israel, which is diminishing big time among Democrats and even some Republicans in the United States Congress.
Yeah. So let's hear from this impartial reporter, Dana Bash.
James Tallarico is
a young Democrat,
Christian, and so forth. But I will add well, I mean, he wears his faith on his sleeve in a way that he believes will help him.
well, in the Democratic Party, as long as that faith isn't Jewish, you're good.
Which, well, you said it, but
I said it because it's true.
By the way, this is the worst clip from this actual. Here's another real winner from Dana. Yeah.
15,000 Palestinians have been killed in Israeli airstrikes, 3/4 of whom are women and children.
And it's horrible, but you don't see Israeli soldiers raping.
Well, Dana, I
Palestinian
think
women.
we're not.
Yes, you do, by the way. Yeah. Yes, we do. And we have. You don't because you don't want to believe it. Because you are a vulgar supremacist. Here, I see Dana Bash is defaming Hassan Piker by twisting his words. Here's Dana nodding in agreement as a podcast host brags about wiping out Gaza. She and the host agree that the slogan never again actually means Israel must genocide its enemies. Let's take a look.
Young people today, they don't know from it. Holocaust education has just dropped off.
Oh, completely.
And now we have like social media and algorithms and pushing horrible things to people, and they're being taught things that are not
right
even-handed in schools, especially at universities.
Wait, if Haley Stevens says Netanyahu's actions are making Jews unsafe, isn't that the same thing you said basically? It is. That's the whole point. And so did Neera Tanden say that. And now they're fucking chirping about me saying it because none of their names are Hassan and none of them are anti-Israel. That's the whole point. It's part racism, it's tribalistic, and it's partially racist. That's the whole point. That's the reason. Only some people get to say it. Yeah. Brianna Galadria, who is also incredibly pro-Israel. CNN has many journalists who, in fact, are loyalists of Israel and brazenly exploit their platform, which they pretend is neutral, in service of this foreign country. Dana Bash, Jake Tapper, Van Jones, and Scott Jennings are examples, but she's one of the most glaring. Yeah. She posted this, "The left's anti-Semitism is still festering," article from Bloomberg, from David M. Drucker, who, again, said things like, taken at face value, being pro-Israel is among the reasons Shapiro is a strong general election contender. In a higher turnout primary, the fixation on Israel and Jewish donors worked against Massey because of POV and relentless obsession with this issue while appealing to more Republican voters than in the past, and concerning is still rather unappealing to the majority of Republican voters. He's like living in a world of delusion, David M. Drucker is.
And it's scary.
But I've said it before on the podcast, but the never again is they're going to keep coming at us and trying to kill us and attack us and ruin good things. But the never again is that they will not feel punishment for it.
I love that this used to be a Kahanis slogan. This analysis, never again, means just for Jews. In the past, in like the 90s, in the early 2000s, was exclusive to the Kahanist flank. Nowadays, you hear, and this is Meir Kahan, who is obviously a fucking psychopath. He is the David Duke of Judaism, like actually, okay, responsible for many heinous acts of terror. Both his followers have done acts of terror in the United States of America and also in Israel as well. And the idea that never again meant just for Jews used to come from Meir Kahan. No one else. Okay? A terrorist. Someone who is considered a terrorist by Israel standards as well. Now, he was the JDL was created, the Jewish Defense League, is a terrorist organization. In any case, now you hear that from people who self-identify as like liberal Zionists and shit. It's crazy.
They They came in Gaza, and now there is no Gaza. That never again. It's not like you just get away with killing Jews.
A lot of the young people today.
Yeah. One of the earliest uses of the phrase never again was when the UN ratified the Genocide Convention. It was expressly universalist. Yes. Never again was never about never again just for Jews. It was always never again for anyone. That is the lesson of the Holocaust. Okay? Never again for anyone. But supremacist ideology has distorted this fundamental principle and turned it into never again just for Jews. And back in the day, like I said, this kind of language, this kind of open, vulgar ethno-nationalism was regarded as a radical edge case. It was not one that was championed by Zionists broadly. Now Zionists broadly champion this mentality. It shows that the attitude has shifted. This is something that Omar Bartov talks about as well. Famous Jewish Israeli Holocaust scholar Omar Bartov wrote about the transformation of Zionism, right? What it was supposed to be and what it turned into. And what it turned into is a fascist, ethno-supremacist, exterminationist project. Now, I think Zionism, from its inception, was still ethno-supremacist and exterminationist in nature. I mean, first big act is obviously displacing 750,000 Palestinians, indigenous inhabitants to the land of Palestine, through a process of ethnic cleansing and through unbelievable amounts of violence. Right? So him and I differ on where Zionism, him and I differ on what Zionism was, but we don't disagree on what Zionism has become. Okay? This is a byproduct of that transformation. If you want to consider it a transformation, this is a byproduct of that transformation, of the broad reception of this sort of heinous sentiment, heinous, vulgar, ethno-supremacist sentiment becoming commonplace among defenders of Israel. What is this? Thoughts? The formula I've seen a bunch over the past day is that it's unfair to ask Jews to renounce the connection they feel to Israel. The sleight of hand is turning an individual civil rights issue into some new collective right to take sides in a foreign race war without pushback. Yeah, Zionism is an ideology, and support for Israel and its genocide is an ideological choice. It is not a protected ethnic, religious, or cultural identity. The constant rounding up of the mopiest, most sectarian framing is transparently sleazy and dangerous and needs to be called out. Yes. They're doing it to Mark Ruffalo too, as you guys have seen. It's official now? Yeah. Rolling Stone names Hasan Piker as one of the most influential creators of 2026. The self-declared Marxist has found himself at the center of endless controversies thanks to his criticism of Israel on his daily live stream, but also, he says, because he has become the face of a movement to push the Dems to the left. You're fighting the national leaders of the Democratic Party and winning? I mean, it doesn't feel like I'm winning right now, I'll be honest with you. But yeah, Matt Petty's assessment here isn't wrong. The formula I've seen a bunch over the past day is that it's unfair to ask Jews to renounce their connection they feel to Israel. The sleight of hand is turning an individual civil rights issue into some new collective right to take sides in a foreign race war without pushback. He's right. Like, are you against genocide or not? I don't care about your connection to the land of Israel or whatever, okay? To the nation state of Israel. It's a fucking apartheid state. Who cares? I mean, that's my assessment. It's like, it's tough. I know it's tough to hear, and I know sincerely that many people, especially older folks, genuinely believe that like the Holocaust will happen if Israel no longer is a Jewish majority ethno state that maintains an apartheid and occupation. Okay? That is a real take. It sounds insane to us because we don't have that sense of connection, right? The deep intergenerational wound of not just the Holocaust, but also centuries of pogroms. But the reality of the matter is a genocide has been conducted. Ethnic cleansing is ongoing. And it doesn't matter what your personal connection is. And it doesn't matter what kind of hysterical framework you're operating off of that you think that if Israel doesn't maintain a demographic majority Jewish ethno state, then the Holocaust will happen again. It's not. That's not going to happen. You know why I know that? Because we will fight to make sure that that never happens again, because we truly do believe never again means never again, not just never again for Jews. It's ridiculous. And the inherent sad, scary irony of it all is that there are people who are now casting aside their former universalist principles of maintaining a pluralistic, diverse democracy. Many Jews who have played a formative role in the civil rights struggle are now finding themselves in allegiance with straight up fascists who would sell them out instantaneously. They don't care. They don't care about anti-Semitism. What are you talking about? You're that predisposed to the defense of a foreign nation state and its current formation, its current political formation, and the violence it brings about. You're so worried about this reality. You're so worried about continuing this reality that you are aligning with straightforward neo-Nazi fascists. You're betraying all of your other progressive values, okay? This is why I'm talking to progressive except for Palestine folks. But you're also not saying that in order to be safe, every single Jewish person must condemn Israel publicly. That would be crazy. Yeah, it's fucking nuts. That's never been my expectation. And that's not how I operate anyway. It's ridiculous. Oh, give me your immediate Israel condemnation. Oh, are you Jewish? Give me your Israel. That would be psychotic. That would be objectively racist. That would be anti-Semitic. I would not do that. Okay? My argument is not about the Jewish individuals. My argument is about institutions that are lying. Jewish institutions that are masquerading themselves as Jewish advocacy organizations, but are instead single-handedly invested in defending Israel and using that association, that false conflation over and over again. That is putting Jews in harm's way. It's teaching people a falsehood. The falsehood that Jews are all connected to the state of Israel. Are there some Jewish folk that believe this? Of course. But it's far from even the majority. And it's to varying degrees. And it's also not an unchangeable position regardless. People can change their perspective and their mindset when new information comes out. Okay? They can change their attitude. They can change the way they calculate their allegiance to a nation state when a nation state has conducted a genocide. Plenty of people in this community have done so. Okay? No one's commitment or beliefs are unchangeable. It takes time. And I always will continue believing that people have the capacity to change. And I'll always continue to push for it, regardless of how much people fucking yell at me.
A new Substack piece by former Labor Secretary Robert Reich calls out those whom he calls corporate Democrats amid the recent rise of several progressive Democrats across the country. Reich writes in part this: to be sure, over the last 3 decades, Democrats have scored some important victories for working families. The Affordable Care Act, an expanded...
What is this? Change who you are and what you believe, or else people will hurt you isn't a concern, as a threat. This is how 1850 motherfuckers were talking about abolitionism. I'm having trouble following your analogy because the last time I checked, Jewish Americans did not support chattel slavery. The analogy is that Southern moderates thought that abolitionists were inviting violence on all white Southerners by speaking of slavery in such stark moral terms. This was compounded by things like John Brown's raid on Harper's Ferry. Hassan tells American Jews they need to denounce Israel or else American Jews will be targeted. White Southerners tell abolitionists they need to denounce abolition or white Southerners will be targeted. Nope, still not seeing it. Yes, you're not seeing it because you think I'm different than Jewish people. That's why you're not seeing it. You're not seeing it because you don't think that I have real care or consideration in my heart for Jewish safety. In your mind, it's impossible. Perhaps part of that is because my name is Hassan.
Earned income tax credit and the Family and Medical Leave Act, for example. Yet they've done little to alter the widening economic inequalities that have taken a huge toll on working class families. And the former Labor Secretary joins us now, the paperback edition of his book, Coming Up Short, a memoir of My America, is out now. Mr. Secretary, thank you so much for joining us again. Always good to talk to you. So let's delve into your piece here a little bit. We're certainly seeing a lot of energy on the left right now for Democrats, progressive candidates, some even affiliated with DSA, surging in at least parts of the country. Is that because, in your estimation, they are talking big swings, big promises, and not just settling?
Yes, I think that we are seeing right now a fundamental shift in the Democratic Party that is similar to the shift that occurred in the Republican Party in terms of populism, progressivism, a concern for affordability, a concern for average working people. And for too long, it seems to me at least, and again, I don't want to engage in false equivalence because I think the Democratic Party at least does value working people and has been on the side of working people to a far greater extent than the Republican Party, in my humble opinion. But I do think that the Democratic Party is now fired up to deal with the kitchen table economic problems that affect most American families these days.
So, Mr. Secretary, you write that you saw the start of the corporate Democrats there in the 1980s and then 1990s. It became a party of big money. And again, we're not offering equivalencies here between the two, but you suggest that perhaps maybe moderated some of their ambition. So what would be an example or two of something they could do that would be big, that would make a difference?
Well, I think we're hearing it around the country in terms of progressive Democrats who are saying, number one, Medicare for all, or at least a single party payer for health care that's going to be affordable. Number two, child care. Number three, housing, making housing more affordable and more available, particularly to young people in this country who now cannot afford a house. I mean, issue by issue, what people talk about over the kitchen table really are now central to the Democratic message. And I think that a lot of Democrats I speak with, a lot of Democratic candidates are not getting off on the issues that Republicans want to talk about, issues of wokeism or issues having to do with the democratic socialists of America. No, the Democrats are focusing where they should on this issue of what can we do to make your life better off. I also expect that Democrats are going to be asking the same question that Ronald Reagan famously asked in 1980 at the end of his debate with Jimmy Carter, and that is, are you better off than you were at the start of this presidency? And most people are going to say no.
When you talk to voters, they are extremely angry at the Democratic Party, even if they didn't vote for Trump. What went wrong in the Democratic Party? How did the Democratic Party become so corporate? And where were those mistakes made? Was it NAFTA? Was it in compromising on single-payer health care? What went wrong?
Oh, I think you've got to go way back, back to the...
Robert Reich started every class with 9 to 5 and said it was his dream to meet her. Aw. How the fuck did Robert Reich never meet Dolly Parton? He was literally Bill Clinton's labor secretary. He's not a random college professor. He's a very famous economist, it's kind of shocking that he never...
The early 1980s, when the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee under, let's say it was Tony Coelho at the time, made a deal with corporate America and said essentially, look, we are in control of the House. We've been in control of the House since 1955. Remember, this is the early 80s. So we're going to be in control of the House forever. Why shouldn't we drink at the same trough of as the Republicans? And that proved to be a deal that was really an unmaking of the Democratic Party. I mean, once the Democrats began drinking at the same corporate trough as the Republicans, it's very difficult to bite the hands that feed you. And I saw again and again Democrats who were reluctant to take on big corporations and Wall Street because of all the funding that was coming from big corporations and Wall Street. The big difference I see now is that Democrats are saying, many Democrats, not all, but many Democrats.
Dude, I'll take it. I mean, yeah, Aaron Parnas, he said A, but I'll take it, dude. Especially considering that his dad was freaking the fuck out about me not that long ago. Okay? This is a step up from where Lev Parnas is at. You know what I mean? I will not be engaging in the Hassan Piker discourse. There are far too many important issues to report on, and that is not one of them. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Cat brings up the goal in why they keep covering you.
Michigan, for instance, Senate candidate there, Abdul El-Sayed, not DSA, but he supports some of their policies, to be sure. And you're right, and that some of the things that DSA stands for actually are broadly politically popular. Are there places, though, where you think whether you're in DSA or just, in the left wing of the party, needs to moderate themselves here for a general election? Are there things that should be done just simply if it's political tactics? Because at the end of the day, winning is what matters most?
We've tried this the last 3 presidential races, and we lost 2 of the most consequential ones. And at a certain point, we have to be asking ourselves, does moderating work? And it seems like, especially this cycle, the answer is no, because it's not actually moderation. The idea of moderate in America is going to the right. In my race, I was extremely progressive, and I won not just the most progressive parts of my district, but also the most conservative part of my district, of McHenry County in the 9th District of Illinois. And it's one of these things that I think maybe, just maybe, the establishment should listen to the DSA, at least a little bit. I mean, there are hordes of young people that are energetic and motivated to do something. And all you have to do is recognize our basic human rights. I frankly don't understand why there is so much anger reserved for people that just want everyone to have their basic needs than there is for literal white supremacists in our government. Why are some Democrats talking about Hassan Piker, a Twitch streamer on the House floor, in ways that might actually get him hurt or, God forbid, killed, instead of literal white supremacists running our government? Their priorities are out of whack, and if DSA keeps getting attacked, I just have to assume Democrats don't want to win in a lot of key constituencies.
That's a key question.
Damn. Okay, Mika. Cat. Obviously doing queen shit, but I'm just shocked that Mika did not have such a negative response to it.
Democrats are saying to those funding sources, those big corporations and the wealthy people, they're saying, no, we don't want your money. We are actually depending now on small donations. We think we can do it. We're organizing like mad, and we're creating a very different kind of campaign. And I think we'll see this increasingly in the Democratic Party.
The paperback edition of Coming Up Short, a memoir of my America, is available now. He's also got a can't miss Substack. Author and former Labor Secretary Robert.
Jillian, when Abdul El-Sayed was only appealing to Democratic voters in the primary, he happily welcomed.
Oh my God, there's no way. Is what they say on the streets is true? You gave Katya the hottest ship on the planet and she's dead now? Yeah, see?
Welcomed Hassan Piker and his huge streaming audience. But now that he must also try in the general to appeal to independents and some Republicans, he's starting to see the streamer who once said that America deserved 9/11 as a little bit of a problem.
Hassan Piker is a streamer in California. You would think if you turned on any media that this whole campaign is about a streamer in California. That's not what this campaign has ever been about.
Debbie Dingell isn't the only Michigan down on Piker. Hillary Scholten, Congresswoman from the 3rd District, says Piker is a hack who thrives on hate, shock, and awe because he lacks substance. That's after Piker suggested American Jews who support Israel are inviting violence. This splintering within a major party is unusual once the primaries end and the sprint to the general begins, but don't expect Republicans to get in the way. House Speaker Mike Johnson thinks voters may apply what they're seeing in Michigan to the 19 House races he thinks could decide that chamber's majority.
Hakeem is the leader of the Democrats in the House. His party is in a civil war. You're going to see that continue going forward. It helps us in the short term.
Hassan Piker told the Washington Post he knows that every time El Sayed is talking about him, he's not talking about Donald Trump or Mike Rogers, his Republican opponent. And Piker says he knows that's not good. Jillian?
All right, Peter Ducey on the North Lawn. Thank you.
Yeah, that was my Washington Post article, or that was when I was, I think, interviewed for this. El Sayed ties the firebrand influencer threatened Democrats' path to control Senate. The quest to unite Michigan Democrats after a combative Senate primary hit a snag this week as the party erupted into renewed acrimony over inflammatory comments about Israel and American Jews from left-wing political commentator Hassan Piker. Though Piker is not running for Senate in Michigan, well, going to stop you there. I am actually running for president of Michigan and president of America. I am actually running for president of the United States of America. I am literally running for every seat in the country. Yeah. I'm running the primary Josh Gottheimer. I'm running the primary Cory Booker. That's right. I'm running for president of Minnesota, president of the Democratic Party. Must be, right? The way these motherfuckers have been talking about me. I don't care about this. It also held up an endorsement for the Democratic hopeful in another district. El Sayed is in a tight race to retain the seat being vacated by Senator Gary Peters. Republicans view the state, which President Donald Trump won in 2024, as a key pickup opportunity in their bid to retain control of the Senate, where they have a 53-47 advantage. Campaign has not been consumed for days with the fallout from Piker's August 20th live stream on the platform Twitch, where he warned that Israel has become so politically toxic that the supporting country could incite violence against Jewish Americans. If Jews in America keep putting this idea out there, they're singularly invested in Israel. Eventually someone will come around. You know the quote. Some Jewish people and their allies, including House Minority Hakeem Jeffries, denounced the comments as threatening and anti-Semitic. El Sayed has tried to tamp down the controversy without breaking from Piker, a popular online figure who boosted El Sayed during the primary and appeared at his final campaign event in Detroit. I want to be crystal clear. Nobody speaks for this campaign besides me and my campaign spokespeople, El Sayed said in a lengthy statement Monday. Following a campaign rally Wednesday, El Sayed told reporters he was more interested in talking about the affordability of groceries and access to good schools. You would think if you turned on any media that this whole campaign is about a streamer in California, he said. That's not what this campaign has ever been about. Nevertheless, Piker's progressive and sometimes controversial views on foreign policy, particularly related to Israel's war in Gaza, have roiled Democrats as they seek to hold a battleground seat. Critics have repeatedly lambasted El Sayed for a comment that Piker made on his broadcast in 2019 and subsequently apologized for that America deserved 9/11. Piker had argued that U.S. foreign policy had inflamed tensions in the Middle East this month. El Sayed called the comments a dumb statement and said he would not play gotcha politics over old Piker content. Though many established Democrats have endorsed El Sayed since he narrowly won this month's primary and over more moderate Representative Haley Stevens, vocal holdouts such as Scholten continue to criticize El Sayed for his connection to Piker. This person is a fucking asshole. Her whole role in this is to rat fuck the race and destroy the Democratic Party's chances of maintaining a Senate majority. I need you guys to understand this, okay? I need you to understand something here. She is an utterly irrelevant political actor, okay? This is a plus 22 Abdul district. It's not like this district is going to now not vote for Abdul El-Sayed. Okay? They're going to vote for Abdul. The problem is, if she keeps chirping, then the media will keep covering this as like the Democrats are in a state of disarray. That's the only role. So from Abdul's calculation, what he must do here is inoculation, right? He has to at least get them to stop yelling. It's not about full-throated endorsements. Same with Moss as well. Well, Moss's situation is a little bit different. That's Haley Stevens' old district. And yes, he probably definitely needs to win every single voter in that district. And that's a little bit different, especially in a close race. So that calculation is a little bit different than the Skolton calculation. And for Moss, the calculation is obviously not going to be Abdul El-Sayed like turning around and saying like, I love Israel or whatever, right? Like he's not going to do that. So he is trying to do his very best to merge that relationship. But I think the real way to do that is by getting a high-ranking Democrat to talk to Moss and to be like, dude, what are you doing? Okay? That's it. Like, it would be helpful to get the Moss endorsement, beneficial for Moss to come out and stump for Abdul in his district, of course. So it's not very, I don't know if it's highly likely that that will happen because I don't know what the concessions that Moss could possibly get out of Abdul, especially as it pertains to Israel. But the best thing that could happen is obviously a Moss endorsement. The second best thing is that Moss just doesn't constantly yell about Abdul El-Sayed. But the problem is, as we've seen in this past week of controversy, manufactured outrage, top line Democrats are not exactly invested in bringing the ranks together to unite for Abdul, even if it means losing the fucking Senate. That's the real drama. That's the real issue here. Okay? Because obviously if high-ranking Democrats would go to Moss and be like, dude, you have to endorse Abdul. What are we doing? This is the fucking Senate majority. Like, this is impossible. This is ridiculous. There are obviously other ways to draw turnout. Besides that, an Obama endorsement would probably go a long way. I don't see that happening anytime soon, though. I think it'll happen closer to the race. But yeah. Meanwhile, Republicans are latching on to the Discord to paint El-Sayed as a radical who's out of touch with Michigan and an increasingly contentious campaign that has fueled Islamophobia. GOP nominee Mike Rogers making a concerted push to win over disaffected Democrats has referred to Piker as El-Sayed's running mate and suggested that El-Sayed believes the United States deserved 9/11. Abdul has always unequivocally condemned terrorism in the September 11th attacks. El-Sayed spokesperson Roxy Richner said in a statement, Mike Rogers' attempt to misrepresent Abdul's beliefs are bad faith lies meant to mislead Michiganders. El-Sayed is also struggling to repair a frayed relationship with the state's Jewish community. The American Israel Public Affairs Committee unsuccessfully spent more than 30. Oh, that's the other thing I was going to say. Here's the other reality. Where is it? Mike Rogers has already told AIPAC to quietly fundraise for him, which is illegal, by the way. Having direct discussions with a lobbying group is obviously illegal when they are spending money on your campaign. Not that we give a shit, not that there's an FEC to regulate, and not that there is any interest in following the law anyway. But it's still illegal nonetheless. But the other side of the story also is that clearly Vice President J.D. Vance is heading to Michigan to campaign with Mike Rogers and John James in their respective race for the U.S. Senate and Michigan governor. This means that the Republicans are not exactly confident about Mike Rogers' chances. But what's also very funny about this is the fact that J.D. Vance is electoral poison. So J.D. Vance appearances will guarantee two things: a defeat of the candidate that he appeared alongside, and a 100% guarantee that there will be numerous Hasan Piker mentions. We welcome those, especially from odious figures such as Jedediah Vance. So this is good. This is win-win. Getting JD I Killed the Pope Vance to come and sit side by side with Mike Rogers will, inshallah, have a similar outcome to his endorsement and campaigning for Viktor Orban. Remember, to date, the only country that unironically was able to vote out fascism is Hungary. Okay? A fascist autocrat was voted out of power because J.D. Vance stumped for him. Never forget that. Okay? That has never happened. And I know people will say, oh, like, if you can vote a fascist autocrat out of power, then it wasn't real fascism. No. It literally happened. It did. Guys, can I ask you a question? Is there a particular reason why you guys elevate and highlight smears from like random congresspersons with like 12 fucking likes? Is there a particular reason? Like, do you guys not consider like, hey, maybe it's better not to fucking highlight every single congressperson and elevate their ridiculous slander to prominence? Or do you just see it and go, like, there's a difference between John Ossoff saying something and, like, I don't know, fucking North Dakota 2, House District North Dakota 2, Democrat or Republican, fucking writing a report on how I am an anti-Semite or a danger to America or whatever the fuck. Okay? Like, you understand that, right? Like, you can make a distinction between Hakeem Jeffries and, like, fucking Brad Sherman, right? You're capable of doing this, right? Please, you guys are politics autists. You have to be able to understand. You have to be able to make a distinction between a random dickhead out of 435 people in the House of Representatives versus, like, high-profile Democrats, right? We don't have to look at every fucking Democrat that has said something. There's also the autistic urge to correct the record. Fine, but just, keep that urge to yourself. I don't have to see it every time. Okay? Sometimes what you're doing is highlighting shit. Anyway, AIPAC spent $30 million. While many Democrats agree with El-Sayed, prominent members of Michigan's Jewish community, which traditionally vote Democratic, have raised concerns about his emphasis on Israel and expressed hurt about a statement El-Sayed made in March that some felt rationalized an attack on a local synagogue. Just after the attack, El-Sayed said, hurt people. The Lebanese-born American who was accused of carrying out the attack was reportedly mourning relatives killed by an Israeli airstrike. El-Sayed has condemned anti-Semitism throughout his campaign and sought to separate it from his criticisms of Israel. El-Sayed also disavowed the attack immediately. I feel like that should probably get a mention in the article right after you said hurt people. They're making it seem like El-Sayed delivered a response to a synagogue attack with hurt people. He didn't do that. He obviously immediately condemned the fucking anti-Semitic hate crime. What the fuck? So, someone said he disavowed it too fast, like he had inside information. How strange. Anyway, but Piker's recent broadcast thrust the issue back into the Michigan Senate race. Piker told the Post in an interview that he was shocked by the extent of the backlash to his comments about Israel. He said he was making a broader point that tying Jewish identity inextricably to Israel in this political moment could be dangerous for American Jews. But critics isolated one sentence, he said, and misconstrued the meaning of his comments to imply he was condoning violence. The most heinous interpretation of this is the notion that I'm not a sincere defender against anti-Semitism, and that I'm actually celebrating or threatening American Jews with violence if they don't back away from defending Israel, which is not the case, he said. There's no justification for violence of any sort. He added that he believes many simply reacted to what they were told, he said, rather than actually listening to his full comments. Piker said some established Democrats who do not agree with al-Sayed but are reluctant to criticize him directly may be using me as a stand-in to cause a big fuss. But he does not expect that most voters care or that it will hurt al-Sayed's campaign in the long run. It's at most a distraction, and that's not good, Piker said. Because every moment that Abdullah has spent talking about me, talking about his affiliation, is a moment where he's not talking about Donald Trump, is a moment where he's not talking about Mike Rogers. During the stream, Piker criticized Jeremy Moss, the Democratic nominee for a House district representing suburban Detroit, who is Jewish and a supporter of Israel. That prompted a response from Moss, and then the statement from al-Sayed, who expresses commitment to Jewish safety. Yeah, I wonder what I was reacting to with what Jeremy Moss was saying. Why does nobody ever talk about what Jeremy Moss was caught saying on a hot mic? That's also like far, far more insane than anything they claim that I'm saying. Okay. Now he's saying the audio is fake. Oh, he disputes it. Okay. Okay, there's a way to cover that, which is here is an alleged hot mic moment from Jeremy Moss, who said that what was it? He said something insane where he was like, of course, I'm going to do my very best to make sure that it wasn't AI. No, it's just, it wasn't AI. He was having a conversation, I forget where and I forget with who, where he said something totally unhinged. He said like, you know, something along the lines of like, America is not our homeland. There was one part, he said, my sole purpose of my campaign is to support Israel. My goal is to make sure the United States protects Israel. And then there was also something else that was misconstrued. No, it wasn't Moscow. It was Moss who said that. He said his top reason for running was to make sure Israel is defended. Something along those lines. It was a fucking insane statement to make. Yeah, he didn't say it was fake. He said it was manipulated. He said the U.S. is the pawn of Israel. No, he didn't say that. I don't think he said the U.S. is the pawn of Israel. That was misconstrued. That was the only statement that was actually unironically misconstrued. And he leaned into that. But hey, notice how the media doesn't have the same care or consideration for shit that I say publicly in broad daylight, or they actively chop up things that I'm saying to imply the opposite of what I'm implying. Whereas with Jeremy Moss, very clear what he said. And yet no investigations were conducted. I mean, he fucking ran and won a congressional seat. In any case, I don't want to get into it any longer, but I don't want to get into it any further. Michigan congressional candidate says viral clip of his voice is a fabrication. Yeah. Said the audio clip was manipulated. How was it manipulated? An unsourced audio with things I never did and never would say. This is nothing more than political disinformation intended to portray me as anti-American. It peddles an offensive tropes and lies, especially the lie of dual loyalty, suggesting that Jews are never full citizens or loyal to their home countries. I don't believe that, by the way. I don't believe that there is a dual loyalty. I don't think that that's, I don't assume that. I don't believe that. As a matter of fact, I think all of the lies peddled connecting Zionism and Judaism is the reason why anti-Semitism is growing and is the reason why people are saying that there is dual loyalty. Anyway, the use of artificial intelligence campaigns has skyrocketed. It's unclear where the clip of Moss originated and where it was first shared, though it appears to have been online since late last year. In any case, yeah, the pawn part is fake. He never said America is a pawn or of Israel. I don't think he said that. I think that part gets mumbled in the audio recording, and people claim that that's what he said. But the other stuff, you can kind of hear him say it. The line about it's not wrong for Israel to use America as a pawn was manipulated, I think, because the part where he supposedly says that is unintelligible, but it's clear he says Jews in America and not Israel to use America. He could be being sneaky and saying the whole thing was manipulated. I think that's what he's doing, yeah. I believe that all Americans deserve the right to advocate for what they believe without fear of violence, he said. That was not enough for Skolton, who reiterated, Abdullah said, as a prime opportunity to cut ties. Spokesman for Skolton's campaign did not respond to questions. Moss, who has not endorsed al-Sayed either, was more conciliatory, acknowledging that they're engaged in continual dialogue. These important conversations do not fit neatly in the confines of a tweet or a reel, he said. Some Democrats have had enough hand-wringing over Piker. God damn, I talked to this journalist for like 25, 30 minutes. And the only thing they put here is these two paragraphs. I don't want to spam. This is wild as fuck. Yeah, I saw more racist tweets from former Mike Collins staffer resurfaced. One tweet with the White House branding implied the KKK are patriots. Additional posts on the X account of Preston Para, a former intern and political contractor for the Georgia Republican Rep, Mike Collins, shows a pattern of racist, fascist, and misogynistic rhetoric extending across May, June, and July 2026. The post comes after the Washington Post reported Thursday that Para, who himself is, a brown-white nationalist, by the way, many such cases, the torch of white nationalism in this country is being carried by gay Latino white supremacists. Okay? The Groyper movement, and I hate to do this, I hate to report this, but the Groyper movement is quite literally more diverse than a DSA meetup. I mean, the top guy is Nicolas Fuentes. Okay? And in some ways, this is a failure of our movement to reach out to these younger folks as they are in the throes of reactionary propaganda. And in others, it's progress. Consult the chart. Consult the chart. Brown white supremacy versus Aryan third worldism. Now, understand something. Understand something. This is a sign of progress. Okay? What is one of the most American things you can do? It's to be racist. Okay? This means cultural assimilation is perfected by the third generation. Okay? Okay, there's a lot of other people in the chat saying other American things like gun violence, family annihilation, eating a burger. Okay, I see that. I hear you. I see you. There's still room. Okay, this is true. Gun, burger, racism. To me, this is a sign of progress that many of our top races now are not white themselves. It's called DEI. All of these folks that run around talking about how much they fucking hate DEI, half of them are DEI candidates for the white supremacist Olympics. To me, that's progress. Back in the day, overwhelming majority of out and about, loud and proud white supremacists used to be white. Okay? Nowadays, the Latinos are taking our jobs. They're even taking our jobs in the fields of racism. I used to be a white man and get a job with a stern handshake at the racism factory. Nowadays, I go to the racism factory and there's goddamn Latinos at the floor. They took our jobs and they took our hoods. They're wearing our robes. They're taking our burgers. In any case, look at this. Guy says, I love when black people get disenfranchised. Reciting Mussolini in the tub. Saying things like fascism is bold, fascism is sexy, fascism is white, fascism is force, fascism is strong, fascism is based, fascism is dominant, fascism is inevitable. He also says, I hate black people, it's not a secret. He also uses the N-word with a hard R. Says America's so litigious that if white people took to the streets as the blacks did during the summer of Black Heart, or the whites are doing in Belfast right now, we'd be arrested. Surveillance is too good. Only solution is a strong state to slam down. Okay. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Twink fascism. Who is this piece of shit? I forgot. Oh, not relevant. Just a staffer for Mike Collins. Now, the real question that I know is top of mind for all of you. The real question here is, has he condemned Hasan Piker? Because Mike Collins certainly has. But has Mike Collins' staffer condemned Hasan Piker? Because if not, if he is ambiguous on the top issue that is facing all Americans, the biggest crisis that's facing all Americans, maybe then we can figure out if he's actually racist or not. Just saying. Perhaps the media has not covered Mike Collins' racist staffer yet because they haven't been able to get him on the phone and ask if he condemns Hasan Piker. Because if he disavows Hasan Piker, then maybe he's not so bad. Come on. Do we really know? It appears he does not condemn you. Well, at least now we know he's racist. Now we know he's definitely anti-Semitic. This post called the shot. America wants RFK Jr. takes over the FDA.
All the food is poison. All the food carrots, the peas, the celery sticks. The meat and the fish will make you sick.
All the food is poison. All the food is poison.
Peep the date, November 15, 2024, by the way.
The apples, tomatoes, wheat, and the corn, all the food is poison. Don't eat the food, it's poison food.
All the food is poison. All the food is poison.
The onions, the pickles, and the melons, too. Even the pasta and the turkey are contaminated food. Don't eat the food.
All the food is poison. All the food is poison.
Chicken,
Poison.
barley,
Poison.
white rice, baked beans, duck l'orange,
Poison.
Duck
sunflower
Laurent.
seeds,
Poison.
radicchio, hummus, oranges,
Poison.
pasta avocado,
Poison.
your dad's barbecue brisket,
Poison.
horse meat,
Poison.
snout, little babies,
Poison.
fingernails, cigarette burn,
Poison.
scabs,
Poison.
napple.
Poison.
Try to figure out something else to eat. I'm out of here.
Poison.
Dude, someone asked, well, how did I feel about Grand Theft Auto 6? I fucking loved it, dude. It was amazing. I am so excited. Is this satire?
Well, we lost the White House in 2024, but we've learned a lot since then, which is why we are going to run Kamala.
Hey, Senator.
And we want to tell the voters we hear you. So we're Mondanifying her. Font rehaul, vintage color grading, we're methods testing a beard.
We are going to be changing her middle name to Affordability. Kamala Affordability. What is her last name?
I thought her last name was Kamala. I think she's from Kamala.
Get her in here. Kamala, what's your last name?
Everybody deserves a last name. And everyone deserves a last name that works for everybody. And
Okay, that's enough. Give her the iPad, please. Now, apparently for the last 20 years, we've sounded like this. Me. Whereas Republicans sound like this.
Yep, that is better for some reason.
Which is why we're going to give her a tracheolaryngectomy.
We're going to graft Jelly Roll's vocal cords onto Kamala's esophagus.
It'll never feel completely authentic. You can't just manufacture authenticity in a lab.
Actually, we can now. Hey, Cynthia, can you send him in?
An unexpected byproduct of the race to make a COVID vaccine. Pfizer realized you can mutate metallic hydrogen with a rare fungi. The result? Pure authenticity.
Oh, American people, American
Having an
people.
allergic reaction. It's the authenticity. Her body's rejecting it.
Honestly, I think this makes her a better candidate.
Well, we lost the White.
It's not satire, therefore it's not funny. I agree.
How he's now dressing, wearing these Mao Zedong type suits,
Mao Zedong,
and presenting himself in this very specific way. It's all purposeful. So he's having his moment right now, and this is the face of the Democrat Party. There's a reason he's still kind of holding a lot of power with a lot of people because they have not denounced him. And if any of these people actually cared about the United States of America on the Democrat side of the aisle, they would come out and they would say, this man does not speak for us. We do not condone anything he is saying. This is not who we are as a party. Who's doing that? Who is coming out and saying this guy is not one of us? He doesn't speak for us. We don't want anything to do with him. Now, we've had some.
You know what's really funny? So many top level Democrats did do this, but this in and of itself is also another perfect depiction that Republicans don't actually care about your apologies. So you should never give them a apology, no matter how sincere it might be. Because like all that is a sign of weakness, which they will pounce. Like they don't give a shit. Ban podcast mics, dog. That's Lara Trump. She's always on Fox News. I love that some in our community full of political authors also lack object permanence, where they think, well, I don't understand. I've never seen this person before. So I'm not even fucking aware of the fact that her last name is Trump. So that might immediately imply that she is in a position of prominence that she does not deserve, of course.
Crazies on the conservative side of the aisle, and we have been very quick. Anyone who has had any sort of platform to come out and say these people are not for us. This is not a MAGA person. Anytime you spat out hateful things that are, obviously meant to hurt people and encourage violence on people, we should have everyone on both sides of the aisle speaking out against it. I haven't heard enough or anything at all about this guy from the
Yeah. Something Lara Trump has never done, of course. Yeah. All right. So, friend of the show, Madeline was defending our honor, this community's honor on Newsmax, which we will talk about. And then I'll look at the Rolling Stone article and then we'll move on to some fun shit.
Actually deserved the 9/11 terror attacks, and the audience booed at that response. I mean, was that taken out of context?
The issue here is that the 30,000 people who watch him every day, plus the millions later that watch the clips, they know that he loves America. They know that he would.
Does he love America more than China?
I can't finish. Just let me finish. He's often rage baiting.
Does he love America more than China? Yeah, I live here. I don't live in China. Pretty easy answer, don't you think? This is the funniest argument that dumb fuck conservatives make all the time, where they're like, they're coming in here to destroy this country. It's like, I promise you, no one from fucking Guatemala is making the trek to the United States of America to destroy the country. They're coming here to build a better future for themselves and their children. Okay? The idea that people live amongst us to specifically destroy the country, that's only true if they're Republican, dog. That's it. Okay? Yeah, there are Americans that live amongst us, for sure, that want to destroy this country, that want to destroy and rip apart the moral fabric that holds this thing together. They're Republican. They're called Republicans. They vote Republican. They're in the Republican Party. Some of them at least act like they're Republicans when they fundraise for the Republicans, but they're actually lizard people like Peter Thiel, That's it. That's the only group of people I know that are actively and aggressively trying to destroy this fucking country. No one who wants to, and I mean no one who wants to fight so that every American can have fucking free healthcare hates America. That makes no sense. I want to give everybody healthcare. I want to give everybody housing, okay? Republicans don't. And there are millions of dumb fucks out there who literally look at that and go, I guess the Republican is the one that loves the country, and the guy with the name Hassan who wants to give me health care and make sure that I have guaranteed income and federally mandated housing is the enemy. Dirt. Yeah, dude, I want to destroy America by making sure that every American has health care, every American has housing. That's what I want to do. I want to destroy it by doing that. I want to destroy America by offering free college so we can no longer have so many dumb fucks running around. Yeah, it is those who tell you you don't deserve those things. Those are the ones who really love you, love your children, and love this country. You're right. You got it.
comments that other people have sent to him, and then they clip it and take it out of context. The reason that audience was upset was because they knew that he was trying to placate people who deliberately took him out of context. He stopped explaining himself. This is, and it's really not even just the Republicans doing it. This is the establishment Democrats who know what they're doing is wrong, but they're doing it anyways because they're trying to get people like myself who are Jewish to be afraid of the DSA candidates. That's why this is happening. If you want to get it right and you want to get the truth, then actually do the research and look at him in context.
I've watched Hassan Piker a lot. Go ahead, Dan.
I was going to say, so when he said that the terrorists should
That's why I'm saying I'm going to be
insanely inappropriate things to the eye socket that was blown out of Representative Dan Crenshaw, and got so frustrated about Crenshaw's politics that he said, bleep, America deserved 9/11, bro. Was that taken out of context? Was that just rage baiting? Yes, it was. So when he said he wants somebody to have intercourse with a man's eye socket.
I didn't say that. I didn't say I want somebody to have. Never mind. I'm not going to. I'm not going to relitigate this statement. Okay.
That was taken out of context. Was that just being that's appropriate discourse? And nobody should ask why 30,000 Democrats watch that every day and find that completely fine. I mean, are we?
Hold on, Dan. I want to hear Madeline's response.
He's okay. We just realized the technique of winning every argument against Republicans on television is to just be like, yeah, he's dope. Hassan is awesome and I support him. The dude, I've never seen someone crash out this hard on television, bro. What the fuck? He lost his damn mind. You should be like, hey, man. Hey. Did he say some crazy stuff? It was rage baiting. It was rage baiting. I've never seen someone in the throes of madness like this. He is losing his dang mind, dude.
Response to this. Hold on, Dan, hold on. I want to hear Madeline's response to this. Go ahead, Madeline.
Yeah. So first of all, you could have watched him yesterday where he said, I love America. Second of all, a politician standing next to somebody doesn't mean that they've endorsed every single thing. And third of all, responding to somebody who was one of his comments, and yes, extremely inappropriate. You don't need every single Democrat to stand next to them. The point is that he's encouraging people to love America and specifically using the word de-radicalization every single day. I'm sick of people getting this wrong.
We know you love Hassan Piker. You're taking this very personally. I want to move on. I want to move on.
Oh, damn. Wait, it's awesome. They got nothing on this. They literally have, this is a new meta because the expectation is that they bully every Democrat, right? The expectation is they get to bully every fucking Democrat all the goddamn time. And they go, hey, oh, you're a liberal. How do you feel about this? This guy sucks. The moment that someone goes, no, they go, whoa, hold on. That's not, you're, in the words of Scott Hannity, you're breaking the rules, Bill. Okay? You're breaking the rules, Bill. Follow the rules. You're not supposed to push back. What the fuck? Turns out you can just rage bait him. You're the Scott Hannity of the left. Don't ever say that.
The Israel products.
Wait, oh, Jesus Christ. Why is it so fucking? It's a 400. That's why. I say this to my coworkers who lose decorum. I say they go off script from management. It is low key. It is low key crazy that these guys actually, they're so used to, they're so comfortable with no pushback whatsoever. So when someone actually matches their energy even a little bit, not saying it's on fire for an entire minute challenge. Damn, there's a lot of fucking viral tweets on this goddamn platform. What the hell? Won't make a blip because AIPAC Dems are crying about Hasan Piker. Democrats have condemned Hasan Piker more than they condemned ICE for killing people in Minnesota, Texas, and Maine. That's also true. ICE are American heroes. Israeli government $7,000. Yeah. Chris Rabb went beast mode. He said, this is what the institutionalists are focusing their efforts on now, disavowing Hasan Piker. Hashtag Hasan Piker. Not white Christian nationalists, not the oligarchs, not the AI overlords. Nope. The guy encouraging young people to use their collective political power for good. Fuck that noise. Lion.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why he's the MVP. That's why he's the GOAT.
Chris is indicating he won't support Hakeem. We got progressive elected officials saying they'd endorse Hakeem Jeffries despite him being one of AIPAC's largest recipients. Meanwhile, Chris Rabb's Instagram story right now. Hakeem Jeffries is fried. Dude, he is so goated. Oh my God, he's so good. This is why, chatters, this is why the DSA difference matters, okay? And not all DSA candidates are cut from the same cloth either, but Chris Rabb is a goddamn lion, okay? A lion amongst men. Nay, a lion amongst sheep. Also, shout out to the Jam Boys, obviously. 50K, my tweet went viral too. Oh my God. This is 38,000 likes. Holy shit. Hasan Piker accuses AIPAC of calling Democrat members of Congress to orchestrate a smear campaign against them. And he's correct. This shit's so blatant that even my 50-year-old mom can see this shit a mile away. She's annoyed with the constant coverage of Hasan on CNN. Let's go. Yeah, I mean, I do think that they like I said yesterday, I think they, blew their load where they just went so aggressive. They went so aggro that people were just like, what the fuck are we doing? There's also this guy who's talking
what you're about to watch
Dave
is
Neal.
absolute insanity.
You may not have heard of left-wing streamer Hasan Piker until this year when Democratic Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El-Sayed began campaigning with him. Just a reminder, Piker has excused sexual violence from Hamas terrorists. Now, the controversial relationship...
This idea that Hasan Piker, what did she say, excused sexual violence from Hamas terrorists is very, I mean, okay, it's complicated to dive into. I wanted to share what Barry Weiss had to say about this because she actually, it seems though the Free Press actually did reasonable journalism here.
Yeah, which is crazy. CNN outflanking the Free Press is wild. But I guess different audiences, so different strokes for different folks. Free Press's audience is already super pro-Israel, that they can actually say the thing in context and still expect their audience to be mad about it. Still wild, though. Yeah, it doesn't matter if rapes happened on October 7th, Hasan Piker said, while live streaming on May 22nd, 2024. It doesn't change the dynamic for me. Apparently, not even the most brutal, inhumane crimes committed during Hamas' October 7th invasion of Israel could justify the Israeli military response, which he repeatedly refers to as an ethnic cleansing campaign. Still to this day, my favorite article. Title at least, The Handsome Face of Terror Apologia.
Quotes, it doesn't matter if rapes happened on October 7th, Hasan Piker said while live streaming on May 22nd, 2024. It doesn't change the dynamic for me. Apparently not even the most brutal, inhumane crimes committed during Hamas's October 7th, 2023 invasion.
I like that the Free Press's argument also doesn't make any sense. Like, at least if you're trying to present if you're trying to present this in the most negative way, you got to go in the same way that Dana Fash did, right? Because they're literally saying, no, brutal crimes on October 7th do justify genocide. Like, their position, the Free Press position was, no, you don't understand. Actually, It does justify genocide. Excuse me.
Of Israel could justify the Israeli military response, which he repeatedly refers to as an ethnic cleansing campaign. The wild thing here is that even Barry Weiss's website understood the meaning of what he said. Apparently, not even the most brutal, inhumane crimes committed during Hamas's October 7th invasion of Israel could justify the Israeli military response. I understand that. Do you guys? It's not apologizing or justifying rape. It's actually the opposite, which is to say that all of these atrocities occurred. With that said, the response was overwhelming death, destruction, despair. So several thousand people being dead does not justify killing 60, 80, 100,000. That's it. That's it. But you couldn't even get that basic, conversation out of Dana Bash. This is just scary.
Yeah, I mean, she's crazy. Where's the Rolling Stone article, man? Let's take a look. 25 most influential content creators handle number 3, above Kai Cenat, which is crazy. Number 3. Hasan Piker. There's always been friction, Hasan Piker says. I just never thought it would get to this degree. The self-declared Marxist, 35, has found himself at the center of endless controversies thanks to his inflammatory criticism of Israel on his daily streams, eagerly clipped by both Fox News and MS Now. But also, he says, because he has become the chiseled face of a movement to push the Democratic Party to the left. If you were to ask me what's the turning point, it was certainly Zohar Mamdani's mayoral campaign, he says. There he saw centrists burn their credibility by backing Andrew Cuomo. They started recognizing that there was a real threat in these insurgent movements, he says. And they weren't wrong. Piker streams upward to 7 hours a day, reacting to news, interviewing guests, and interacting with his chat. Though he stumped for AOC and Bernie Sanders, he's recently started campaigning for lesser-known candidates, including Abdul El-Sayed and Maylot Kiros. They wrote this blurb far before the recent, the last iteration of the controversies. Number 2 is I Show Speed, and number 1 is Drewski. Used to be 8, baby. Turns out Half Day Hossie doing all right. Miss Rachel's up there at number 5. Darman is at number 6. Markiplier number 7. Quenlin Blackwell at number 8. Alex Earl at number 9. Number 10 is Jake Shane. Handle Octopus Lover 8. Kareem is at number 11. Brittany Broskry at 12. Tefi Pessoa. Hello, Tefi. Drew Afuelo. Dave Jorgensen. Oh, he does the Washington Post TikTok account. Yeah. 2024, number 15. 2025, number 8. 2026, number 3. Look at that. It's because I put the suit on, dude. Y'all were talking big shit about the suit. What the hell are people like Joe Scarborough talking about? How is this equivalent? Solely because of the suits. Make no mistake. Reese Feldman, Teeny Younger, Jen Hamilton, Ananya, Grace Ryder, Cyrus Vasey, Atia Walcott, Pooja Tripathi, oh, the unaffected Brooklyn barista with appalling customer service. Oh, I've seen. They're very funny. Leigh Serrano, Chan and Jamal. What is this? She can't help herself.
Laura, I love how El Sayed is prancing around in his tight black T-shirt, kind of the Anderson Cooper black T-shirt. You know, I don't know why I have to wear a black T-shirt and you're cool. So, you know, you're fit, Laura. You like to work out, go to the gym. But he seems like he's always in the gym. Like he's man-spreading when he sits there. His legs are...
Oh, my God, bro. Is being horny legal again? What's happening? Laura. God damn, Laura. Oh, my God. Oh my God. Damn, girl. Pack it up. You're live on camera. That is crazy. That is actually crazy. It's so crazy that Lara Trump, callback, is also kind of thirsty.
I don't know, but he's trying to like be like too cool for school, and he's kind of a small guy, like short guy. It's fine. He's no big deal. He's a good-looking guy, but it always feels like an act. But with Trump, that's who he always has been. I mean, I've known him for more than 30 years. That's who he is. That's how he's always been. So no matter if you don't like him, you like him, you're mad about something, you know you're getting Donald Trump. You're not.
God damn. Last time I saw someone this thirsty on Fox News, it was Hannity glazing Trump. Is it crime to be horned is right. And yes, this level of horny is criminal, I think. I think we've reached the standard of criminal levels of horniness. Anyway, let's do it. Curtis Lewa talks violence, vigilantism, Jewish. Not sure what happened with this headline. Okay. But I'm with it.
I was crying.
Were you crying?
For your mom.
Seriously? Oh, man. Okay. I
Come
mean
on.
that.
I said bad things about
No,
your
you weren't
mom.
saying, no, we were busting balls.
You know,
I'm not offended.
I believe that God writes it
I'm not
in the
offended.
book.
I'm
How
not
am I going to
offended.
get through the pearly gates?
No, come on. Stop it. Oh, give me a hug. You want to give me a hug?
I can't.
I
No,
love
no,
you.
please.
I love you.
Please.
You want to give me a hug?
No. All right, don't shoot. Remember, there are rules here. If you got a gat, don't shoot. That's all I ask.
My guest this week is Curtis Sliwa. He's a politician, radio host, and the founder of the Guardian Angels, a vigilante justice group started in 1979 to patrol the New York City subways. Curtis has lived quite the life, surviving 2 separate taxi-related murder attempts, one in the backseat of a yellow cab at the hands of the Gambino crime family, and the other when he ran into traffic and got hit by it was pretty funny. Don't laugh. Love him or hate him, he's as New York City as they come.
You know, can I do a scene out of The King of Comedy where I basically have kidnapped him and I take over the show? What do you think? Was that not one of the greatest movies of all time, De Niro kidnapping Jerry Lewis? Hey, Jerry, I'm a person of no consequence.
I am Adam Friedland. Welcome back to the Adam Friedland Show. And by the way, I'm rich now. This is nice. Enjoy the show. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for New York City legend, radio host, founder of the Guardian Angels, former candidate for mayor of New York. You want to show them the back of your T-shirt or your jacket? The People's Mayor, of NYC, Curtis Lewa. Thanks for coming. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, my pleasure.
You were telling me that soccer. I mean, this is a good indication of the political divide because you're a Republican. You like American football.
Let's be honest. Zohan Mandami loves soccer, right?
Yeah.
Kickball, goal. After 90 minutes, it's 0-0, 0-0.
Yeah,
what a boring game.
Hockey could be 0-0.
But that's more Canadian than American. Trust me.
What about the Rangers?
American smash mouth football. I love the Rangers.
Yeah,
I was a Ranger fan before you were birthed.
No, come on.
Absolutely. You know what I remember?
You've been a Ranger fan for 6 months. We all know that.
Let me tell you, I was in the old garden, right?
Yeah.
50th and 8th. Afternoon matinee show. $1.50 for a student government organization with a student government organization card. $1.50.
When's that, in the 60s?
Yeah, you can brown bag your own lunch. About 66. It was a brand new guy, Bobby Orr, rookie, on the Boston Bruins against the lowly Rangers. Let me see if I can get them. All right, Jockerman in goal. Harrison, Nielsen. Defense. And then, of course, you had the line of Joubert, Rotel at center, and Hatfield on the left wing, and still they lost. But what, for $1.50?
That's not bad.
In the old guard. You know what you get now for $1.50? You get Ugats. You don't even get, you get bupkis. You don't even get cockroach hairs for that.
Really? They have hairs on the cockroach?
Oh, absolutely. You've never looked at them closely?
I have not. No,
Come on,
I wouldn't.
really?
No, a woman usually screams, and I have to kill it.
Very important.
And show them how brave
the rats and the cockroaches.
It's just crazy because he is not putting on an act. You know what I mean? Like when the cameras are off, he doesn't turn around and go, and yes, indubitably. That's just who he is, and he talks like this, and he thinks like this. It's unbelievable.
As they go, so
very hard not to love the guy, even though he has done a hate crime on the Sean Hannity show with his Guardians one time, where they just beat the fuck out of a random guy because they suspect him of being an undocumented migrant.
Go us. They will out-survive us.
Mamdani's against the rats. I like that.
He's against, but the rats
are disgusting.
You never beat the rat. Look, trust me. I know two-legged rats, and I know four-legged
They're
rats.
survivors, those guys. They could hold their breath underwater for 10 minutes or something.
You will never beat the rats or the mice. You can have détente. You can have a ceasefire. All you do is, and I wanted to be the rats off for Eric Adams at Crook, but he didn't want me. I would have done it no charge because I'm nocturnal.
Yeah.
You explain to the rats and the mice, look, you can come out at night because you're nocturnal, but you got to stay in during the day. It's sort of like the peace we have with Iran now, right?
How do you explain that to the rats?
What? What the fuck does that even mean? Like with Iran, is it a piece or is it in fucking pieces? Hey yo, I'm walking here.
So,
well, you got to feed them a little bit of that Parmesan cheese. When you want a two-legged rat,
like Ratatouille,
right? Sammy the Bull Gravano to sing, you give him some Parmesan cheese. Likewise with the four-legged rats and the mice. It's all up here. It's all up here. See, and I was willing to share
this is what the kind of ideas he would have brought as mayor.
For Bupkis.
That's why I voted for him. I didn't want to vote for a rapper, and I didn't want to vote for the Cuomo, so that's why I voted for you.
You weren't a Cuomo-sexual? Don't lie to me.
Me?
Yeah.
No, most
I mean,
not.
smacking fannies and killing grannies, you would have even thought of voting for that
it was
guy?
a little bit too much about the Jews, and I was like, stop talking about
Wait
Jews.
a second, but you're a Jew, aren't you?
I know, but I was like, stop talking about it.
No, but this is all they want to
we
talk
like
about.
Quiet. We like quiet.
Palestinians, Israelis,
What does that have to do with New York?
Exactly.
So it's just like, shut up. Like, just be. We like quiet. We like to when things.
Okay.
We like the quiet, and we like whispering.
This is good. This is good.
No, of course, it's stupid.
Don't you love this?
Yes.
They start singing from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
I love that. Yeah,
and I say, what happens to the Jews? Do they all move to Boca Raton? And then on the other side, I say, and what about Palestine? The Jews say, there is.
Do they all move to Boca Raton? Hey, bring them out here, Brooklyn.
Go start singing Palestine. Well, there are Palestinians, right? So there's Palestine. So you're right. We should just stop discussing this.
His solution is stop talking about it. God, he's so awesome. I mean, he's just an insane person, and I am so deeply entertained. Give the Israelis Delaware. No one knows what they're doing in that state. Is it really a state? It gave us Joe Biden. It can't be that good. They keep talking about how tiny Israel is. Delaware's tiny too.
Just for the mayor, it has nothing to do with it.
Mayor,
we don't have the army,
governor,
and we don't have the army.
People, assembly people, state senators, city council people. That's all they want
Well,
to
in
talk.
Congress, they fund it.
By the way, yeah, Curtis Lewa acknowledging Palestinian statehood and therefore outflanking most national Democrats is right. This is good. The correct assessment. Curtis Lewa has now outflanked Hakeem Jeffries. Okay.
They should be like talking about their decisions of whether or not they fund these kind of things. But in New York City, what the fuck does it have to
do with our life?
Yeah.
Nothing to do with picking up the garbage, making sure the schools work, making sure the trains run on time.
It's just a bit embarrassing.
The basics of what a mayor has to do.
It's a bit embarrassing. It was embarrassing for Jews. It was like it's all about us. And it's like, also, you're not Jewish, bro. He was an Italian guy.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Are you the chosen people?
No. It's ridiculous.
According to the Old Testament, you are.
Who cares?
Okay, good.
What? It's just, according to the Old Testament, I
didn't think I'd be agreeing with this guy, too, out of the box.
Wait, because I don't believe in this God is like, he's rude. And
No. Hashem.
Hashem is...
Hashem.
Okay. Baruch Hashem.
Are you waiting for the Mashiach to come?
I'm not a fucking pet. I'm not a pet.
What the fuck? Oh no, that's 10 anti-Semitic incidents on the ADL Anti-Semitism Glossary Index. Oh no, I shouldn't have laughed at that. I disavow. Curtis! I disavow. Curtis saying that is not anti-Semitic. Me laughing at it is. I don't make the rules. Jonathan Greenblatt makes the rules. I disavow.
I'm not like a...
Come with me to 770 Eastern Parkway,
I love
right?
them.
We'll daven together.
I like them. I like them.
Okay.
I like... Right. No, but I like... It's, for me, it's just like, it's, you just read the words and you don't know what they mean and it's boring.
Now let me ask you
That's kind of nice, though.
Do you have separate plates for dairy and meat?
No, I'm not kosher.
Oh my God, you are a BLT Jew. Bacon, lettuce, and tomato.
Like my parents are Jewish. My parents are annoying. Sorry, but like this, that's just what.
Well, doesn't that come with being Jewish?
We're funny. Yeah. You know, like I don't know. I kind of,
tell me.
I don't like being alive is painful.
When did you have your first BLT sandwich in which you crossed the line? It's like crossing the Red Sea.
No, we would have bacon out of the house.
You see?
But we would have shellfish in the house. It didn't make sense. We'd have shrimp in the house, but we couldn't.
Oh, you had trafe?
Of course we had
trafe.
Of course.
Yeah. What kind of a Jew are you?
I'm just not an idiot. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Non-denominational Jew.
No, I mean, like,
you're not a Hasidim, you're not Orthodox,
I'm
you're not
cultural.
conservative.
I'm cultural. Yeah.
A little reformed, right? A little reformed.
No, reform is stupid.
You don't even
reform is like acoustic guitar lesbian. Like, let's talk about God, and that's even worse.
You mean you don't?
I go to Orthodox because it's the least spiritual. Because it's boring.
Could I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you pay for your seat during Yom Kippur?
No. We went to Chabad because it was free.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Lubavitch.
That's insane. Yes. But we were at Lubavitch, but we went because it was free, and I did the whole shebang for my bar.
Have you ever danced with the Lubavitch?
The best part of Jewish is that one thing, the dance.
Kabbalah. Where you break.
We are 9 minutes in. 7 minutes if you don't count the intro. What is happening? Yes, Curtis's wife and kids are Jewish, for the record. Except, they're also very critical of Israel. Curtis's wife has said some beast mode shit about Israel, which was unearthed during the mayoral run when they were trying to attack him as well. his first wife was also Jewish. He also said a bunch of crazy things. He said a bunch of wild things in the past and still continues to do so in the future, but it seems.
Taking the classes and
I
all
haven't
that.
been married yet. It's in
Oh,
September,
okay.
and you will be there, my
Will
friend,
this,
and you will be at the
this
Bima.
be an arranged marriage for you? Are you going to? Are you going to have a shidduch?
No, we're not
The
doing. It's
matchmaker?
nothing like that. The only thing we do is the sex through
I mean,
the
what woman
sex
in
through
the
sheet.
world would want to be married to this guy? If
I don't
I
know,
had
it's
to
really hot.
profile him, it would be Schlub next to his name, right? A Schlub, right?
Yeah, I do well. I do well. You and I both. We're both.
Look at him. Look at his commanding presence. He's like looking at different cameras and shit. Like he's running the show. This is no longer the Adam Friedland show. This is the Curtis Lewa show featuring Adam Friedland.
Ladies, men. Okay, just
What I used to
listen.
be.
In New York City, you could be this, and you've seen enough Seinfeld and Woody Allen movies that.
No.
Yeah,
You got to understand. In
You could
certain
be
spots,
this. You could be this, and you get and the women think this is acceptable.
they want to see the scatterall.
No,
That's
no.
what they
Even
want.
before I had the scuttle.
Really?
Yeah.
What is it so endearing
there's-
about you that the women just can't stay away
Because
from?
you know, you could be a little bit of a nebbish, and
Yeah,
that's like
very
that's a
nebby.
type.
You were
That's
very
a type.
nebbish.
That's
Yes,
a type.
yes.
That's the type. Dude, this is what happens when two alpha bulls get in a room and we just butt heads. I want to get into you.
You want to get into my life?
Yeah, because your
This
life is
is like,
fascinating. I've
welcome.
done nothing.
This is your
I've
life,
done
Curtis
bupkis.
Lee.
I've done bupkis with my life. You've
Yes.
done a lot more with your life. So I've
Thank
kind of
you.
like
Thank you
I
for
want you to tell your story. I think you know you're from Canarsie.
Originally Canarsie,
Brooklyn, right.
But I spent some time in Brownsville and East New York, the
Okay.
trifecta, the troika, the trinity.
Okay, and you're like Gotti. He'll come back later when I'll ask you about what happened in '92.
What are you afraid to talk
But John
about
Gotti,
now?
but John Gotti was from your neighborhood. Were you like aware of him like growing up as a kid? Yeah.
Course. He was this big macha, right?
Yeah.
That everybody was afraid of. They would bow to him. They would kiss his ring.
Yeah.
Except I would
you.
never. I
Except
would
you.
never schlep to Gotti.
Did the wise guys ever try to like recruit you to like get in with them?
No, because remember I'm a mutt. I'm part Italian on my mother's side, Barese.
So
but
you
my
can never be a
father's
made
Polish.
guy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, but they didn't trust me. Would you trust me?
Yeah. 100%. Yeah, that's why I voted for you.
You think I would take the? I don't believe you voted for me.
I voted, and I offered a full-throated endorsement of you.
Cross your heart and hope to die. Wait, you're
Cross,
a Jew. You can't
yeah, it
do
doesn't
that.
mean anything.
Oh,
Cross
I'm
means
sorry.
nothing.
Hey, knock on wood. Oh, you can't do that.
But
either.
this
I
is more of a
forgot.
laminate.
That's-
Okay. Wait. So there were wise guys in your neighborhood. This was like an old New York. It was like kind of ethnic white kind of enclave of Brooklyn, right? Like,
Let me explain.
Yeah.
And my wife Nancy is going to be very upset when I use this analogy. If I picked up a dead cat in the street and swung it around my head, every fifth person in Canarsie that I hit was a mobster choking on his lobster.
Yeah.
Because you know how I love cats, and you know how my wife loves you. But
Yeah.
I have to use that analogy.
You know
so
that's
you
a Jewish
understand.
custom. The cat swinging a dead
You
cat
remember
around.
Goodfellas, right?
Of course.
Lucchese's, Poliverio,
Yeah.
Avenue D. You got the Chop Shop there. And then you got the Bamboo Lounge. That was in Canarsie. They torched it there. And you had Gelfkins, which was right on Flatlands. You would go in, but sometimes you'd come out in a body bag.
Tell us about the hole.
Gabish.
Oh, Gabish.
All right.
Tell us about the hole. Do you know about the hole?
About the what?
The hole. The neighborhood where it's under the water table.
Oh, that's East New York.
But between it's
Linden
off
Boulevard.
of Linden Boulevard.
Or Fountain Avenue.
But that's where the mob used to dump bodies,
Yeah,
right?
but you see, I used to take my Rocket 88 Olds and go.
Yeah.
You know what that was?
Scooter?
Oh, racing, man. Drag racing over there on Fountain Avenue.
What kind of car is a Rocket?
A Rocket 88 Oldsmobile. All you had to do is you get like 1.5 miles a gallon and like you fly.
The cars were long back then.
Oh, big.
And they weighed like a shit.
Gas guzzlers.
Yeah.
By
gas
the way,
guzzlers.
many accidents back then, and I never had a driver's license.
Really?
Never.
Did you get one now?
No, I've never driven legally.
Yeah.
But I don't drive at all. See, we're
Really?
making news here.
Oh my God! We
Four
got a big
times
one. We
I
got a
took
big
the
one.
test.
We got a big one.
4 times
You
I
failed
took
the
the
test?
test. Yeah, I had long hair. I looked like a hippie. So my supreme cuisine said, "Hey, look, the guy who gives you the test, it was always the same guy. He hates you because he thinks you're a hippie scum.
Yeah.
Just put $20 there when you go in. I said, I don't believe in bribing. I'm sorry. I couldn't parallel park if you put a gun to my head. If this was Deer Hunter, right, and you put it, I couldn't parallel park. He failed me 4 times. But he was looking for the moolah shmoolah. There's no doubt he wanted to pay up.
Just give
so
him
I
a
never
little
got a
roll.
license.
Why not?
I never got a license.
Just put it on his seat.
No. Remember, they tried to bribe me to get out of the mayoral race. I will not bribe anybody.
How much they offer? 10?
10 million tops. Adams, I think, accepted for 20 mil. By the way, where's Eric Adams?
Wait. You turned down $10 million to stay in the race?
Hey, look, Adams, where's he with the 20 mil that I think he got? Albania. He became a citizen of Albania. Eric Adams, swagger man with no plan. Who the hell becomes a citizen of Albania? Except if you got shade on your face, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, he was kind of like a...
You're Jewish, right? You know, he's selling to your people Bitcoin, a.k.a. crime coin, to fight anti-Semitism. How many schmucks and putzers who are Jews are buying that crime coin?
If they lost their money in that, they deserve it, and I'm happy. I'm glad for him. I'm glad for him. Any idiot that bought Stop Anti-Semitism coin...
God, this is the trifecta, the troika, the trinity. 3 things I agree with this guy
We agree on everything. Just stop it. Wait, you were on a show, Romper Room, when you were a kid?
Oh, that's when I became lens lice.
What is that?
See, like, all you had to do was invite me and tell me you had...
Wait, this is 2 hours long? I didn't even realize it was 2 fucking hours long, dude. Holy shit. This guy goes on. I mean, I can see why it's 2 hours long, because he loves the app, and it seems like the first 15 minutes of him, like, he's basically... I was going to say he's basically like a Cumtown fan. First 15 minutes is just him ripping into Adam for being Jewish. But honestly, he's much funnier than a Cumtown fan. Cumtown fans just are not capable of delivering this many jokes in rapid fire succession. They just basically keep going, "You're a Jew" to Adam Friedland. This is the replacement for Nick, actually. He's Nick Mullen. If he just starts talking about how Adam is gay in the next 30 minutes after he's done making jokes about Adam being Jewish, he's just Nick Mullen.
Had cameras in the room, and I was going to show up. So here I am,
crushing it right now.
A little kid on Romper Room. There were doobies and don't bees.
Doobies like weed?
Well, that came later.
Yeah, he's NYC Guido voice. Oh my God. That's true. He's the real. Nick Mullen is the fucking imposter. Nick Mullen is the imposter. His name is NYC Guido voice. This motherfucker lives NYC Guido voice.
Doobies and don't bees.
Okay.
Don't bees were bad. Doobies were good.
I got you.
And I was a doobie. 5 straight days on Romper Room, and I was on TV, Channel 9, and man, I'm telling you, I got addicted. It's like, man.
Did you want to be an actor? Or a dancer?
Oh, I actually was in summer stock up in Plymouth Rock with my cousin Jimmy Lonagrove. Had a summer stock theater with his partner Leon. And my first role, Helen Keller. My older sister Alita played Helen Keller.
Oh, you didn't.
Me and my youngest. No, I wasn't a trans then.
She,
although sometimes I identify that way.
I don't know. You're an actor. You're an actor. You could act. Why can't you be a woman? Like, I don't know. It's acting.
That's true.
Yeah.
But
what were her lines?
When I was asked.
What were Helen's lines?
Excuse me?
What were the lines for?
The lies of Helen.
The lines.
The lines. I don't know. That was my older sister. All I had to do was cut out paper little mache things with. Remember the circled scissors so you didn't cut yourself.
It's kind of insane that Helen Keller learned how to read and write but didn't know how to hear or see.
You know where she was based out of?
Russia.
No.
She was Soviet.
Forest Hills. Yeah, a lot of Russians there now. That's right.
Really?
Right there. Right there, 71st and Continental.
She became a communist, no?
She flirted with socialism, communism. Why, you have a problem with that?
No, that's what me.
Oh, you are?
I don't know.
What are you? Explain this because nobody
I'm a communist. I don't know.
seems to know what a socialist or a communist is.
I
If
think
I
that-
stopped 100.
What is it?
He was born of a Jewish mother.
The Bronx Bull.
Which means he's a Jew. When
Yeah!
they come out to Jews, they say, no, not Jake LaMotta. I said, you should be proud. The pound for pound, the toughest man ever to walk around was Jake LaMotta. Let's give a nice round of Wait. Later on, he was a pedophile. No, can I take that back? He was an Epstein. Can I take that back,
What are you
please?
gonna do?
Hey,
What
by
are
the
you
way,
gonna
how
do?
come we're not talking about all the guys who were involved with Epstein?
Wow. Wow. If you don't watch the whole thing, you have to watch this clip.
Does it piss you off when people try to shit on Columbus, like Native Americans and stuff?
Christopher Columbus, right?
Yeah.
He was a degenerate. He had his problems.
Yeah.
He had his eccentricities.
Yeah.
He was Jewish. Did you know that?
It's actually fake.
No.
They try to say he's Jewish, but he's
No,
not.
he had a
Yeah.
bris. Trust me. He had to
Okay,
drop
but-
his drawers to prove that he had.
What are you saying? He had a bris, trust me. Why is he talking like he saw Christopher Columbus's dick, bro? Trust me, I saw it. He was packing. All right? You don't even know about it.
The bris,
people
come
just
on.
like that style.
You know, back then,
People
that's
like
how.
a hoodless style.
You know, why do you think he had to escape Spain in 1492? He was
doing it on behalf of
Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand
Ferdinand and
launched the
Isabella.
Inquisition on your people and said
Yeah, we
either
was
convert
forced-
or die.
yeah.
And he decided to leave with the Nina, the Pinta, the Santa, and the Maria.
Yeah, well, there's three actually. There's Santa Maria.
No, you're wrong.
No, Santa
The
Maria was the third
Nina,
one.
the Pinta, the Santa, and the Maria.
The Nina, the Penis, and the Santa Maria.
That's right. Four of the ships. Three of them made it.
Yeah.
As he went.
Oh, so he called one the Santa Maria after one lot. He combined the names?
Excuse me?
Nothing.
The Santa and the Maria is two different ships.
Are you trying to instruct me on the hero of my peeps, Christopher Columbus?
I thought you. So you're Jewish?
No, he is Jewish.
I thought you were Newsboy of the Year.
Yes, I was. The Daily Newspaper Boy of the Year.
I mean, what can you say? No, this is literally welcome back, Nick Mullen.
People out in the street, you think they would know?
I know they're all idiots, but I'm pretty smart.
So what are you? Tell me.
I don't know. Fucking.
You're an independent, autonomous, free thinker.
I don't know the way
You
that
question
people identify
authority.
themselves. Like
You're not involved in idolatry. Say it one more time.
I believe in democracy, I
Good,
guess,
good,
and
good.
then I believe in
One person, one vote.
Yeah, but I would take $10 million to drop out of the race
Yeah,
for sure.
but you're not alone.
That's $10 million. It's like that. It's like when you're growing up and your friends are like, "Would you suck a dick for $1 million?" No way, bro. It's like $1 million.
You used to joke like that all
That's
the time.
what. That's what teenage boys all joke around about.
Oh,
No way, I suck a dick for $1 million.
No, teenage boys,
Yeah.
they wanted to match size. I mean, that was the big thing back
Yeah,
then,
it was
size.
like, yeah. We're of course.
I mean,
Jewish summer camp.
did you whip it out?
Yeah, I was packing.
God, you
packing.
perv.
Absolutely. Why?
Oh my God! Come on.
Why?
You got lured into that, man.
By my friends?
Yeah.
During COVID, we were all sending pictures to the boys chat. It was funny.
Really?
As a bit, yeah. We were like, it's gay to send your girls a dick pic, but it's funny to send your boys a dick pic. And then I sent one, and then my friend Brian said I was puffed, and then he sent it to my girlfriend. He said, it is Adam puffed. And I was like, you bitch. Okay, cut all that.
Let me
anyway,
ask you, let me
yeah.
That wouldn't have even made it up in the old Catskills at the Concours.
Whatever. You come from a generation where it's gay to eat pussy, right?
What the hell are you talking about?
I
could be your grandfather.
Yeah.
Show some respect.
So in your generation, it's a thing that it's homosexual to eat to do cunnilingus on a woman. I'm a liberated modern man.
What the hell is this?
You're
guy
my
talking
best friend. Okay, at 8 years old, you were mugged.
Many more times than just 8 years old. You see,
You want to tell us about that?
when you're a tough guy, let me explain something.
But you were 8 years old.
Yeah, every tough guy says that they've given people beatdowns.
Yeah.
But if you're a real tough guy,
You
you
take your
got
licks.
beatdowns and you gave beatdowns.
Yeah, yeah.
Of course I caught my fair share of beatdowns.
So what was the situation? That was your first brush with violence or something? That's what I understand.
Here I was, on my way to the candy store to get a comic book.
Okay.
And some of the Supreme Cuisines who were a little older than me surrounded me.
So it was like teenagers?
Not really.
So it's not a mugging?
I'd say a year or two on me.
Oh, so you just got in a fight with the older kids?
It wasn't even a fight, man. They jumped me.
Why would they call it a mugging?
Let me ask you a question.
That's not a mugging.
You don't sound to me like a fighter, and you don't sound to me like a lover.
No.
Clocked his shit.
You're sort of like you're staying on the sidelines, and then who's ever winning, you jump in. That's right, get him, Sal Vinny. I was on your side all the time, right?
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
No. I'm a fence sitter. I go with the.
You go with the winner.
I go with the winner, of course. Yeah, no. I mean, I think that in school, the kids get like their voices drop in beards like years before other kids, and so I was like, I have to survive somehow. So I just started making jokes. Yeah, that's kind of how I survived.
Not very good jokes, I might add.
You weren't there. How do you know?
Yeah, because I grew up with guys like you. Canarsie was Italians and Jews.
Yeah.
See, if you notice,
I would have run that. I would have run Canarsie if I was there.
You see,
I would have been the top dog.
Did you ever notice why Italians and Jews get along so well?
Because we're in love with our mothers, and that we think life is painful, and we hate ourselves.
They both hate the Irish because the Irish were the cops, and they hated the Jews because they thought that the Jews were Christ killers, and they hated the Italians because they said, oh, all they do is they drink wine, and they're members of organized crime. So Jews and Italians bonded together.
Yeah.
Murder Incorporated. Do you know your
Lucky
people
Luciano,
were the toughest of the tough?
Bugsy Siegel.
That's right. But even before
Meyer
that,
Lansky doing the book.
That's right.
Yeah, doing the book.
Lepke and Gura Brownsville. Yeah. Do you know that Anastasia, who was the mad assassin, would subcontract his hits to the Jews in Brownsville because they were the toughest of the tough? What happened to you?
Me?
Yeah, it must have been a weak
Wait,
gene
I have a
pool.
question. I have a question, right? Like when you heard...
What is going on, man? Also, how the fuck does Curtis Lewa get away with saying whatever the hell he wants to say?
about that thing in Minneapolis, right? With the Somalis who were like, they were 98% legals here. Like, isn't that kind of what us guys did? Like when we came over here? Weren't we all doing Somali daycare?
We were like boat jumpers?
No, we were doing Somali daycare frauds.
Yeah, well, it was
olive
oil.
Isn't it kind of the same thing as like what we were doing? It's just an immigrant group.
No, let me give you the difference.
It kind of just reminded me of that.
Let me give you the difference.
No?
Italians were involved in import-export, right? Olive oil.
I'm just saying it's like
You know how much of the olive oil is fake Fugazi olive oil
I'm not
now
saying
in
it's
the world?
the same crime. I'm
75%.
I know that. That pisses me off to know.
What
it.
happened
I
to the
don't know
real
that.
olive oil?
Yeah, I know.
You people grow it in the Middle East and you fight over it with the
It's not
Palestinians over
me,
the
people.
olive trees.
Not me, people, my friend. Not me, people. No, no. What I was saying is like, just like kind of like an immigrant group trying to like, we were kind of a bit breaking the laws too, a little bit.
Like what were you doing? Huh?
Well, I wasn't here. My parents moved here in the 80s. But
Jewish lightning, Jewish electricity, is that what you're talking about?
No. You're missing my point.
Oh.
I'm saying when I saw the daycare fraud, I'm like, yeah, we were doing like little rackets and schemes ourselves. Like when after we came over off the boat from Ellis Island. So I'm like a little bit like why is like, yeah, it's just a couple of generations ago that we got here, and it's kind of like the same kind of shit.
You're trying to say that's like evolutionary. You come over here.
I'm just saying that
you don't have two nickels to rub together, and right away you're in a racket.
I'm just saying that the way that it sounds, the way people are describing Somalis is like kind of how they described us. Let me
ask you.
Is that not right?
I always thought the making of the matzahs by some was a racket. Because to make good matzah it takes 18 minutes, right?
I don't know. It's disgusting. It gives.
He's so mad. Does he always wear that beret? Yes, except for one time on the debate stage where he didn't wear it and he had a very visible beret tan line and it was awesome.
The Gentile has
gives
to
you
tell him how to
constipation.
make matzah.
No Jews make matzah, and we don't know anything about the lightning. It's boring.
No, it's Jewish electricity. Jewish lightning,
yeah.
right? Hey, look.
Listen, I know.
You say everybody had
we
a
know
racket.
romantic comedies, and we know like that.
Yeah.
That's yeah.
Hey, and who's 100 years old?
Dick Van Dyke. Dick Van Dyke.
No, yes, but he's not a Jew.
Mel Gibson.
Not Gibson.
Mel Gibson.
He hates Jews.
Mel Brooks.
Mel Brooks, yes. Okay,
Mel Gibson. Okay.
Hey, this is good Jeopardy.
Okay, so you're 8 years old. You get mugged by the stupidest criminals ever.
A few times.
By the stupidest dumbass criminals ever. Because you have what?
Jadruls,
A nickel.
knuckle
You have a
draggers.
nickel. You have a nickel, right? And these animals come in and they beat you up. And then you decide to devote your life to the martial arts. Is that correct?
My dad decided that. He was a merchant sailor.
And your dad was a big, buff guy.
Oh, man. Let me tell you.
A merchant sailor, so you are Jewish.
Yeah. No, merchant seamen. They were the scourge of the earth. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about, merchant?
Not merchants like the Chinese and the Lebanese and the Jews
I don't know about
traveled the world as merchant seamen. What a stunad. Right?
Okay, I love
what
this
are you,
guy.
a schmendrick?
Of course I'm a schmendrick. I'm a Shalomil Shalmazel. Okay, yeah. So wait. So you started studying the martial arts, karate, right?
No, judo first.
Judo.
Sotokari.
Okay, and where was your dojo and who's your sensei?
Bridgewood.
So was it literally what's going on? It has been 24 minutes so far of him just ripping into Adam for being too Jewish and then being not Jewish enough. I'm telling you, welcome back, Cumtown. Like this is Nick Mullen.
Ridgewood, Queens.
I used to have to take the LL train, lousy line, to the Hamburg train. It was made in Hamburg because they were all Germans living there in Ridgewood.
Yeah.
Fresh Pond Road.
Oh, now it's Polish, but it used to be German.
Now it's all the Gen
that's where they
Zers
have
and millennials.
That's where they have the hall. What's it called?
It's too expensive.
Gottscheer Hall. That's like German.
Yeah, and then the Polonaise was in Greenpoint, but you see,
you
Gen Zers, you millennials,
you know they're getting a Whole Foods.
The rent is too high to pay.
They're getting a Whole Foods.
Gentrification. Where are all my Polish brothers and sisters in solidarity, right?
No, not so loud. Come on.
Did you know I was the Grand Marshal of the Pulaski Day Parade in 2000?
You were.
And when I came out
Did
of
they give you a baton?
Oh, yes. And when I came out of St. Patrick's Cathedral with my red beret, tux and tails on, there was a tourist bus from San Diego that came up. And they said, Curtis, I didn't know Polish people have a holiday for Roman Polanski. I said, no, Pulaski, Kosciuszko. And it's not Kosciuszko. It's Kosciuszko. Can you say it right?
Of course.
Okay. Do you have that mustard? When given a choice, you take Hebrew National or do you take Kosciuszko mustard?
Neither.
Okay. What kind of Jew are you?
I get like a kind of a French.
What do you got, mayonnaise?
No, I get like a French kind of like with the seeds, the mustard. What's it called? Like
God,
a kind of a.
Obama. The Obama mustard, dude. The fancy mustard. That was man, discourse was so crazy back then. It is wild. Also, I don't think Hebrew National makes Dijon or Poupon, Grey Poupon. But also a Dijon mustard, you ignorant. Okay, well, I'm ignorant, yes.
So forgetful.
A Dijon. Okay, wait. So you did judo, then karate. You were a popular kid. You were good at sports. What sports did you play?
Baseball.
Baseball. What position?
Center field, third base.
Ooh, center field.
And
Willie Mays.
No, Mickey Mantle.
Willie
Mays was too good for me.
Yeah. You couldn't go over the head.
Oh, that's right. Mickey Mantle was right there.
Yeah.
But my game was stickball.
You
I
play
was
on
the
the streets.
commissioner of stickball for 12 years here in New York City.
Really?
Under Rudy Giuliani and Michael Bloomberg.
Bud Siegel over here. Yeah.
Bud? No.
No, it's Manfred.
Wait a second. You
Rob
think
Manfred.
I have a bad rug on my head and I'm wearing the polyester waffle weave flame retarded pants?
I don't know why you're wearing that hat.
You know, when I was on ESPN, did I ever tell you I did ESPN, the Curtis Lee was Super Sports Spectacular? I was railing on Bud Selig, who was the owner of the Brewers and the head of Major League Baseball.
I thought it was in Baltimore.
And the boys from Bristol called up and said, fire him! And they fired me.
Yeah, you can't go out at the finish.
No. Bud Selig was from Milwaukee. Not Baltimore. Man, get your city straight.
Yeah. Okay, wait, so you're a Yanks fan.
Absolutely. There is
Okay.
only one team. I hate the Mets.
Were your parents Dodger fans?
No, my dad was from Chicago. He's a White Sox fan, and he hated my hero, Mickey Mantle.
Yeah.
So you know why it turned out the way I am. I hated that.
Do you
man.
butt heads with your old man?
Only on the White Sox and the Yankees. He called Mickey Mantle a bum, a degenerate, an alcoholic. He was right about all that, but
really,
he was my hero, number 7 in the pinstripes, Mickey Mantle.
Maybe your dad wanted to be your hero, and he's like, why are you a hero worshiping
And then,
this
you
man?
know the worst moment of my life?
No.
Years later, I met Mickey Mantle at his gin mill right there on Central Park
Did
South.
you cry?
And he was a total degenerate. He was a nasty person. I met Willie Mays up in Riverdale. I thought, Willie, say hey, kid. He was nasty. And Joe DiMaggio was nasty. 3 of the best ball players of all time. And
They're
they
rich
just
pricks.
were nasty.
Rich pricks. Yeah.
Weren't even rich. They made $100,000 each a year.
Yeah.
You know?
Who's the nicest famous person you've met?
The nicest
The best guy.
Best guy. My kumbare Cheech, right? The nice guy.
I
Guy
don't
so
know.
nice he
Yeah.
would take a bullet for me even though he wasn't a blood relative.
Robert De Niro?
Oh, get out of here, De Niro. Probably hates me. I have no idea. One time I walked up to him. I was introduced. He looked at me.
Bob.
If looks could kill, I would have been a cadaver in
No,
formaldehyde.
that's his face, but he has that face.
Yeah,
He's
I don't think he's a Curtis
Yeah.
face. You know, I don't know anybody who's really nice. to
You've
be
never
honest
met a nice, famous person?
Well, a priest I didn't trust. You understand why?
Yeah.
Nuns were nice.
They
Although they
didn't
hit
hit
you
you.
so hard, your mother would feel the vibrations with that 3-foot ruler.
Really?
I was raised by Josephite nuns. These were Irish nuns up in Crown Heights, Eastern Parkway, who told me that St. Brendan the Navigator discovered the New World, and not what I was told by the Italian Americans in my family and in Canarsie, that it was
Columbus.
Christopher Columbus.
Does it piss you off when people try to shit on Columbus? Like Native Americans and stuff?
Christopher Columbus, right?
Yeah.
He was a degenerate. He had his problems.
Are you doing the Grand Theft Auto preview after this? Obviously, it's not as important as this or the Nepal floods. You might not even get to Grand Theft Auto 6 tonight, and that's completely understandable. I'm so excited for Grand Theft Auto 6 preview. Obviously, you'd want to do that last, though, since it's less important than the Nepal floods or the... You kidding me? I did all of those things today. Chatter, if you subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS, the People's Broadcasting Service, I'm expecting, I'm assuming that you probably just got off work and you just tuned into the Hasanabi broadcast and you don't know. But if you subscribe, you are capable of rewinding and you can watch immediately, instantaneously. You can subscribe to rewind. Or you could also, shouts out to our crackpot editing team, watch them on YouTube because both of these videos are already up. And one of them already has 200,000 views. Oh my God. The Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to break the economy video. 200,000 views. Wow. My editors are finally on Asmongold time. Yeah. Devastating flash floods in Nepal. Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to break the economy. The APAC Avengers are after me. Canada fights back against U.S. tariff war. The Hassan Piker smear campaign hit a new low. These are really good numbers, by the way. Like, kind of shocking. For in one day, Abdul Sayed makes Fox News host laugh at his opponent. 304,000 views. Did Fox News just 174,000, 161,000, 170? God damn, in one day. W editors. We've started to also rein in the Clips Industrial Complex. We started to rein in the Clips Industrial Complex, which is part of the reason why you're seeing a lot of these videos do better. Where if we're putting out a video, we tell fan channels not to put out a competing video to eat away in the algorithm. Please tell the fan channels that we have a server to coordinate and they should add a contact email in their channel. Yes, every fan channel has to add a contact email. The Independent calls it Pikergate. Democrats fighting over Hassan Piker face accusations of falling into a Republican trap. Which is true. It is true. I'm glad that the Independent has recognized it as such, because that is precisely what's going on. Austin was right. Why? Why are you saying this? They listened to Austin. Austin was right. Austin was fucking right. What is going on, Hassan's New Pharmacist? Why are you freaking out? Dude, some of the fan channels are so rude. Lamar, I'll comment, hey, Hassan wants you to not upload this clip VOD, and they'll be so annoying and rude about why they won't. Well, we'll take them out if they are. So it's run by a Dem who also hates abortion and gay people. Yeah, Detroit's Wit said not seeking re-election to State House and citing spiritual reasons. Yeah, this new Democrats for Mike Rogers pack is run by Hassan. This is why Austin clocked you.
Well, I feel like there's a lot of accusations being thrown around.
Is that where
I'm
you
just trying to
work?
work on my thing, and
Oh, this is, yeah, when Austin said, I don't upload fast enough. It's true. God, he looks like shit. He looks like death, dude. Hasanabi clips industrial complex purge? No, it's not a purge at all. We just have to rein it in a little bit.
Yeah.
He had his eccentricities.
Yeah.
He was Jewish. Did you know
Yeah,
that?
it's actually fake.
No.
They try to say he's Jewish, but he's not.
He had a
yeah.
bridge. Trust me. He had
Okay,
a drop.
He had a brace, Christopher Columbus.
Drawers to prove that he had a
Some
bridge.
people
Come
just
on.
like that style.
You know, back then,
People
that's
like
how,
a hoodless style.
You know, why do you think he had to escape Spain in 1492? He
was doing it on behalf of
Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand
and
launched the
Isabella.
Inquisition on your people and said
Yeah, we
either
was
convert
forced-
or die.
yeah.
And he decided to leave with the Nina, the Pinta, the Santa, and the Maria.
Yeah, well, it's three actually. There's Santa Maria.
No, you're wrong.
No, Santa Maria was
Nina,
the third one.
the Pinta, the Santa, and the Maria.
The Nina, the Penis, and the Santa Maria.
That's right.
Yeah.
4 of the ships. 3 of them made it.
Yeah.
As he went.
Oh, so he called one the Santa Maria after one lot. He combined the names?
Excuse me?
Nothing.
Are you trying to instruct me on the hero of my peeps, Christopher Columbus?
I thought so you're Jewish.
No, he is Jewish.
I thought you were Newsboy of the Year.
Yes, I was. The Daily Newspaper Boy of the Year.
And President Nixon gave you an award for being Newsboy of the Year?
In the White House.
In the White House.
He gave me a cheap pen and a tie clip. They told me, his consigliere, do not ask any questions of the president.
Who's the consigliere?
Well, the
Kissinger?
chief of staff, whoever that was at the time.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't rewind it. We just skipped ahead, okay?
Against you campaigned on the President Jaime did. I asked him a question.
What did
I
you
said,
ask him?
Excuse me, Mr. President. You campaigned on the fact that you would end the war in Vietnam, and yet you opened up a secret war against Laos and Cambodia. And guess what? They shined their boots on my
You knew about
backside
it, yeah.
and kicked me to the curb.
Wow. Yeah, that was after Cy Hirsch. Yeah.
Question authority.
Let's fucking
no
go,
idolatry.
Bro. Let's fucking go. How old were you when you were Newsboy of the Year?
How old I was? 16.
16. I saw a picture of it. You're quite a handsome young man. Good-looking young man.
Please don't come on to me.
Do you
now.
used to pull a lot of chicks growing up?
Not really. I was still sleeping with my baseball glove at that point.
You were fucking a baseball glove?
Of course, you hug your baseball glove. You have 50 rubber bands around it.
Yeah.
One for softball with a clincher, the other one with a hard ball. And I used to sleep with both of them until all of a sudden I started chasing skirts.
How old
and
were
my
you
marks
then?
went down. And then my mom said, you got to go back to Catholic school. You were in Bildersee Junior High School. I was in SP.
Yeah.
We thought it meant special people. Not for me. I ended up going to Brooklyn Prep.
Yeah, so you went to Brooklyn Prep. You were president, student body president.
Yes.
You were a star athlete. You're popular.
I wouldn't say a star athlete. I was captain of a team that won no games.
Well, you're the
okay?
captain.
I'm not going to cross my heart. You don't mind if I cross my heart. Cross my heart and hope to die.
Yeah.
I was the captain of the baseball team as a sophomore.
A capo de tutti.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, this guy's a slow learner, isn't he?
I'm not a slow learner.
It's okay. Let me ask you a question.
Commendatore.
Did you like Ronzoni Sonoboni? Were you a spaghetti bender? Did you like spaghetti?
No, you don't break it. You don't break it like the Metagon do.
You have to.
You don't break the spaghetti.
Wait, what are you, a Northern Italian? What do you got your nose in the air like you don't care?
No.
Southern
The way they
Italian.
look down on us,
My God.
The way they look down on us.
You're the ones who used to hire my grandfather to dig the ditches like they do the Mexicans now.
No, we're Paisan. You and me.
Hey,
Come on.
some more, huh?
Okay, so you're student body president, star athlete, newsboy of the year. You saved people from a burning building. Five people.
So the
five
Nixon
human
five,
beings.
Nixon five.
Okay.
I saved 5 people from a burning building.
He's got. Dude, he always knows where the cameras are. He's always playing.
A star. You were a judo black
No,
belt.
by then I was a street fighter.
Oh my God, I just realized it's been 32 minutes and he's still doing the fucking introduction. Oh my God. We are 32 minutes in and Adam has gotten through 3 lines in the intro. That's why he's talking about judo still. I forgot that he was reading his notes to introduce who Curtis Leo is to his fucking audience. They just went right into it.
Okay.
Throw all the rules out.
Have you attained a black belt in any martial
Let me
art?
tell you something. You gave me a chance, I'd jap you from the back. That's
What
the
is
only way
Jap?
you could win.
Like a Jewish American princess?
Well, I knew many of those.
Yeah. Oh God.
Do I need to go
blah,
through
blah,
them?
blah blah blah. Okay. Wait. Go through them. Go through them.
Now I know why Jewish men die early. when they marry
That's
a
true.
Jewish
It's true.
woman. Oh.
It's true. It's like, please, cancer, please
Yes,
take me away.
Please, enough.
cancer, please. Okay.
They turn the boys into mamalukes.
So
as do Italian mothers, the mamaluk.
Oh, we love the mom. We love the mother. We love the. And your mother was.
Francesca. She
Your mother was a
saint.
press secretary. Okay, but let's go into this. I just want to finish your upbringing. All of those facts. I'm reading.
He's desperately trying to go through the notes. He's like, your mother was this. Okay, let me just finish. Let me just read the intro, please.
You're like, this is a perfect college applicant, right? Like, how do you find yourself at McDonald's on Fordham Road in the Bronx after high school?
It was quite a short trip.
You're a student body president.
But I announced that we were going to have an initiative and referendum not to wear jackets and ties.
You want to wear berets?
No. Just wanted to wear civvies, regular civvies.
When did you find out that looked good?
No, there was no berets back then.
There was no berets.
I had more hair on my head. So the students actually voted not to wear jackets and ties. I let them out in protest. And then the headmaster, Father Alexander, and the prefect of discipline, who hated my guts right down to the marrow of his bone, said, you're going to be on the outside looking in. And kicked me out of high school. And I never looked back. I could have had
But you were the
partial
president.
scholarship to Brown University because I was the recycling guy before there was even recycling.
That's the other
You
thing I
left that
forgot.
out.
That's the other thing I forgot.
I thought you were smart. You're Jewish.
He
You're never
literally-
supposed to leave things out.
Okay, here's my question.
Okay.
He used to collect garbage all over his neighborhood to clean up the streets,
Tons.
which is a theme of his life. And you brought it home, and your neighbors complained because there was too much.
Wouldn't you?
Why didn't your parents let you turn the house into a dump?
But let me ask you a question.
Wait. Why did your mom and dad let you do that?
Because my mom and dad were very much like Unitarians. As long as you did the work, they would support you. They said, look, if you believe in this and you do the work, we're going to be there. And my dad had to come back from the ship and meet with the neighbors who felt their property values were going down. Because there was a junkyard on the corner, which was my house.
My mother would have killed me if I did junk.
Oh, my God, your mother would have said.
They liked cleanliness.
Have nothing to do with that junk man on
They
the
thought
corner.
you were God's gift to the planet Earth, your parents.
But did I ever
had
tell
good
you
parents.
how the Jewish guy would come around
What does it have to
with
do
the
with Jewish?
truck
Okay.
and he would weigh the aluminum, the copper, and he put his thumb on the scale, not for me, but for the other day.
Yeah.
I'm not saying anything about the guys from Dean Street. The
Yeah.
Italians were worse with waste paper. I'm telling you, they wouldn't take my waste paper. I was trying to save the world, recycle the trees, clean air, Mother Earth, global warming, climate change. I'm the only Republican who talks like that.
You're the star boy, and then you're at McDonald's, Fordham Road, Bronx.
Well, before I got there, I was pumping gas at Rocky Shell Station.
This is the type of generational New York ethnic politics you woke skulls are afraid to talk about. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't. I never would, because I think I would get canceled if I did like a fraction of the ethnic commentary that Curtis Lewa has engaged in here. You know what I mean? Like I would get canceled off rip like 3 minutes in.
overnight, and then packing groceries at an AMP as the key man, and then I found my calling.
Yeah.
The Golden Arches in the Bronx.
Yeah.
And I took the number 2 train, the Beast, from Rockaway Avenue. I was living in Brownsville, then on Osborne and Hegeman. The only
Is that like an
mighty
hour?
mighty.
That's like an hour.
Yeah, but I had first marriage, So she met Jacoby, I met Myers. It only lasted about an hour. She was from the Virgin Islands. We lived in Brownsville. I took the train from one tough neighborhood to an even worse neighborhood where the Bronx was burning. And I loved every second of it.
So you were trying to get away from your wife, so you went to basically
she came with
the
me.
most dangerous place in New York City to get away.
Yes.
You're like, I'm going to go to the Bronx while it's burning during the summer of Sam. Yeah, because that's how much of a battle axe she was.
I had such.
Hassan saying Yiddish words would be its own news cycle. I know Yiddish words. No, don't. Wait, why? Fox News. I used to say Meshuggah. You guys know that? I will get canceled, brother. What do you think is actively happening to you? It's not real. Cancellation is not real. No, that's the metal band is Meshuggah. Yeah. Chutzpah, Shiksa. I mean, there's obviously Schmuck, but is Tukus, Schwitz, Schlep. I think you guys forget not only, I would say that Yiddish is more like East Coast Jewish culture, more so than West Coast Jewish culture. More Ashkenazis in the East Coast, but that's why I picked up. The band is named after the Yiddish word. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, but that's where these are just Curb Your Enthusiasm words. No, it's just from literally living in the East Coast. That's it. If you are in proximity to New York and New Jersey, you just learn a shit ton of Yiddish words. Guys, I was born in New Jersey, okay, at the end of the day. What are we fucking talking about? What are we talking about? Chowder describing Yiddish as Curb Your Enthusiasm words is so funny. Yeah. Hassan makes fun of Yiddish language. Up next on Fox News, fair and balanced. Yeah, no, I know about Yiddish because of how anti-Semitic I am. Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing. Jewish culture is so embedded in American culture that most people know Yiddish words and use it regularly without knowing. True. Who the fuck taught you Shiksa? Okay, I'm going to repeat this one more time. I live in West Hollywood. Also, do you know how many Jewish friends I have? Many of which have married non-Jews. Are you kidding me? Again, I live in West Hollywood, okay? And even before then, guys, I lived in Miami, New Jersey, and Los Angeles. Those are the 3 places I lived in the United States of America. Okay? What are we talking about? Like, these are like Florida, New Jersey, and Los Angeles have, with the exception of New York, these are 3 of the most Jewish populated states in the country, if not the entire fucking planet, pretty much.
Nachas. Such joy. Let me tell you. I had no service. No service. I found my calling.
Yeah. Okay, wait. So
now one last thing about
you're a night
Mickey
manager.
D's.
You're a
Mickey
night manager.
D's
Yes.
would not allow me to go to McDonald's University in Oak Brook.
Why?
They said that I was
because you got
special
kicked out
ed.
of school. This is your special ed?
Yeah, because they thought I was more of a bouncer than I was a manager, which in the Bronx, you really needed a bouncer, not a manager.
They judged a book by its cover because you seem like a tough guy, but you're also an incredibly intelligent person.
Says who?
Not McDonald's, apparently.
No, but
I'm sorry. Rockstar has confirmed Hood Action News. Rockstar has confirmed that Jason Starr's story in Grand Theft Auto 6 uncircumcised, but player choices in the quests could change that. First of all, Hood Action News in my mind is now associated with the hood of your penis. I'm now assuming that Hood Action News is just to stay up to date with all things circumcision. Like, this is a circumcision related news outlet. I'm Mexican, never met many Jews. Is this like AAVE but Jewish style? Serious question. No, chatter. Yiddish is not like AAVE but Jewish style. What the fuck? Oh, that's so funny. Oh. I guess it's actually, you're not wrong. Okay, you know what? I take it back. You're actually kind of right. No, that's actually not the worst way to describe it. Yeah, it's more like, yeah, it's like Creole. It's a mishmash. Goyim, please use Yiddish. We won't cancel you. I mean, Goyim do use Yiddish a lot. People say schmuck. It's based on German phonetically, yes.
This is
I find you to be incredibly intelligent.
This is the man who voted for me. You see, that proves that he voted for me because he thought I was intelligent.
As well, I did. I was proud of it.
Thank you.
And I'm proud of it. But okay.
He's lying. He voted for Cuomo. Everyone knows this.
Okay. Wait, so you're at McDonald's, you're in Fordham Road. Let's go, 1977. There's a serial killer in the Bronx,
Yes.
right? There are rolling blackouts. Like, it's a real shit, like, fucking, like,
it's bad.
terrifying place.
The Bronx is burning.
And then you meet your a man who's still, I assume, your best friend. You want to tell me about him?
The Mad Chinaman, Don Chen.
Yeah, I would.
320 pounds. He had been a member of the Savage Skulls, and he said, Curtis,
Okay.
you can manage this McDonald's the Roy Kroc way, or you can manage
Ray
it.
Kroc, yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to do that.
Excuse me, you insult me. In the Bronx, they didn't want Ronald McDonald to come to that McDonald's.
Yeah.
They wanted the Hamburglar. The kids asked for the Hamburger, not for Ronald McDonald.
I would ask for Grimace.
How come you didn't laugh at that joke, huh?
Because it wasn't funny.
What
It was
kind
not
of
funny
an
at all.
audience is this here?
Yeah.
But anyway, the point is, Don Chen told me you could do it the Roy Kroc way, or as you say, Ray Kroc, and I'll carry you out. There'll be 6 guys carrying you out. I'll give you your eulogy, or you could do it the Don Chen way and survive to open up the restaurant another day. I chose the Don Chen way.
So he said you got, in order to fucking manage this McDonald's in the middle of just a fucking really dangerous,
It's a rough
area,
rough.
right? You got to learn how to be tough, and you got to learn how to like command the McDonald's. You had people coming in. That was a birthday. You had people coming in, b-boys, MCs, DJs, graffitis, knowledge,
Black Spades, Savage Nomads, Savage Skulls.
They called themselves that.
Yeah, just go down.
Oh, so it was like Warriors.
Well, that's right.
Yeah,
And
okay.
we started the same time the movie The Warriors came out.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, if you need to know what I was starting in, my baptism was in fire. It was just like what you saw in The Warriors, with no cops around. But one thing, my law and order in the restaurant, you came in, you gave my closers a hard time. Ralphie, Vincenz, 3 snaps up.
Yeah.
I go over the counter and give you a therapeutic back massage. No homophobic language. Now, in a rough neighborhood, that's pretty tough.
Well, there was a gay coworker that you were friends with, and you had administered his wedding.
I married him in I personally did not marry him. I had enough marriages.
You didn't get married to him.
Exactly.
No.
But I married him as the so-called clergy, the pastor. 1977.
77.
That's right, 77 Sunset Strip. 1977, in the community room of a project in Soundville, I married Ralphie, my closer, to his long-term boyfriend, Vincenz. And do you know...
Italian guy?
No, he was Puerto Rican. He was a Boricua. This was a Boricua man.
Yeah, okay.
The place was packed. Outside, the gangs were looking inside like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, it's tough being gay in that
Very
environment.
tough.
Yeah.
But 1977, you know what the Democrat and Republican attitude towards gays getting married was? You should be happy to be domestic partners.
Did your friends survive the 80s? Your gay friends?
Well, I know a lot of gay and lesbians and transgenders.
No, but like gay men, a lot of them died. Like
oh my God, that was a horror age.
Yeah.
And the nation turned our backs on them. We didn't do all we could have done for them.
Did you know people that died?
What is that? That was the evil Dr. Fauci, appointed by Ronald Reagan then to deal with AIDS. Hey, what did he do, Fauci? You did ugats.
No, he went to.
Because I was 100% right about it being a cultural thing of the East Coast. My Polish Catholic grandma and great grandma who grew up in Buffalo, New York, both use Yiddish words. Yeah, it's definitely a Northeast thing. It's specifically like New York, New Jersey. That's a perfect example of circling back to his point earlier on being quiet about Israel. How is he a Republican? Yeah, I asked that question to myself, and maybe it's because he's from New York. He's just so New York that like this is as like Andrew Cuomo is sincerely a more conservative person than a guy who operated a paramilitary in New York subways for decades. I mean that. Like I genuinely think Andrew Cuomo is unironically more conservative than Curtis Lewa is. He talks about Salvador Allende in this video, believe it or not. They don't make this kind of guy anymore. Yeah, unfortunately, the party polarization is so deeply set in nowadays that it's virtually like it's impossible to get a guy like this. There's no more like the last guy who did this, ironically enough, was Donald Trump, right? The heterodox conservative Donald Trump. And look at what he is now as opposed to how he was running in 2016. When Donald Trump was running in 2016, he was literally running as a pro-trans Republican. It sounds like the past is a different world, okay? It sounds like the past is a different universe, but that happened only a decade ago. Donald Trump ran for president as a Republican who was openly pro-transgender. He had a flag that said LGBTs with the T in it for Trump. Like, think about that. And even then, look at what has happened to Trump now. So in some ways, he was the heterodox, and many voters unironically thought that he was quite moderate even, regardless of his very clear-cut white supremacist, Islamophobic sentiment and his policies that he was advocating for. A lot of voters voted for Trump because they thought he was the moderate choice between him and Hillary Clinton. Not because they thought Hillary Clinton was too woke, mind you, but because Donald Trump was showing, like, I guess, the moderate opinions on a lot of social issues that people didn't give a shit about. Since then, of course, he is, maxed out on the social conservatism. Here it is. Yep. LGBTs for Trump. He famously said North Carolina should drop the transgender bathroom issue, and that if Caitlyn Jenner wants to piss in any bathroom, it's fine by me, as long as she's pissing in Trump Tower. That's what he said. That was 2016. And then he would fuck up at times, and he would be like, because he was trying to lock down the evangelicals. So he would fuck up and say accidentally shit like, yeah, I want to lock up women who have abortions. I remember this because I wrote about it at the time. I did a video on it. I talked about how like that is technically the anti-abortion position, is to punish women who get abortions, but you're not supposed to say it out loud. You're supposed to basically redirect the attention to the doctors, the evil doctors that are conducting the abortions, that kind of thing. But yeah. This isn't to say that he was woke, by the way, chatters. Curtis Lewa is definitely a lot more woke than Trump ever was. Donald Trump also was the one who was like taking out full page ads in the New York Times demanding the execution of the Central Park Five. You know, he did all that stuff. His family was investigated by the federal government for refusing to rent properties to black people. So he was also still very racist. He's been racist. My point is, like, this kind of conservative unironically has died with Donald Trump in some respects. Like, I think party polarization is completely set in. I mean, who knows? Never say never. Things might change, but this country has become like significantly more conservative broadly. I've been thinking about the whole like apologies for being too woke in 2020 posture that we're seeing from Democrats right now. And while I've defended the woke 1, woke 2.0 distinction, partially because this community is responsible for it, let's be real. I don't like that there are so many Democrats that are running around apologizing for, wanting a better future. Like, there are certain elements of woke 1.0, certain excesses, certain social excesses that you can criticize or whatever. But I actually fucking hate Democrats constantly apologizing like they should be ashamed of being, too accommodating or being too woke. Like, what are we doing? It's almost like we're telling the public it's appropriate to be bullied for having good takes early on. The excess in his case, or you were too nice? No. When I say social excesses, I'm talking about cases where you weren't nice at all. You were being a fucking asshole under the moniker of woke. That's the main difference, I think. And people still do this. People still do this all the time. Like the moral posturing, the endless moral posturing, claiming that you're operating from a higher moral playing field, and your opposition is lower than you, even though you're a real piece of shit. You know what I mean? There's a lot of real pieces of shit on the left. Just because they have good politics doesn't mean they're good people. Hasan, you literally said I should die because I'm white. For once, someone defended you on Jon Stewart's podcast.
Now, so there's this whole controversy about.
Oh, this is from 2 weeks ago, chatter. Bro, Jon Stewart, come on, man. You got to have me on the pod, big dog. What are we doing? Anyway, look, that's all I got for today. I have to do an interview. I have to conduct an interview. So I got to go. But this was a wonderful day. Great day. Lots of fun. Mostly because of the Grand Theft Auto 6 thing. I'm going to be honest. Like, it's fucking... That really put me in a good mood, even though Twitch was dying in the process. I was excited. There's something to look forward to. Holy shit. Everybody postpone suicides now. 2 things, 2 reasons. 1, Israel has not been held accountable. The apartheid has not been abolished. You can't let the Israeli apartheid outlive you. And 2, Grand Theft Auto 6 is coming. Okay? Anyway, Love you guys. And I will see you tomorrow. Peace, everybody. Bye-bye.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hustle people hate.